Thanks everybody for coming today. I'd like to call the Special Finance Committee Budget Hearing to order, Saturday, April 18th at 9:05. My apologies for being 5 minutes late. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano. Councilman Ritz.
Present.
Council Trafficante.
Present.
Councilwoman Vaziri. Council Vice President Haroyan. Councilman Andujar.
Present,
Council President Wall.
Mr. President. You have to
I didn't
say
hear.
that.
I am here.
Okay.
Yes. I didn't hear.
All right, I guess we have a quorum. So as the president said in the council meeting, I think on Thursday, there will be public speaking at the end. So if anybody online or in the audience would like to stay till the end, you will have the opportunity to speak. Before we begin, I would like to let our auditor say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I just want to remind the council of one thing. The budget that's presented to us right now is not been adopted for the percentage of the increase. We have to be aware that anything you see, calculation you're making, potential adjustments made may not go through. So do that and put them aside because we still need approval from either the General Assembly, the municipality league, and the council. So everything you see, the questions you ask based on the current budget, this budget may have to go back to the administration and substantial changes may have to be made. So just keep that in consideration and your focus on what we are asking questions based on what's been presented. Thank you.
At this time, if there's no objection, I'd like to take the,
Can I?
Mr. President.
Listen, I just want to, I didn't want to overstep my bounds, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. But I did ask the people who were here this evening, tonight, and, you know, it is your prerogative what order they go in. I did ask them, so you have an idea to just have their name written in the department they represent, written on a sign-up sheet, just to know who's here. It could help you. It's you take it in whichever order as chair you like. But the other thing is, I'll say something else, just a programming thing. In the past, many times we have taken on these long days, public comment in several intervals, meaning if you took a certain amount of department, 5 or 6, 10 departments, whatever it was, then you would have public comment on those departments going forward at, you know, in intervals. I just wanted, I don't know if that's how you want to do it or you want to wait all the way to the end,
Yes,
which would be probably about 3, 4 o'clock, I figure.
2 p.m. or earlier. Let's see. All right. So if there's no objection, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take the meeting out of order. No objection. All right, let's begin. Let's start with Parks and Recreation. Councilwoman Graziano, that's your committee. So, the floor will be yours soon.
You get the first one.
Mr. Director, thank you for coming. You have an opportunity to say a few words to address the committee, or we could just go right into questions. I'll leave it up to you to decide. Mr. Director, if you could wait, I guess we're waiting for the administration to come in. And if you could know for the record, Councilwoman Haroyan is here. She's present. So we'll start in about maybe 2 minutes. 2-minute recess. Back in session. Mr. Director, thanks for coming. You have the option to just go into questions, or you have the option to address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Council President, members of the committee, council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. Obviously, I've been here now over a year, and it is on. It is on. Having the opportunity to be here for over a year now, I've learned the system. I've learned all the ins and outs of the department, and I think we've had a very successful year. And I look forward to moving forward into year number 2 as we start to build a family atmosphere and a team that is not only made up of our staff, but is made up of the community organizations and the families that we represent.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman Graziano, this is your committee. The floor is yours.
Cool. Thanks. Director, I decided, like, I'm not gonna really necessarily go line for line, but could you tell me some of the areas you're increasing and why? So essentially, like, you have a 50% increase for the fertilization program, things like that. Actually, it's 100% increase. So I just want to know why we're getting all these increases. Can we start with, so I'll just go through them so you can,
Sure.
and then you can answer one at a time. So
Absolutely.
there's salary, overtime, differential, what's this one? Playground attendant wages, electricity, which I get, but I want you to explain it to everybody, because not everybody understands that. Water, I also have questions about that. Fertilization, maintenance of trees and shrubs, which I want to support, but we should talk about it. And then recreation expenses. So could we just, those are the specific lines I would love you to go through with the council.
I think this budget represents a more realistic numbers compared to last year. For instance, the first one you brought up was fertilization. We awarded a 3-year contract last year for fertilization, and the number was $40,000, $45,000 actually, which included aeration. The budget only had 20,000. So obviously, this year we had to address that, and that's the reason why you see that increase. As far as playground attendance, again, I think it was underfunded. The number that was represented at a time when minimum wage was $11, and it just wasn't realistic. And when you do run a summer camp, you have to have a certain amount of ratio, counselor to children. If we were to go on and spend only what we had last year, it would have been like a 1-to-25 ratio, which is just not conducive to any type of a summer camp program. As far as electricity, obviously, we have numerous sites around the city that we afford the electricity to, including several complexes that have lighting. We have emergency lighting at a lot of our facilities, walking tracks, etc. So that would explain the increase in that particular line item. As far as salaries, obviously, a lot of it is contractual. As far as differential, there is times when we have workers that are working out of class and receive the differential for that. You didn't mention overtime, but I will. The overtime budget is higher, but it's a more realistic number, and I'll tell you why. We have to cover every single event that the school department has as far as athletics. That goes at the stadium and at Cranston West. That goes for the fall, goes for the spring, and that's a considerable number. I know there were some questions about practice time and why we have got employees there. We don't anymore at Cranston West. We've been able to curtail that. But that is a substantial number. The other substantial thing we do have is rentals. And in order to have the rentals and receive the rental compensation, especially at our turfed fields at Stadium and West, obviously we have to provide staff for that. That's the realistic number that you see there, and it's more in line with what the department has spent over the last few years. So, and as far as the stadium supplies and recreation expenses, it's just a more realistic number. Obviously, the price of doing business overall has gone up a lot. I'll give you, for instance, we have to paint 13 soccer fields, all the lines for baseball in the outfield and what have you. That paint alone, every time we order it, is $15,000. So that's a substantial amount of money to do the service that we do. So other than that, trees and shrubs, we had so many instances last year, especially on the bike path and some of the complexes that have some aging trees where any type of windstorm, and we had a few of them, as we all know, in torrential rain and obviously the snow. A lot of what you see there is emergency services. We're not cutting down trees that are not supposed to come down. We trim back some that are having an effect on the lighting of fields. We won't cut them down because of that. We've addressed issues where it has affected our playground equipment. We've cut some back because of that. But everything as far as the trees and what have you is specifically due to storms and emergency services. As far as there's other increases, obviously we have a pool coming online. We had to fund that. We have a formula, what we feel is appropriate for that line item. Obviously, you need supplies, you need lifeguard chairs, you need safety equipment, you need a pool vacuum, you need all sorts of things to facilitate a pool. Wristbands. So that's what you see when you see pool supplies. And we have a preventative maintenance line item. We're hoping not to have to use that, to be honest with you, but we still have the capacity to use that if necessary. So I think I've hit everything other than maybe water. A lot of our complexes have irrigation systems. And one of the things that I think Cranston should be proud of is when you go by a lot of our fields and most of our fields, they look plush. They're green. It has a lot to do with the irrigation. It has a lot to do with the fertilization and the aeration that we do on an annual basis. And I think we should be proud of that. There's a lot of people that come to our municipality looking to rent our facilities specifically because of the conditions of our fields. So I think that's one of the reasons. What the water itself, we work with the Water Supply Board. I'd like to meet with them specifically about some of the aging equipment that they have and some of the monitoring that they have. But all in all, the reason why water, you're seeing an increase is because the irrigation systems are running. The bathrooms are running on a lot of facilities, and obviously everything goes up. So just a more realistic approach to this budget than previous budgets.
Okay, thank you. I have questions based on your response, but I would like to ask through the chair, Auditor DeMayo, can you tell me currently is this budget from 2026, sorry, on track, and where are we? And are there any overages?
On Thursday night that we're about 40 weeks into the year and we should be around 77%, give or take. The budget as a whole is running at 83%, which is a little bit over. Um, I mean, it's across the board. You know, the overtime's running a little high and the normal suspects of what's there. You know,
What about the, sorry, what about the, because, the director just mentioned that, fertilization was costing 40, what they were getting cost proposals for 40 to $45,000 and they only had 20.
it's actually running at 84%. So it is a little over, it's about 7% over based on the 40 weeks. It's running the budgeted amount, it's 20,000 and they've got about almost 17 spent.
Oh, okay. And this is the time of year you need it. Okay, but you're only off by like 6%.
But yeah, about 6%, 6.5% considering, and obviously just is the season's coming, so I'm assuming they're ramping up
Yeah,
because of the weather change, so.
yep. You mentioned, sorry, I'm going back to, the director. You mentioned that some of the raises are contractual and some are not. Without stating anyone's personal name, can you explain which ones are not contractual and why they were given?
I'm gonna defer that to the administration. I mean, I think the only other one that is putting in for an increase is for my position, which was not done by me. So I think it would be better for the administration to.
Give me 1 second.
Director, just, it might be easier to clarify one position. You had a vacant position for a recreation coordinator in last year's budget. And in this year's budget, it's there, it's full, and the salary's a little bit higher. So maybe if you explain that, that'll at least take care of one of the positions that's very visible at a difference.
Yes, I'd like to explain that because I saw that in the news and that is totally completely false. The program administrating position that was filled last year due to a vacancy had a salary set for that as far as part of an agreement which was made before I came. Unfortunately, the finance director or the finance department cut that position down to its lowest level because it wasn't filled. So it looked like it was an $18,000 or $17,000 increase, which was not the case.
Okay. Just, and you're actually correct. To clarify it is that in previous year's budget, it was roughly $61,000. And in the budget that was just presented, it's actually 81,400. So it is a substantial difference. But when reviewing these, the article, or just to clarify to make sure that we can answer the questions, this was one that I went in to look at because it's inaudible. And when I found out that it was vacant, there had to be an issue moving forward. So I wanted to give you that opportunity to at least get that out there.
But it's vacant today?
No, it's not vacant.
So today it's filled at $81,000 today.
It will be because now you have to factor in what the raise, what the agreement was, and now you have a 3% increase due to the contractual.
But this is a contractual one.
Correct.
Okay.
Last year, that particular position was filled per agreement, but it was never put into the budget as the salary that it should have been.
Okay. Okay, great. Sorry, you were saying that the other non-contractual ones, so just your position and that's it.
My position.
Okay.
Correct.
You also mentioned, and I, that currently attendance for the Cranston recreational program it was one counselor per 30 children, and you feel like that is not okay. What is ratio?
Well, if I was to use the budget that I had last year, it would have been 1 to 30. We went substantially over and brought it down to 1 to 9, which is more of a reasonable 1 to 9. Again, we're not a certified daycare or a certified summer camp. We are a municipal camp. most municipal camps around the state go at a 1 to 13, 1 to 14, believe it or not. Most daycares go at a 1 to 9, 1 to 7. If you're talking about younger kids, it's a little bit less. It's 1 to 5. So
Went to daycare. Okay. Okay, so going back to the tree budget, so I just want to get an idea when I'm asking. So recently, I'm going to use an example. So recently, Ocean State Kids Club needed a tree cut. I don't know if you're aware of this. And whose budget does that come out of? Because it was from Parkview. Is that school budget or this budget?
we shared a lot of things because our budget was pretty limited. We had a shared account through Public Works, so it all depended on where the tree itself. I think that particular tree was paid by our department, and I remember that specifically when it was called in, and I had to go view it. It's kind of,
Through who, sorry?
what's that?
Who was it through? Budget?
It was through our budget.
Your budget,
Our-
okay.
Our particular budget.
Okay.
That was
Uh,
that easement area, correct.
I just want to use that as an example because it just happened. So I want to understand, so basically we have two accounts that we can pull trees through depending on the ownership of the parcel.
And the availability of funds,
Okay. So you kind of like move it around a little bit.
correct. Rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak.
Okay. Water. So I'm going to ask the question that I think everyone's thinking, what's going to happen with water with the splash pad?
Well, I think one of the things that you have to understand is when you say splash pad, you think and pool. Well, the pool's going to cost some money, and I think Frank, Mr. Correa will address that. But as far as the splash pad, the splash pads that are out today are extremely efficient when it comes to water, extremely. Will there be a cost to it? Absolutely. And I think we have to be cognizant of the cost the first year, and then we can reassess it after we have a year under our belt. But as far as the equipment itself, the efficiency is extremely good. It's much better than, some of the water parks I previously oversaw in Providence, for sure.
Okay, because I just asked my deputy director from DPW, and he's going to send me a number. And I'm going to revisit this water issue for the
Sure.
splash pad because I think it cost us a ton of money in water because it's not circulated and nobody wants to do a circulated splash pad because of the Board of Health issue, having to test it and have somebody come out. And it's a lot of wasted water. So I'll just let you know, I'm not a splash pad fan.
Okay.
And if it's going to cost the city running that water all year when we don't have any money, it's kind of a problem.
It won't be all year, though. It'll be 6 weeks.
All year of the summer. Okay, I would like to ask the chair if I've answered my questions. I've taken a lot of time. But I want to be asked at the end if I can. Thank you. I'll yield back for other members.
Clerk, please, for the record, note that Councilman Bonanno is here. Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me preface my remarks by saying this, and I said this the other evening as well. We are looking at, and I'm not the city historian, but we're looking at in the proposed budget, perhaps the largest tax increase the city of Cranston's ever seen. If I'm speaking out of terms, I'm not sure. Certainly in my lifetime. I could go a little time. Perhaps it's not correct, so I'll withdraw that remark. In recent history, it's a pretty large tax increase. There is no guarantee that we are going to have the ability. We're going to need a pretty significant vote to go above that 3% cap. We need a 7 out of 9%, a 9 member vote. I say this not to put you in a terrible mood or even, listen, and not to even, and I know everybody in this room would say, you're doing a great job. And we love the Parks and Recs and we think you're doing a great job. So my remarks are not going to be about that. But the truth is, if we don't get that legislation and we do not get that vote, the cap is 3. Significantly different than the budget you're looking at. So I want to really, so when I ask these questions, I'm looking for savings in your department. I'm looking for savings in every department. All right? So I'll go back to the fertilization. This week, I'm off from school. I got to fertilize my lawn. I know that's a simplistic thing. Do we pay someone from outside to do that fertilization? You called it a program. We pay someone outside to do that?
Yes, we do. It's contracted out.
Why don't we do it in-house?
I don't think we have the resources or the people that are trained to do that type of work.
All right, so the fertilization of our parks, we could not do, listen, you're the expert, not me, but I think I'd be remiss as a representative of the taxpayers if I didn't ask that question.
Yeah, if you go to any park that's being fertilized, you'll see that the equipment that they use is pretty specific and pretty substantial.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and as I say, you're the expert, not I, we couldn't, part of that program is aerating and fertilization, and we cannot do that in-house. We have to pay that additional, was it 40 grand approximately?
Yeah,
Okay,
let me just put it this way. It takes them one day to do the entire city. It would probably take us 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I'm gonna ask, and I wanna go back to, listen, we're gonna have this ask this to everybody.
Absolutely.
So how many of the employees in Parks and Recs were under contractual agreements? Is that everybody in the salary line?
As far as contractual, there is, other than myself, everyone else.
Okay. This is the awkward part. It would appear that from last year to this, that individual, without using a name, got a significant increase, approximately a 12% increase in salary.
Which one? Me?
Yeah, with you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, I'll be honest with you, that, I don't know, Mr. Strom, you prepared that budget? Or this is not one you part of the budget?
Can you repeat that again?
This is a
please,
12% increase in
Salary?
director's salary. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it.
Yeah.
And trust me when I tell you, the remarks I have is, we're asking people to tighten their belts as taxpayers. I think we have to do it by example.
That's something that was agreed upon, I guess, between the director and the administration. It's not a contractual thing.
Director, you're here, aren't you? I see the director. Do you want to speak to that, or?
The mayor felt that's the only director position that there's an adjustment. I'll say the mayor looked at all the salaries of Parks and Rec directors, and this director probably fell in the 50 percentile, especially the size of the city. So the mayor felt that increase was very much warranted, and if he need to be replaced, that we wouldn't find somebody for that amount of money. And just to note, his counterpart in Warwick, I believe, is at about $115,000. So that was some of the rationale for that one department head. That's the only one that stuck out with the mayor as being extremely the most egregious in terms of competitiveness and quality of personnel.
Listen, and I certainly, listen, I'm not, as I ask this question of
I
you,
understand.
I am not devaluating the work you do or say that your counterparts in other municipalities don't get a compensatory salary. What I'm saying is Cranston's in a very unique situation
Totally
with
get
their
it.
budget. And I believe, I'll be honest with you, I gotta have a look at that one, because we're also talking some of the other meetings, we're talking about the possibility of our school department, which we also have contractual raises that are not compensatory to other cities as well. We haven't even funded them, at least in this budget.
Our
I yield
auditor
to
would
you,
like to say
Mr.
something.
Chairman.
Just to put some things in perspective, as we're discussing this, obviously, we're all trying to find financial stability for the city of Cranston. But for some of the departments, I did look up a little research. So for example, Parks and Rec for Warwick makes 112, Pawtucket makes 112. Providence has 2 directors. They have a director of recreation and director of parks, $265,000. I mean, we are in a financial stability issue, but just for the public to understand and for the council to understand that there are other municipalities that are smaller than ours, getting paid more. So that just gives you the perspective that we are doing a lot with less for our directors. They're trying to do their best, but this, you really need to be aware of what's out there, just so you know. Thank you.
Continue, Mr. President.
You know, I'm just gonna kind of stay at that. This is, I also mentioned this, you know, there, you know, we've got to, and this, if we did have to make cuts, if we don't get this budget, I'm not gonna put you on the spot and say, think about it now. But put it in the back of your mind that this may not pass as is, and where, you know, there was approximately we're saying $600,000 increase in this department, and I know it's a valuable department. Where would we make those cuts? And
Well-
don't tell me now. If you can tell me now, by all means do.
Well,
I won't want to put you in the spot.
I think, like yourself, I've thought about that. I mean, it's a hot, you know, being in municipal government, as long as I have, you have to come to that realization that you have to be ready for whatever is thrown at you. So I understand that. And, obviously, you know, programs like summer camp would be on the table, not to cut completely, but to cut the numbers that we would have in the summer camp. We would have to go and as far as playgrounds, we would have to do less at the playgrounds. We would have to cut back on our garbage pickup. It would be, there would be some pain involved, absolutely.
So, and as you say, and that's kind of the way you said it, that's kind of the answer I was looking for. Because every time we do make a cut, there is a cost benefit analysis. And when we do, you know, this is a significant, you know, tax increase we're looking at. As we do make cuts, it's going to affect the people outside of this room in other ways. That's it. I yield my time at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Ram?
A couple items that I wanted to point out to the council is that we didn't have pool attendant wages last year or the prior years. Now we have an additional 110,000 that was put in the budget for pool attendant wages. We have, as the director mentioned, pool preventive maintenance, pool supplies, that's another 45,000. So just those three items are 150,000. And in addition to that, as what was discussed, utility costs have gone up with electricity and things. So, and maybe they weren't funded properly last year, but that's beside the point. For a more realistic number this year.
Councilman Ritz?
I just had a few things to say. Council President covered some of the things that I was thinking I was going to say too. And when it comes to salaries, I think I'm willing to pay the money for the right people and the people that can make a change and can find the cost savings. And I feel like we have that in you. I think the department's running fantastic underneath you. I see the changes firsthand. I hear from people. I think you're doing an amazing job. I think the experience you bring is invaluable that you bring. So thank you for that. But I do agree with the council president. We're probably looking at 3 to 5% cut when this comes down that we have to do it. And it's gonna be some hard decisions. And I think, you know, things are gonna suffer from that too. And I realize that across the board. One thing I do look at is the overtime. I was wondering if there's anything we can do creatively to try and get that down. I see there's quite a few vacancies. I don't know if those can be held longer, if we can do different things with scheduling to try and get that down.
We've already made steps to cut down the overtime. As far as, I mean, I know the big elephant in the room was having practices at Cranston West covered because of the lighting. We've curtailed that. A lot of it is obligated though. Unfortunately, a lot of it has to do with and is tied into school events. And it's very difficult to not have the appropriate amount of staff at school events. And the other side of it is if we're looking to generate revenue as far as our venues, obviously we need staff there, and that's another overtime cost. I mean, if you know, just the venues alone, and we probably bring in a couple of $100,000 of revenue just in the turf complexes alone. So it's a hard balance to look at, and it's obviously something that I have looked at, and trying to get to the finish line with this budget is something that I'm trying to do, understanding that we're in a tight situation. So
You know, and you come to another question, was just the revenues there too, you know, looking at ways that we can increase the revenues too. With the city camps, and I think they're fantastic. And I was actually happy to see that the cost went up. I don't know how we could have sustained it at the low cost it was. Fantastic, but I could see it from the outside that it was unsustainable. Do we make money from the city camps? Like, does it make sense to increase those next year?
Well, again, being my first year, I like to stop, look, listen, feel, and obviously the camp was underfunded as far as what the fees were. I thought a reasonable boost was important for this year. I also think a reasonable boost would probably happen next year because summer camps, for those who have kids, I mean, they go as high as 400 a week. You know, and right now we're at 175, and I think that's a bargain, especially for what we do for the kids. Does it generate revenue for us? Absolutely. Absolutely. And when you get down to it, the expenditures and revenue on that aspect, we do okay.
And like the council president said, when we look to balance this budget a little bit more, I think looking at increased revenues and fees too is probably something we definitely have to look at. The other question I had was just the gas. Is that a realistic number? I know, you know, as we talked about the other night, it's hard to gauge where the gas is gonna go. I was just wondering if that's realistic with the gas prices now.
Right now, I think it's realistic. To be honest with you, I think we're running okay with gas as we speak. So I think it's a realistic number.
Yeah, I think my other questions are already asked, so thank you.
Director Moretti.
Yeah, time to time, we might speak up just to embellish, hopefully accurately, and I'll ask the director to correct me if I'm wrong. Is it true that the city does not charge the schools for any use of those fields?
We do not charge fees for any school events, any school venue.
So the city picks up the
We
tab?
pick up the tab for that. Anything that's generated at the gate goes to the schools.
Right. So just to mention that, Councilman, we have that fixed. But I know the director also mentioned during some budget discussions that some of to save some money in overtime, to exactly what your question was, to do things differently. I believe he's going to be asking for school practices that the coaches and the people kind of clean up after themselves, so you don't need to keep the people on. So he is trying to think of some creative ways of reducing overtime.
Correct. We had a meeting recently of all of our partners. And one of the things that I think I bring to the table was community building in partnerships. I feel we're in this together, and so many times it's a call to us, a call to us, a call to us. I want these kids and these teams and these families to take pride in their venues. Like, if you see it, pick it up. If you see something wrong, report it. We don't have enough of that, and it goes down to the basics as far as you know, dogs. I mean, I can't tell you how many green bags that are not thrown away properly or not used at all. I can tell you about illegal dumping in all of our parks, which we've cut down substantially because we've eliminated trash cans in all of our parking lots at our venues. So all of these things play a role in helping us do our job better and be more efficient.
Chairman?
Go on, Rich.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director, for all you do. I always say that between Parks and Recs and Public Works, it's the face of the city. We can't ask for two better directors than the two of you. So thank you for what you do for our city.
Appreciate that.
First of all, the new position that I see wasn't filled and now it's filled. What is that? What do they do? What are those duties?
The program director oversees the summer camp that does permitting for the fields. He runs a lot of the facilitated things that come out of Pastori Complex. He's very helpful with contractual stuff, like, for instance, fertilizer. He'll go out and make sure that the fertilizing is completed. It wasn't a zeroed out position. There was a person in that position. They left that position before I was here, and it was filled on a temporary basis with this individual. And before I was here, there was an agreement that he was going to take the position full time. So it wasn't zero. And when they did put it into the budget the previous year, it was put in at a rate that was not the correct rate. So what you see, it's not a raise, it's just what was contractually agreed upon through the Teamsters in the city.
Okay. Is overtime costs related to shortness in staff? I mean, the guys have to work over now because you don't have enough people and it's costing us money?
It hasn't yet, but it potentially could. We have not had to force people to come in to do jobs that we couldn't finish. It has not happened.
Possibility.
There's a possibility with some of the cuts that we're talking about in order to get things done that could be on the table.
You need boots on the ground. Is there how many new employees were required because of the pool? Did you have to hire anybody specifically
I
for the
actually
pool?
have an estimated amount based on what I think is needed. I think we're gonna need six lifeguards on a rotating basis. I think we're gonna have 6 pool attendants on a rotating basis. I think we're gonna need supervisors of the pool itself, check-in staff when the people come in. I would say overall, what we're gonna need, I would say 20, 24 total. And not all of them are gonna work all the time. It's just a rotating basis because most of them are gonna be younger adults. And they're gonna want days off, just like any young adult in the summer would like to have time off. So we anticipate that. But I would say no more than 25, 26.
Do you have a cost for that?
Well, it's budgeted for 110. I'm coming in a little bit more conservative in the 90s.
Will fees to use the pool offset some of that?
Yes, we have a fee structure that is being worked on right now. I can get you that once it's finalized. There'll be fees for daily use for non-resident and resident. Obviously, non-resident, it will be substantially more. And we'll have pool passes for the entire summer as well. We'll have a senior citizen pass. So yes, we'll generate revenue. It's not going to be enough to offset it, but it might be pretty close.
As far as maintenance of the pool, did you need to hire somebody specifically for maintenance of the pool, or is that something the Parks and Recs is going to take care
I
of?
think it's something we can maintain strictly because obviously technology has increased the pool itself. The filtering system speaks for itself. It's a new pool. It's good night in nature. It's state of the art. We'll have one of the robots cleaning it on a regular basis. So the upkeep will be done by the part-timers as far as spraying down the deck and what have you, cleaning the bathrooms, etc.
I love when I hear robots.
I know you like robots, Councilman.
And lastly, you touched upon it about the dumping, illegal dumping. I hear it all the time at the Chafee Field. It's atrocious. Is there any way we can partner with the police department and put some type of cameras up so if we do catch someone dumping, we can find them and at least get paid back for what it's costing us to pick that stuff up?
I would love to do that, and it's funny you should say that. Taking off my cap and putting my other cap as a volunteer, we have somebody on camera that we caught this week at the Chafee complex putting a mattress cover and 2 gallons of paint into our receptacles, and we have her on camera. I hope she's listening. We're trying to track her down. She has a beautiful car, and she walks the complex. So I've been on high alert to get her. So the answer is that would be a huge help, because once you embarrass a couple of people, and I hate to say it that way, but you have to embarrass people, because the days of green bags hanging from trees with dog waste. I mean, it's just not conducive to good facilities. So I'm in agreement with that. As far as funding, I know I don't have it.
I can't see why that wouldn't pay for itself. almost, I mean, I own a piece of industrial property and the dumping is rampant. I mean, people think because it's not them, they can just put it there. And it's
Oh.
not fair to the owner and it's not fair to the city. So I think we need to look into that program and see if we can get something on all the parks.
I'm on high alert. Believe me, I'm gonna get her.
Thank
I've
you.
already got one up there. I'm gonna get another one.
I'm glad to hear that. So thank you, Director, again, for what you do, and thank you for answering the questions.
Councilwoman Horan.
Thank you. Director, thank you for being here on a Saturday morning. I'm a huge fan of yours
Thank you.
and I appreciate what you're doing here in the city. I will not be supporting any raises for administration when the worker bees are being eliminated in positions. I wholeheartedly can't do that to other people. I have lots of concerns here right now and they're kind of written everywhere. You just mentioned one of my biggest concerns with people dumping. Were the police notified and has a police report been done? Because charges need to be pressed.
100%.
Okay.
I put a police report in. The officer was looking through the cameras to see if they could track the individual. I'm waiting to hear back from him. If that doesn't work, she arrived at, and here's the even worse part of this whole situation. After she dumped everything, she locked her car and started walking the complex.
So she's a local person that doesn't respect the city property?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll be up there at 8. Between 8 and 9, she's there. So I'm coming to get you.
Let me know you up there
Okay.
gladly. I'll bring coffee. How many positions are being eliminated?
We don't have any being eliminated. We have one, 2 short, but one of them was not funded last year, a foreman's position, and then we have a principal equipment labor equipment operator that's not funded, who recently retired.
Right now, you mentioned the one vacant position, right? Are there any others?
Not as of right today. They will obviously before July 1st, there will be.
Okay. Every one of us here in the city of Cranston is concerned with raising costs of gas, utilities, water.
Sure.
It's a big concern and I know the pool's in Ward 2 and the splash pad. How many publicly waterfalls, water fountains, splash pads? I'd like an update on what those water bills are monthly, like the Knightsville one, the water fountain.
Okay.
Is that able to be broken down?
Yeah, I think we have bills for all of, they're all itemized. We get about 40, 50 water bills.
Okay, excellent. Trees emerge. I'm gonna piggyback on what Council President said. I know he mentioned that if this request from the mayor does not pass, first of all, it's gonna pass us by 7 members. It's gonna pass the General Assembly. There's no guarantees this is gonna happen. I'm gonna ask all department heads, I didn't think of it the other night with the 4, is maybe think about if you had to do a 5% cut and a 10% cut to your budget. And we might ask for that in writing within the next week or 2, I believe, if needed. My other thing is fertilization. How much of your department are you farming out to local nurseries, shrubs, playground mulch? Is that something that could get delivered and your department could spread the mulch?
We just don't have the manpower to do that. That would take an enormous amount of time and effort where a private contractor would have a truck that blows it, the material in. For us to do it by hand, it's just not cost effective and it really would put us back in our schedule.
Okay. Also, you mentioned the pickup of garbages. I know Dew Temple, I was driving by on the way home from work the other, and the garbage was as high as me. I know I'm not very tall, but 5 feet and a few garbage bags. I don't know if that's from neighbors or what. How often are they being picked up?
Every park we go by 3 times a week. There's some parks that we know, and Dew Temple is one of them, that has a tremendous amount of illegal dumping. And we just can't keep up with it on a regular basis. So there will be times where you'll see overflowing garbage and we just haven't gotten to it yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's great when in an email, it gets within a day or 2. So
Thank you.
Thank you for your office supplies. You're one of the departments that only went $40. So thank you very much. That is noted. We don't need to take any copy paper away from you.
I have a lot of pens and pencils that I can take with me at all times.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Before I get beat up, Mayor Trafficante.
Mr. Director, I'm looking at your, I know you were not here at the time. Your 23-24 budget, looking at your 24-25 budget. And your 27 budget, proposed 27 budget is more in line with those 2 years than the adopted 26 budget. So definitely, you're on target there. Assuming we get to 7%, like the council president mentioned. I'm very much aware of the facilities you're responsible for in terms of the stadiums, the complexes, the tennis courts, the tracks, the playgrounds. Now the pool is being added to that. So you're being asked to do more with less. My question is this. Currently, before the retirements were initiated, how many men did you have working in the field?
19.
19. Did any of those men take early retirement?
Yes.
How many?
As of yesterday, 8.
8 of the 19. So now you're down to 11 men. Am I
July
correct?
1, yes.
Be
But
honest.
again, I don't know what the system.
Let's be honest here.
No, they'll be filled, obviously, because the
What-
bumping system will take care of that.
What would be filled?
The positions that people are retiring, there's the city and the laborers union and the Teamsters have a bumping system. So those positions will be available.
Let me understand. You had 19, am I correct?
Yes.
Several of them took retirement.
Mhm.
They're gonna be filled, those positions are gonna be filled?
Director Renzulli.
Mayor Traff, people will be bumped out of other positions and can bump into these positions from other departments. There will be a seat for anyone who wants to stay in Cranston, but we're kind of reorganizing departments.
So you're gonna take men from Public Works to Recreation? From from Highway to Recreation?
Where they bump to based on their seniority and where they would like to work. No one is being told they have to go anywhere.
Still losing manpower, regardless where they come from. If you're taking it from Highway, then Highway's gonna be short men.
Well, highway, it's not specifically highway, Mayor Traff.
The understanding was, when the mayor spoke, he said that those people who want to stay could stay. Those people who want to take an early retirement could take early retirement. If you're saying 8 or 9 men of your department take an early retirement, then you're having a reduction in manpower in your department right now, before bumping takes place.
No, because then, before they leave, they will be replaced with the pumping system.
Then where's the savings then? It's going to be replaced. Where's the savings?
Within other departments, Mayor Traff, they are not
How
replacing
do you
some of those.
identify what other departments? Now, identify those departments.
Building maintenance, I believe, is one of them. Tony, where else? Tony?
So they're gonna do less with building maintenance, they're gonna do less with highway. So you're gonna be shorthanded regardless where the departments are. My question is, how are you gonna take care of all these facilities with less manpower? You're gonna get your manpower apparently, because you're gonna be bumping into your department. What happens to highway? What happens to building maintenance?
Yeah, that I can't answer. Yeah.
Just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not being critical of you, please. You do a great job, believe me. I'm very happy with your work ethics.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna go back to what the council president said. If this 7.4% does not get accepted, You know, I don't care what line items you look at. I'm talking about non-personnel line items. I don't care where we look. We're not gonna find $4 million or $5 million. I don't care how hard we try. We're gonna have to go back to contracts, because it's personal-oriented budgets. Contracts are gonna be looked at. Probably, I hate to say it, but we're gonna have to go back to every single contract on the city side and the school department side. That's where the money is. So I don't care how hard you look, looking at a line item or gas line items, utility line items, or anything else, or overtime line items. We're not gonna find the money in those line items. It's gonna be personnel related. And that relates to contracts.
Director Renzulli.
Director Piscopello, I just wanted to ask about a system that you can do electronically on your phone to turn on and off the lights. Are we going to be utilizing that now? I know now in the past we did not, because contractually people had to be on to do the lights at the fields. But if we're trying to get away from that, I'm just wondering if that's
That's one of
That's
the
an
things
option.
that we are doing right now.
okay. And has it been considered to do different shifts to avoid overtime, like a Tuesday through
would be a contr-
Saturday, or you don't have enough people to
I
do
think that
that?
would be a contractual thing.
Okay.
If they would have to agree to that,
Hmm.
as far as I see the language in the contract.
Would, if it was possible, would it help your overtime?
It would help our overtime, but our overall objective during the day would not be met.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Before, I actually had some question on the revenue side of your department.
Before you have a mic that you don't have to hold down? Oh,
I'm
wow.
president.
Okay, no, just, sorry. Continue, Mr. President.
All kidding aside, though I do want to go back a little bit, and I want to stand corrected in my remark about the largest tax increase ever, because thank you, Director Renzulli, you mentioned that during the Lafayette administration, there were larger tax increases. And they had been before that, and I appreciate you bringing me up to speed on that matter. So it's still a large increase, but perhaps not the largest. The other thing I want to say, if we look at the revenues, you're projecting what I think I saw about 550?
Correct.
Yeah, all right. And that's not including any increase on programming in the Parks and Recs. Is that correct?
No, I think the increase you're gonna see is from the summer camps.
Right.
And then you're gonna realize the pool revenue as well, as far as the passes. And then we also went up slightly on our permit fees. So all of those things factored in. And to be honest with you, and again, I'm not patting myself on the back, but we are getting a lot more field permit request as well.
Certainly, I love the program with the kids, the Parks and Recs. I think it's great. I think many of our children went there as mine did. It's a great program. Certainly, I would tend to agree that, with everything else, could you increase it, especially seeing, is it mostly staffed by part-time, like employees, like, students, right?
Yeah, it's mostly college and high school age
Yeah.
students that partake in the program.
And they are making, if I heard you correctly, minimum wage?
Minimum wage, and some of our supervisors make slightly more.
So, and I just want to make sure, so the increase in that, a lot of it has to do with the increase in minimum wage. And I
Yeah.
didn't do the math on it, but I'm
Yeah,
looking at it.
like I said, that number was based on, if you go back to 2019, that was the same number, and
Yeah.
minimum wage was $11.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Now it's 16.
So that makes logical sense to me. So I just wanted to make sure I had that clear.
Sure.
And certainly the cuts we want, this is where we get another $550,000. We need those people. They're generating revenue. On one side, you cut expenditures. The other side, you got to generate some revenue. Though I do want to kind of go back to, and this was a concern with some of the retirement buyout packages that were offered. I think is right, and I had the same question as Councilman Trafficani. And we probably would like a list as a council, I know I would, of where those are and where they will be potentially moving into, or what departments will see what's the word? Worker reductions. I'd like to have that, so I know. But I am also, and I've expressed this in the previous meeting, I'm concerned that we gave people a bonus to leave, and where's that money gonna come from? If we're not gonna, if we're gonna see, I have to really look at what we're gonna see in savings from those workforce reductions. And does it really balance out with the incentives we gave? And that's a maybe not a rhetorical question, maybe it's a pointed rhetorical question, but it's a concern is what I'm expressing, not a finger point. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Auditor.
Director, just a quick question, and I don't know if this would have to be approved by the council or whatnot, but considering you have all these new venues opening up, has there been any consideration for sponsorships to defray the costs on them? Maybe the splash pad, the pool, the parks, where you can generate or work with local business to have some additional revenue?
Funny you should say that. We just started a crusade to offer sponsorships at, we're gonna start out at Cranston Stadium Baseball and at the Atwood Avenue softball fields where they can place 4x8 advertisement signs for a fee. We've developed the system that we're putting out there to all the potential businesses that are interested. I've spoken to the administration about that. And yes, the answer is yes. We're going to start small and then we're going to work our way further into that.
And I would assume or hope that you put a time limit on it, so it'll be reoccurring revenue, 3-year window, and then they renew.
Yeah, it would be a step, certain steps. 3 years. The first year a little higher because you're gonna purchase the sign. The second year renewal will be a little bit lower, and the third year as well.
That will be extremely successful because when we did the football field, we raised close to $100,000 for that at Cranston West.
As Councilman Campopiano can attest to, I got 115 advertisement signs at the Chafee Complex as we speak.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you. I don't have too many questions because most of them have been asked. I just want to say that we probably have a ton of illegal dumping at our Parks and Recreation because our garbage collection contract stinks. I was going to use another S word, but it's not appropriate. And I can't wait for that to come up. With, you know, I think former Mayor Trafficani echoes a lot of my sentiments on not only this section of the budget, and I know his frustration bubbled up, but throughout this whole process, this is going to be very difficult. I have the utmost respect for our Parks and Recreation Department, and to be honest with you, Director Piscitello, since you came on, it's been a breath of fresh air. I'm very glad that
Thank you.
as long as I've been on the council, you've been the Parks and Rec Director. So you've done a fantastic job with the resources that you've been given. With that being said, I'm just going to echo what my colleagues are saying, that you know, you and your executive staff of your department, and we're going to ask this of everybody, I'm sure, are going to have to look at this because you know best where we can make concessions to not get beheaded by the taxpayers. And that's very important. The other thing I was going to say is, you know, with respect to overtime, obviously there's a lot of contractually obligated stuff. And once it's contractually obligated, unless, you know, we sit back down at the table and alter the contracts with the collective bargaining agreements, there's not a lot we can do. But is there any space for volunteerism, you know, at some of the events that previously had paid folks at? You know, our parents willing to do things, our coaches willing to do things. Is anybody, people who need community service, you know, are they willing to do things? Or is there any way, you know, I work at the prison, are there any way to get litter crews out there from the ACI instead of having to pay, you know, what could be 11 men or women doing things like that? Are there any ways to look at getting the same job done for less?
I think there's always ways to do things differently, but I think it's more contractual, and agreement has to be with the the unions to, because obviously that they would have the first right to take overtime for those specific things. So I think it's more of a union issue, Councilman.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a member of a union. I don't believe in just taking things away from collective bargaining agreement once they've been agreed to, but I hope there's some tenor of help that we can get. But anyway, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with the fun stuff and end with something bad. So I do echo all the council members' sentiment. I appreciate Parks and Rec. I personally need Parks and Rec to be part of all of our Cranston East Little League assistants because we just don't have the volunteers to do it. And we absolutely need a city that is invested in its parks and recreation. And I agree about the salaries. I think they're, underfunded and I'm always a proponent of that. The problem is that we're now in this situation where we just can't do something like that. So while I was a proponent of it last year, saying we need to reevaluate all the salaries and make sure that every employee is paid appropriately, now we're in this conundrum, and that's probably just not going to happen this year. It's unfortunate, but I want you to know that I agree. I think your salary should be higher, but we just can't make that work this year. So some of the last things, sorry, my stuff is all over the place too. Mayor Trafficante answered my retirement conundrum questions. So I agree with his sentiment. I don't understand where the savings is. So that is going to be something we're going to be asking. Oh yeah, I'll go off Councilman Ritt's earlier comment about vehicles. Do any employees take vehicles home? And if so, why are they taking them home if they're not an emergency staff? Maybe you're going to answer no.
I'm the only one that takes a vehicle home.
So I'm going to put some numbers out there about this splash pad, okay? So splash pads are the second highest consumer in another town of commercial water. They only run it for 6 hours a day for 3 months when it's above 80 degrees. And they just gave me a number for a quarter of the usage was 51K. So there's no way the city can fund something of that magnitude.
So 3 months is 12 weeks. We're running it for 6 weeks. So it's 20. Yeah. So, and I don't think it's going to be running as long as 6 hours.
I'll go back on the mics.
Yeah, it's going to.
I mean, I think you're going to need to look at your water usage because
There's no question about it.
this
Again,
is like impossible.
I think the first year you have to, once you implement a program, you have to evaluate the first year and then assess it as we go. Or, there's other alternatives as well.
I mean, so I just want this on the record that like, I actually don't think you have enough money to run it this year. And I'm like concerned. So, and I don't want that number to go over because we can't have that. So I just want that on the record that I have extreme concerns about the splash pad and the cost that it's going to cost the city this year. And I agree with Vice President Haroyan about getting the cost of individual, like the fountains and anything, and like what those numbers cost, because I don't think the council has an idea of how much we spend on water for extraneous items. And like I already clearly don't support that with climate change. Sorry, I'm trying to go fast because I know we've spent over an hour here. Okay, I guess that's it, but I do agree with Councilman Bonanno and Councilman Trafficante. I don't want to have to revisit contracts, but I do support what they're saying.
Councilwoman Horan.
I do have a question with the splash pads. You have the ability to shut the water off on rainy days, 70-degree weather. The splash pads only go on when the temperature's a certain temperature, correct?
They go on during hours of operation and by sensor. Okay, and they won't go on if we're not open, and they won't go on if there's no children in the splash pad.
Constantly running?
No,
Wanted to
no,
point that out.
no.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr.
One
Councilman
last
Ritz.
question only because I did get asked this. Do we have any partnerships or could we have partnerships with other cities to try to get the cost on some of the purchases? Like the fertilizer has been an example. Could we find out who Providence or Warwick is using and maybe try and get a joint using the same one to get a discount?
Oh, again, we have a contract. It went out for an RFP, and the lowest bidder got the contract. We do have a local company that provides us with fertilizer. I can't say the name of it because it's fish, you know what. So yeah,
I understand. I was asked that question, so
yeah,
I did want to
but
ask that on the
they
record.
do, and one of the reasons why our grass looks so good is because of this product that we're using, believe it or not, and it's free. They give it to us for free, and it's part of an application. So we're probably saving $10,000-$12,000 on that.
Mayor Trafficante.
Mr. Director, now that I've cooled down a little, I realize your department is labor intense. There's no doubt about it. So just want to clarify again. You'll lose 11 men from your department right now, correct?
Well, the number is
They take an early retirement.
eight.
I'm sorry, there's 8 men left. But they're gonna bump in from other departments. That's what we've been told, right? So you're not gonna have any loss of manpower in your particular department.
No,
So you're gonna go back to your 19.
from what I've been told, yes.
So no, in other words, other,
Potentially. But they also have to be qualified. There are qualifications that have to,
they have a qualification cutting grass, okay?
well, they have to have to run CDLs, that type of stuff.
Understand that. The machinery.
Correct.
I do understand. But it's quite obvious that your department's going to be made whole. That's what I'm trying to say.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So
Sure.
when I get to Public Works, I have to ask them what the manpower losses in those particular departments.
Sure.
Thank you.
Director Moretti.
I think it's appropriate at this time, if allowed by the chair, to give an overview. I was going to probably wait till Public Works, but now's a good opportunity with Mayor Trafficante's questioning. I'll tell you the overall, we're happy to provide all the detail in terms of positions, what's budgeted. It's in the budget, but I can see we'll highlight the changes that are proposed in the mayor's budget. But I just want to give an overview just to give perspective perhaps, which might be helpful when you're reviewing these departments. In terms of the laborers and in terms of the Teamsters, the bottom line is there are positions in the city, I'll use the word accommodate, to allow everyone who's currently employed to be employed in the city. However, there are certain positions in certain departments that are not being funded and being shifted to other departments. So that certainly might not make people happy, if you will, if they're in a current position and if want to stay with the city and with that. That requires, obviously, in the process of bumping. But in no circumstance is there not a position available to someone. So correct, the mayor's right. One department might shift to have less of a head count budgeted versus another department, which might pick up those head counts. So just want to say that, that's where it's overall budgeted. Again, that applies to the laborers and the Teamsters. The reason why the mayor requested the extension to present the budget to April 15th versus April 1st was to try to work out as many details, and it was purely based on personnel, because we were prepared with the budget otherwise pretty much. But it was exactly to try to mitigate the impact on employees. And that was the focus over the last 2 weeks. So just want to mention that in the budget, the folks already know in you know, each of the respective organizations where it's being affected. More than happy should share with the council in summary. It's there, but in summary, what the council president requested. But be assured, even during this budget process, we are still meeting with the labor unions, particularly the laborers. I think the Teamsters is kind of shuffled out and they're in the process of looking at that bumping system. But to look to see how else we could improve upon that to keep people in their current positions without having to bump, to see if there's a way of coming up with that. Again, this was a work in process. So there still might be, frankly, unhappy people that may have to bump, if you will, and not retain their current positions. But we're going to still work to accommodate what is both accommodate the employee, but also accommodate the taxpayer at doing things as efficiently. As recently as Thursday, the mayor met with the folks with the Teamster, pardon me, the laborers. I had met with the Teamsters the day before, and to continue that process, we pledged to continue to work with the leadership of the laborers again to try to be as disruptive, I'll say, as possible, but also as as efficient as we can be with the taxpayers. So in parallel with what the council is currently doing, and certainly the results of those discussions will be, we want to meet with the council to share any recommendations at this point for the council to make changes. Any questions on that? But I just wanted to provide that overview.
Mr. President.
Not on this subject. Thank you for that, those remarks, Mr. Director. Just on the Parks and Recs, there's a question I didn't ask regarding the legal services fund.
Can't answer that.
Does anybody, I mean, it's not a lot of money. It's 1872. There's an increase, but
Maybe insurance.
what is it?
You come to the microphone, Director Renzulli.
Yeah, please.
We ask this every year and it's some kind of insurance
All right.
that they have.
Could-
Because it's in every department. There's a legal line.
And
And-
I'm glad you
yeah.
hear that. You said, can we find exactly what it is?
Yeah.
So we won't ever have to ask it again.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
so because I'm thinking, oh, we have a lot of lawyers on the payroll. We did legal last night.
We,
Why
and we,
can't we
and we always say
save
that,
that
and I
$1,800
can't remember
right?
exact, I think it might be like legal services for it. But
right.
it might be through personnel. The
If you
personnel
get that
director,
right.
personnel director might know.
Mr. President, if you could just repeat that line item.
That line item is 51306.
Chair, if I might be able to answer that question, if okay.
Mr. Director.
It's contractual. It has a line item to do with their legal fund that in this case, the laborers or the Teamsters would be entitled to, but it's allocated per that contract. That's funded per the contract that,
It's a benefit.
Director Strom, does that ring a bell?
Some things, with time, it takes a while to ring a bell, but this does bring back memories that there was a legal fund for the laborers, I believe, and the Teamsters. And it's allocated by department, I believe.
For their use.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilwoman Horoy,
Chairman, do we like to ask the director a question?
go right ahead.
Just so I make sure I understand this clearly, you're telling us that one department could be fully staffed, but it's at the expense of another department being understaffed?
No, we don't want to use the words. I think it's inappropriate, those words. I would say a reorganization of work. It's an opinion. If we believe we can reorganize to make it more efficient in one department and save money, I think it's the right thing to be properly staffed. And then another department, if they're what perceived to be as a currently operating, what the mayor's administration perceives short-staffed, we're properly balancing it off. So I think we're better, instead of short and overstaffed, I think it's better to see properly balanced as efficient as we can And so at the same time, accommodate people. But I would avoid those words, but everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Thank you for that. My other question is, if somebody is a specialty, like say someone's a diesel mechanic or an electrician, and they have to get bumped, what if there's no job in another department for them?
There will be a job. It might not be a diesel mechanic or an electrician, but there would be a position, there is a position in another
So they could
department.
become a janitor here at City Hall.
In that case, in that example, it's possible.
They were in, or because it wouldn't be fair to them when they have a degree or certification now to be at a lower grade and they're in a union.
I'm going to defer to personnel on that question. I believe I know the answer, but I don't want to.
Oh, I got lots for personnel.
Without
Thank
the
you.
knowledge, I don't want to.
Okay, thank you.
Report.
Mayor, you all set, Mayor? Trafficante?
I just want to clarify that. No member of the Teamsters is going to bump into the laborers, and no laborers is going to bump into the Teamsters. Am I correct?
Correct, Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. So, just wanted to clarify the fact that the laborers, because most of your men are from the laborers. Am I correct?
Yeah, we have 3 Teamsters,
How many?
3 Teamsters.
Are they getting bumped?
I don't believe so. They're pretty tenured.
So I'm going to repeat again. You're going to be made whole as a department.
From what I've been told,
All
yes.
right, okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Mhm.
Councilwoman Haroy?
His department might be made whole, and that's great, but another department is bare skills. Somebody doesn't like their supervisor, so 8 people are billed into another. Now we have a whole department that can't run properly.
There's a few of those.
Well,
All right, I think we're going off topic here. Let's stay on
I
parks.
could say this, the mayor's proposing a budget that he believes is going to be running properly.
Okay,
It could be in someone's opinion, certainly respect that if you believe it doesn't. And that's
right. That's how we got here today. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Director. As you know, I am a recipient of the recreation system. It was my safe haven growing up. Single family home. I mean, my mother didn't have time for me, and the rec center was basically my dad. So I will be in full support of your raise. I believe in loyalty. I know that when the neighboring city of Ward 3 had an issue, they reached out to you and they wanted you to come back, and you decided to stay in Cranston. So that meant a lot to me when I heard that through the grapevine. So I will be in full support of your raise. I will be in full support of the Parks and Rec Department. I hope we get this 8%. Legislation up at the State House. So I just want to end with that. But I really want to thank you and all the members of the Park Department for their time, and continue the good work, please.
Can I just, because I
Please.
just want to say one thing. I understand about the fiscal situation, and I respectfully will defer that to the powers to be, the administration, and you as the city council. I'm not comfortable talking about myself. And I will never be comfortable, and I'll be humble, because that's just who I am. Our results speak for themselves. I mean, I don't have to tell you what we've been able to do over the last year. It's been well documented. I rather just concentrate on team building and bringing people together, because that's what I've done over my career in Cranston over 20 years that I've been involved with the community. That's what I'm going to focus on. The rest of it, I'm just going to leave it up to other people, because I didn't take this job because of the finance part of it. I took this job because I love the city, and I love what I do, and I love what I do for the kids. So I just want to put that out there, because it sounds like I don't want to be perceived as something that I'm not. And as the second largest city, I mean, that should answer the question all itself. So I appreciate the opportunity, but I just felt as though, Chairman, that I had to say that and kind of support myself, so to speak.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for the good work. All right, at this time, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. We will be next, we'll be going into Department of Public Works. They'll be next. Members of the council, if we go into the break room, I think we're going to sing happy birthday to somebody. At this time, we are coming back from recess. And yeah, we have enough people. Director, you have the option of just going right into questions or giving us a statement about what's going on over there. Synopsis. Quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just a few.
Okay, all right, you're good. All right, let's go.
Is that good? I just have a few quick opening comments, Mr. Chairman, Council President, members of the City Council.
You could just speak up because I can't even hear you.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Sorry about that. Move this right here. So we've had another very productive year at the Cranston Public Library supporting our community. And I hope you've all had a chance to review our impact report that you received in the mail, just to show some of the ways that we supported our youth and our teens and our community. And I want to thank our amazing and dedicated library team for all their hard work for the residents of Cranston. Three numbers that I also wanted to mention that stood out to me when I was looking at the impact report were that the Cranston Public Library was ranked #1 in circulation of materials among all Rhode Island public libraries, which is a ranking that we have maintained for the past 15+ years. Something was mentioned earlier about volunteers. We have a very vibrant teen volunteer program. 380 Cranston teens volunteered last year, earning over 3,200 service hours at our libraries. And the Cranston Public Library patrons actually saved over $9.5 million by checking out items at our libraries this year. So for fiscal 27, we were asked by the mayor to submit a level fund budget due to the state mandated maintenance of effort for libraries. And so knowing the fiscal challenges of the city, we were able to make some tough decisions, but submit a level fund budget. I do want to just let one thing about the budget that I wanted to just let the council know is that this year, the library was also asked to assume the cost of landscaping and snow removal at our libraries within that level fund budget. This is a responsibility that the city has had since 2007. So we have begun building those costs into this budget. The landscaping contract bid has just gone out. Snow removal, we'll be working on later this year, and we'll have no idea how much that is because we've never had to deal with that. So the trustees have also authorized me to use funds from the library reserve fund for the purpose of snow removal as we try to continue to determine the correct amount for snow removal to build into the budget for FY 27 and beyond. So with that, I would welcome your questions.
Thank you, Director. I believe I should begin with Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love the libraries. I'm at the Cranston Public Library twice a week. I have two little daughters, 10 and 6. And because of our Cranston Public Libraries, not only because of them, but in large part because of them, they have developed a love for reading, and many of their peers have as well. I don't know how many of you noticed when I walk in, probably some of you don't even realize that I'm here right now, but anyhow, I always have a book. And I'm a huge proponent of the public libraries, and I think that anything we could do to maintain our status as a leader in libraries is tremendous. I had a question about our library branches. And as you know, as like I said, and we'll probably say this 100 times, as we go through the budget, we're going to look at what we need and what we want and determine whether or not something fits into the category of need or want. And some of the questions as to whether or not we need or want them are the extemporaneous branches and whether or not those are as utilized as the central branch, which I know is quite utilized. Can you expound upon that a little bit?
Certainly, Councilman. Thank you for your support of the library, and we love it when we see your family in the library. Yeah, the Central Library clearly is going to be the busiest of our libraries. It's actually the busiest public library in the state. And our branch libraries, since they're varying in size to as much as the size of the William Hall Library over in Edgewood to the small library we have in the Cranston Senior Center, have varying uses. So usage statistics. So they're all used. Clearly, they're not going to be used as heavily as the Central Library. And we've seen when the pandemic hit and once we reopened, the usage was down in a lot of the branches, and we're slowly seeing that usage increase. But we're not unaware of the need to study. Do we need all the current configuration of branches. So we have a state mandated strategic plan and community assessment that needs to be done every 5 years. Our current plan ends in 2027. So our plan is, and I'm currently looking for grant funding for this, is to, because we typically hire a consultant to help with the community assessments, to start that later this year. And one of the major things we need to look at is basically a SWOT analysis of the branch system. Look at all the statistics going back pre-pandemic to now for visits, how much circulation they have, program attendance, all of that, and to see what if it warrants keeping them or considering reevaluating the structure. So that's something that we are already going to be doing. I think it would, for us to close a branch without doing such a study would probably not be responsible. So I wouldn't recommend, like, we wouldn't want to close a branch right now without doing that study, but that's something that we're hoping to accomplish later this year as we go into our new strategic plan for 2027.
All right. I think, just to give, I don't have obviously nearly as much knowledge as the staff or the consultant that would do that. Just as somebody who, has a responsibility to the taxpayer, I think like the William Hall Library obviously is utilized. And the public library, the main branch on Sockanosset is, it's tough to get a parking spot. To be able to keep those flourishing, I hope is the goal. And I know there's a maintenance of effort with the library system, correct?
Correct.
So, yeah. So, the fact that you turn in a level funded budget is, thank you. It makes a lot of things easier for us. But I would think that in a time of turmoil that we could look at to make sure that those are cost effective. And that would be my only suggestion. I do want to mention that, the city is grateful for such a tremendous library director. You're award winning. You were before us a few months ago because you're recognized as one of the premier library directors in our state. We're very lucky to have you. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Auditor.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that.
Director, as always, a few questions, and I apologize for not being here at the beginning. So for the council, the libraries are treated similar to the schools. It's maintenance of effort. So whatever was given to them in previous years is what they'll get in the current year, and we cannot reduce that. I ask one question always, Director Gasha, any surplus that you've had over the years, you have a reserve fund that I believe is outside of what we see here in our budget. Can you let us know what the balance is in that reserve fund? And I believe 2 years ago, you received a $250,000 grant that is controlled by and is moving forward.
Certainly. So the reserve fund, per the state statutes, the library is allowed to roll over any unexpended library revenues into our reserve fund at the end of the year. When I say library revenues, our budget is made up of 3 revenue sources: the city appropriation, our state aid to libraries, and revenues that we generate from various fees that we charge. And so we have to expend the city appropriation and the state aid because that's part of the state aid law, which also is the maintenance of effort law. So the current balance of our reserve fund stands at $145,000, and at $145,000. And as I stated earlier in my comments, the trustees, we typically use that for building projects that we don't have the opportunity to spend, don't have enough money in our maintenance of our property maintenance line, which is at $85,000 in our annual budget, but also don't rise to the level of going out to a capital expenditure to do a bond. So this year, moving into this year next, knowing that we have to assume the control of snow removal from our libraries, the trustees have authorized me to use the reserve fund to help pay for that expenditure because we're not going to know what it is. And I actually was negligent earlier. I meant to say in my opening comments that I do want to acknowledge that the chair of our board of trustees, Michael Goldberg, is here in attendance for this meeting. The other question you had, Auditor, was about, it was a prize that the library won. It was actually 5 years ago. We received the Jerry Klein Community Impact Prize, which We were the second library ever to receive that prize. The first was the Sacramento Public Library. And the prize came with an award of $250,000. So there is an organization that exists called the Cranston Public Library Association, which is a 501c3 nonprofit foundation that was formed in 2010. And that foundation raises money for the libraries. They have no role in the operations or governance of the library. And so that money was used with the foundation to build an endowment, because we do not get money in this budget. I mean, we have our $4.1 million budget, but we do not receive funds in the operating budget for all the programs that we run every year, summer reading program, all the children's programs, et cetera. So we raise money, fundraise and raise money and write grants for those every year. So the funds that were allocated from that prize, some of it was put in an investment account to build an endowment to be able to use some every year to help offset the cost of the programs that we run, because we do not get the funds for those in our operating budget from the city.
Thank you, Director. Mr. President.
I'm glad the auditor, or the mayor, pointed out the fact that we don't have the ability to cut your budget regardless. The maintenance of effort is just like the school. And I see how your budget is exactly the same in the expenditures as it was before. So I'm pleased that it's that amount. So I won't deliberate a lot. I, like everyone else, share the admiration for the work that you do in the public library. But I'm glad that this is not going to cause us any issue. We cannot cut it, and there has been no increase. So thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Director Schrum.
Thank you, Chair. As was stated, and it's been stated a couple of times, the maintenance of effort, their budget for next year is the same as last year. But I did want the committee to know that they are right on schedule. They're at their total budget for this year that we're currently in is 76.71%. And basically that's where they should be, 77%. So Mr. Gasha has his accounts in line to what was budgeted for last year, and we should end up with a balanced budget for that department.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor.
Director, one last question. The salaries line, it seems that there's a pay increase for the director. With reference to you level funding that, how is that funds put in place if we're level funding the library and you have an increase in your salary?
Yep. So I can answer that question. I maybe was anticipating this after the first hearing. And also very difficult to always talk about yourself, but I did see that news article, and the numbers in that are incorrect. So the salary figure that is listed in that budget will be my salary at the end of this fiscal year, so June 2027. But the number that it says that the increase is taking place, which is close to $7,000, I believe, is incorrect. And that is because the budget that was presented to the city from the previous finance director in FY26 misstated my current salary. It repeated the salary from fiscal 25. So if you notice, there's a flat salary in there for 2 years, when in fact, I had received an increase. So the increase that gets to the salary that is listed now, it was actually spread over 3 fiscal years. It was not this a big lump sum increase. The director of the library actually has an employment contract with the Board of Trustees. I just completed a contract at the end of February and signed a new contract that takes over on March 1st. That keeps me at the library through 2030. So in that contract, there was a small contractual increase. But again, the numbers that were in that news article, if you looked at the budget comparison, it's misstated in that last budget. And I will also just say that in the last contract that I had, there were multiple years that I had voluntarily took a smaller increase than what I was contractually obligated for, because I wanted to make sure we had enough money to support our staff and the operations of the library.
Mr. Roder, I believe you have a follow-up question with that.
When you mean contractual, that's just with the Board of Governors. You're not in a union, are you?
I am not in a union. I have an employment contract with the Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
So can I just,
Mr. President.
just to follow up, not to take a second. So it says, not to put you on the spot, you got approximately a $4,000 raise. Am I correct?
I'm sorry,
I
Council
see
President.
here in our document I'm looking at this year's salary. And it looks to be approximately $4,000 more. Is that correct? I don't want to put you on the spot. but
No,
what
it's
you're
actually
talking about.
not correct. Some of the increase that I received came in this fiscal year because, again, my contracts run March to March. It runs on a hiring cycle. So some of that increase is already into the budget that we're doing now for fiscal 26.
It's awkward and embarrassing, but from our monthly reports, it says you're approximately 124. On this budget that we were given 2 days ago, I got 128. Would that be, which one would be wrong? 124 for last year, 128 for this year,
Correct.
approximately. I'm not gonna-
Correct. But again, in March 2nd, when I signed my new contract, there was a small increase there. So some of that 4,000 is actually in this fiscal year that we're in right now, not next year.
Total honesty, I probably would be looking to cut it if tell you the truth, but seeing your budget is exactly the same as last year, I don't have the power to do that, I believe. Yeah.
Mr. Auditor.
So again, Mr. Gasser, just part of the last question. The budget's the same as last year and you have a pay increase. What expenditures are reduced?
So the other part of your question that you asked me about the salaries is that we we had two positions that one person retired. They were in a library in 2 classifications. So they had been here with us for 39 years. So they left and we were able to bring someone that was already in the library system on board, but at a lower grade. So that reduced our salary line. We had another position that was our technical services systems coordinator, which was originally a classification librarian 3. That person left after 12 years to go be the director of the Greenville Public Library. So we changed that position to not be a librarian classified position, but to be an IT manager. And so between the change in the position and the salary savings from having someone at one of our highest classifications, we realized about a $20,000 savings there. So the salary line that you're seeing here, although reduced, does have, again, an increase for my salary, but also a 2% increase for our library union. But we were able to do that with those reductions. We also have an open position that we did not fill in this budget. So we had one of our librarian 1s is an open position and we had not filled it in this budget. So all of those factors is why you see a level fund budget, but also a reduction in our salary line.
Thank you.
Mayor Trafficante.
Just a quick question, Director. Your state aid, I see where, I'm going back to 2021, it's increased slightly each year. In your particular budget, you basically noted that it's not going to be increased for 2007. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, so the state aid number is based on a formula that calculates 2 years of municipal spending across the state. Also, it has to be funded appropriately by either the governor or the General Assembly, and that's based on a 25% formula of spending for municipal libraries. So this year, the governor level funded that, which means it's actually at 24.1%, not 25. So I do have a resolution, I think that's coming in front of the council on Monday, that we were asking for full funding. If the state aid is fully funded by the General Assembly, the Cranston Public Library will realize an additional $23,000 in revenue.
Mr. Ritz, Councilman Ritz.
Just a few questions that I've had asked of me and some of them myself. So similar to Councilman Bonanno, I do get asked a lot about if we can close some of the smaller libraries. And I just wanted to make sure I understood. So right now we're doing a study to see if that's if it's still necessary to have this many branch locations.
Yeah, I mean, I would advocate that we don't need to close any of them because they're all still vibrant neighborhood libraries. And in fact, the cost savings to closing them probably wouldn't be as great as you would think on some of the smaller buildings, as the staff there is not that big. But we would not want to entertain that without actually doing a study and looking at all the numbers, all the statistics for the past several years, and then looking forward to see what the city needs. So that's hopefully going to happen this fall. I'm looking for grant funding to hire the consultant to do that work. So and that would be part of the community assessment that we're doing to start our new strategic plan.
If we did, I don't know if this question is for you, if we did close a library and that building sold, does that money go back to the city for that sold property?
So the only library in the city that is not owned by the city is the William Hall Library. That library still has a private trust that runs it, and we manage it. We have an operating agreement to manage that library. The other buildings are all sold by the city, and they're under the exclusive control of the Board of Trustees. So if they were sold, that money would go back to the city in some fashion.
In your budget, it doesn't have an overtime line. Is there any overtime?
We have no overtime.
Underperforming periodicals, those type of materials, is that evaluated and do we reduce those? Someone had asked me that.
Yeah, so periodicals is the magazines, newspapers, things like that we purchase. We're constantly evaluating them and cutting ones. It's very interesting in a time where newspaper circulation is down, readership is down. The cost of newspapers is going through the roof, and some of the other major periodicals are going through the roof. So we're constantly looking at those. We look at hundreds of dollars of transactions when we're putting this budget together. So we've cut major newspapers in some of our branches because it was like the New York Times, Boston Globe, even the Providence Journal. Those are going, the cost per year for each of those could be $600, $700, $800 for a subscription. So we definitely evaluate that and cut ones that become too expensive. A lot of the other ones, they're made up of like these $24 subscriptions. So it's not, they're not a huge, but the big ones we evaluate and have definitely cut some of those expenditures.
Is there an opportunity to use more volunteer help? I know you do some volunteers, but is that able to be expanded?
Yeah, so we definitely have our part-time staff, right? We have a lot of part-time help, which in this budget is level funded. So we're definitely going to be going and evaluating our scheduling in every building and making sure we're running lean and mean to not offset that budget, because it was also a minimum wage increase that takes place this January, which would have had us raise salaries, I think to $14 or was it $12? I forget. $16. Wow. And we absorb that cost here. So volunteers, I mentioned that we have the very vibrant teen volunteer program. So that last year we had 380. Adult volunteers are a little more difficult. We do have a program called Homebound Services. So we deliver books and materials to people that are either temporarily or permanently homebound. And the people that drive those materials to those folks are volunteers. Actually, our chair of our board is one of them. And it's actually a really good program because it allows some of those folks don't get the socialization, but they make those relationships with those drivers and get that socialization as well as the books. Having more adult volunteers in the library would kind of take away from our teen volunteer program, and we want to have that opportunity to offer the community service that the Cranston students need to graduate. And it also would actually add more costs for us because of the management. Like we'd have to have somebody who would be managing that volunteer program for adults. And there's certain state statutes that we have to abide by that make some of the more adult volunteers a bit more problematic. We have to do a lot of BCI checks. There's a child safe zone law that we have to abide by at the library. And we want to make sure that whoever's working for us, whether a paid or volunteer capacity, is safe to be around children, right? So we have not really thought to expand the adult volunteers more because we didn't want to take away from the children's, the teen volunteers, and also just those added costs that would be involved.
I mean, kind of my other thoughts were, I appreciate you sending in a level funded bundle here too, budget rather, excuse me. And I have questions for the senior center, with programming stuff like that. So, I had hoped, even though it's level funded, maybe you could help us take on some more stuff. Maybe there's some senior programs with adjusted hours there that we can move over to the library. And I know there's a surplus potentially there to, so the landscaping, everything that involves with the library maintenance and the outside of the building, that's managed through the library. That's not the city.
Well, this is the first year. We've been asked this year for this budget to take over our landscaping and our snow plowing that previously was handled by the city department since 2007. When there was if you remember the economic downturn in 2007, there was some cuts to state aid to cities and towns in the middle of the fiscal year. During that time, the previous administration had said we would take over that responsibility, but we're going to eliminate a line item we had in the budget for landscaping and snow removal. So that's been a city function since 2007. So we're asked to do that now again. We've started building it into the budget, mainly the landscaping, because we already did our process, so that number aligns to what I put in for that. The snow is going to be, we don't know. I've never had to be in control of it, and then hopefully we will not have the snow we had this last year. So again, that's why that number is a bit uncertain. So the trustees are authorizing me to use the reserve fund to pay for that, at least for the short term, while we figure out what the ongoing cost is going to be to build it into the budget.
I guess my last question is, so, you know, if we were to tighten up things and the surplus grew even more, is in the board agreed, potentially they could give that money back to the city if we created a surplus by tightening things up, or would it just stay in there? I just didn't know how it worked with.
I'm
with
sorry,
that
could you
fund.
repeat that question?
So if we're able to build that reserve up to $400,000 and the board agreed, could that money be given back to the city if we tried other reductions here?
If we increase the reserve fund, yeah, it's kind of a restricted fund for library operations. We typically do not let it grow that big because we, excuse me, spend it again periodically on building maintenance issues. Because this stuff pops up that we, in the middle of the year, that you don't have the money in our budget for, and we don't have, and they don't rise to level of going out to the capital budget to bid. So that's where a lot of the reserve funds are spent. So we've not let it really get over. It probably hasn't been over 200,000 is probably where the cap's been for the longest time. This is actually a little bit larger than it's been right now than in a while. So that's again, it's why we're able to use the snow removal. You did ask a question about senior services. I know you'll talk to my fellow director. We actually do partner with the senior center quite frequently. We have a library in the senior center. We have done partnered programs in the past, and I'm sure if there's something that we could do to further do that to help reduce costs, we would be happy to do that.
Councilman Bonanno.
One last question. I should have asked this earlier. I apologize. I know the central library is the only one that's open on Sundays, correct?
Correct.
And would there be any cost savings not opening on Sundays in the future?
So the budget we have for Sunday hours is $26,000. That's it. Typically, we open right after Columbus Day through May. There's always some snow days in there. So there's always a little bit of savings. Because if it's going to be a storm, I'm not going to open the library for 4 hours. We were able in this level fund budget through some of the things that I had mentioned earlier, make the decisions to have as little impact as possible on the public. If we have to either make further cuts or in future years make adjustments, Sunday hours would definitely be on the table for a cut, as would be branch hours could be reduced, things like that. But in this budget, we intend on opening Sundays, and the Sunday hours actually are very popular. We have several hundred people that come into the building on Sundays, even when we're only open for 4 hours, and they come in and a lot of people are studying and they don't have a quiet place to do that. So it's actually a very busy building even on Sunday afternoons.
Councilman Campobiano.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna circle back to what Councilman Rich says about closing buildings. What is the traffic like in the senior center?
So the senior center library is probably our least used facility. It's 550 square feet. So it's a very small room. We have collections there for all ages. So there's a children's collection, adult collection. But to be perfectly honest with you and frank, that library does not serve that neighborhood as well as a larger library would, right? So there's seniors that use it. Some people from the community come in and use it. We've had on the comprehensive plan and in our strategic plan for longer than I've actually been the director, and that's 14 years, to try to build a bigger library facility in that neighborhood when it's possible. The senior center where it's located actually used to be the Auburn Library. And in the 70s, the library board of trustees gave that building to the city and they knocked it down to put the senior center with the understanding there would always be a library there. Clearly the economics in the city now are not such that we could actually open a new library, but we do know that a lot of the people that live in that neighborhood have transportation issues. We know the economics of a lot of the residents in that area, and they can't get to the central library because our public transportation does not have cross town. So we would definitely like to have better library facilities, but so definitely our least used building by far. But the cost to us is actually, the cost is kind of negligible because since it's part of the senior center, we're just paying for the salary and the books. The electricity and everything else is paid for by senior services. They would continue to have to do that if it wasn't a library, because it'd still be part of their building for something else. So yes, it's not used as well as we would like, but also the cost is fairly negligible to run.
I asked that question because I thought maybe from a business standpoint, maybe we can turn it from a library to some type of revenue stream. Maybe we can have programs in there or something where it's small enough where you can heat it and air condition it. Maybe exercise programs, maybe bingo, I don't know, but maybe there's a way to utilize it more efficiently than we do now.
Yeah. I mean, if the senior center has those types of programs, I'm sure, Director Craddock can talk more about this, but they have those, I think, in other parts of the building. So I would have to research that idea. I'm not sure how much revenue, if we would definitely lose library services to the senior center if we did that. And a lot of the people that go to the senior center maybe are not able to get to the central library. So having them have, library services in that small space, I think is still warranted.
All right, and I got one last question. I got one last question. Obviously, you said you're responsible for the upkeep of the buildings. What's the conditions of the buildings throughout the city? Are there any big red flags we need to be concerned about?
No, actually, I think our library buildings are in real good condition. The Central Library, although built in 1983, is in excellent condition. Over the last 14 years, we put a new roof on it. We put new HVAC systems in there. We renovated the bathrooms. At our other buildings, like the Knightsville Library, again, we put a new roof there. We put new HVAC. Currently on the capital budget from last year, we're still working on this, but there was money in our bond account left over from other projects. So we'll be redoing the bathrooms at the Auburn Library. And I think the biggest, and so in our capital budget hearing, when the planning commission, we had actually needed to put a new RT1 roof unit on the Central Library, very large part of the HVAC. But we are lucky that we are working on a grant through the city, working in conjunction with their mayor's office on what they're calling a community municipal library grant that is coming from the governor's pandemic recovery office using leftover money from the Learn 365. So Cranston is being allocated a little more than $210,000 for that for use of our library. So we're in the sub-award phase right now. We had 4 phases of application processes that I've been working on. So we were able to get the approximately $85,000 that rooftop unit is going to cost part of that grant. You may be aware that for I think the last 8 or 9 years, we've needed to upgrade across the city radio boxes at all of our fire stations. The $50,000 for that project at the library, all of our library buildings, is part of this grant. So we're constantly looking for grant funding to fund as many of these building improvements as we need. The only major one that is still kind of outstanding is at the William Hall Library. That library needs a new elevator. The elevator is probably, the elevator maintenance company say we need to replace it in the next 8 to 10 years, but we've been spending significant money repairing it over the last few years. So we added that as an out year to the capital budget this year, and definitely something I'm actually looking at grant funding for. I actually have a grant in mind that I'm going to apply for in July to hopefully cover the approximately $125,000 to fully replace that elevator as well. So I would say our buildings are in really good condition.
I am impressed. We're constantly told about the aging infrastructure throughout the city, especially with the schools and other city buildings. And for the maintenance of that building and the condition of those buildings, I must commend you and your people. It's absolutely impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Haroy.
Thank you, Director, for being here on a Saturday and the job you're doing. It clearly shows. You've mentioned grants. How many have you received this year? Have you received any besides the one you just mentioned of?
So yeah, so I spent a lot of time working on grant applications. Some of them, like this one, go through the library through the city since it's a municipal grant. Others go through our foundation that I mentioned earlier because it's a 501c3, and a lot of grants you need that 501c3 status. So we've applied for grants this year anywhere between $500 to, again, this is the largest at $210,000. So wow, I just was reporting on this. I think that this year we've received, I probably applied for at least 15 different grants at varying sizes and received about 10 of them. Again, some of them could be as small as $500, which are helping fund our summer reading program. Again, the biggest one is this $210,000 one, and we have other pending ones like the one I mentioned, which I'm planning on applying to the Champlin Foundation for that elevator. They're very supportive of libraries, and again, another grant through the Rhode Island Foundation that we're applying for to pay for the consultant for the study.
Who writes the grants for your department?
I do.
Do you use the city grant writer at all?
Not typically. I have fairly good experience writing grants from my previous career. So I typically write them myself. The award that I mentioned earlier, the Klein Award, when we had to put a comprehensive application in to submit for that, the city grant writer at the time and I wrote that together. So that was a really extensive application. So the grant writer helped me in that. I'm always willing to talk to the city council grant writer if they see opportunities that may fit with the library. But as of right now, I write them all.
Thank you for doing that. And you research and look for grants on your own.
Yeah, I consider it part of my job to be able to go out. Again, we don't, even with the generous funding we get from the city and the state, we don't get that money to run our programs. So I'm constantly every year having to fundraise and write grants to pay for all of our programs. So I just consider that part of my job to be out there doing that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Council Vice President.
All right,
Well
let's
done.
end with Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I echo everyone's sentiment. We appreciate hard work and your staff's hard work for the libraries. I want to be quick because we need to move on, but how sustainable is it that you continue to do snow removal and landscaping with your like small reserve of $145,000? I think that's unrealistic, especially if you need building maintenance. And also, I know the William Hall Library this year was used for parking, additional parking. So wouldn't that force the city to do that for you anyway, at least at William Hall?
So Councilwoman, the using the reserve fund is not sustainable. It's a short-term fix that we can do for a year or two while we figure out how much snow is going to cost, because again, we've never had to have that expense in my 14 years as the director. So it's kind of hard. And it came at a time where we haven't had a chance to research and go out to bid to see what it would be like. So definitely a short-term fix. Level funding our budget for more than 1 year is kind of unsustainable as well, because as we've talked about in other departments and at your own homes, all of our costs are increasing. Utilities, tipping fees, even the cost of books is going up because the cost to produce and publish is being affected by some of the stuff going on in the Middle East, because those printing presses use an oil-based product and they can't get it. So all of our costs are going through the roof. So after FY27, if we were to continue to be level funded, we would have to make reductions in the budget in some way that would potentially affect the public services that we have. As far as the snow removal at William Hall, so since the William Hall Library is, again, privately owned with a private trust, one of the parts of the operating agreement that we've had in place since the 70s with that trust is that they handle all snow removal and landscaping for that building. So there's no cost to the city for landscaping, which is probably the biggest property we have, right? So there's no cost to the city for landscaping at William Hall Library nor snow removal. We did work with the mayor's office this year to allow overnight parking during the storms at William Hall, which we had never done before. And I was hoping that it would not cause an issue with the plow companies, that they wouldn't charge the trust additional money by having to, work around cars. And we were able to make some adjustments by blocking off certain areas to give them access to plow into the backyard without cars being in there. So in this year, in those two major storms, there was not any additional cost to the Hall Trust, but there was no cost to the city for the landscaping or the snow removal on that building.
Could you give me 1 second, Director Renzulli? You have something?
I was just going to let Councilwoman Graziano know that if the city is making, we work with Mr. Garsha very well, and that's why we used William Hall, because we knew that it was going to get plowed and we could utilize our plows to do the other lots. But if we want to have lots available on that side of the city, that's the lot that we have to use. So we're trying to all work together. And if it was in the future, if Mr. Garsha needed to be level funded, just like any of the other departments here, sometimes we have to make cuts in order to all function. So Mr. Garsha works very, very well with the mayor's office. And this is just, we're trying out them doing their plowing and their landscaping. But if it doesn't work out, we'll readjust again.
Continue, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess I get it, and I want everyone to be making cuts, and that's the goal here. But I guess I just want on the record, I don't think it's sustainable for the future. I think it's a huge cost. And all departments are doing raises, and here we are trying to squeeze this money out. So I guess I don't feel awesome about it. Maybe for this year, it's okay, but I just want to put it on the red flag it.
Thank you, Director. I think that's it. So I think we're good. We're up, planning.
Thank you very much.
Planning's account number 1109. Group number, it is a small package, page 13.
Director, thank you for coming. You have the opportunity to address the committee. If not, we'll go right into questions. It's up to you.
Sure. Good morning, City Councilors. I'm Beth Ashman, your Planning Director. And in front of you, you have a budget submitted for 2027 with a 12% decrease in department expenses. And in March, the City Plan Commission enacted a 25% increase in the fees we charge developers. This is achieved through a number of ways. One of them is by continuing to not fill the position of senior planner. And another way we haven't really felt the pain of leaving that position vacant yet is that I've really hustled to bring in $227,000 in money for staff and consulting to subsidize our operations and help the planning department plan. You know, not just review development proposals, but plan. And I don't see a path to stable municipal finances without smart growth. And for that, we have work to do in the planning department. And in the name of time, I'm just going to go straight to questions with that.
Okay. Let's start with the President. Mr. President.
Listen, first, I appreciate, I mean, right off, we've got what, a 10%, a little better than 10% cut in your budget. So you're on the right track, certainly. Are there raises in this? You cut staff or do you say you cut staff or you didn't fill a position?
No, we're not, in this budget, we're not filling either the senior plan position. So when Director Pizzullo left and we never backfilled that FTE. I was elevated, but there's a senior planner position that we didn't backfill. And there's also in the budget, a zoning enforcement position that we're not going to fill. I know people comment about how we don't do enforcement in the city, but that position's been left vacant for a number of years.
So I point out in the expenditures also that it seems like you're doing, I guess, the proverbial, which I always think is such cliche, you know, more with less, which is almost impossible.
Well, the state funding helps, and I've reaped, you know, like Director Garcia, I have a background in grants management, and I've really pursued a number of in-kind and cash information awards for the city from the Office of Energy Resources, the Green Infrastructure Center, Grow Smart Rhode Island, RIPTA for the Safe Streets Action Plan. There is a little, you know, am I worried about being able to deliver on this budget in the long term? Yeah, I mean, every department is feeling the cuts, and we are too. And you know, I have a staff person whose contract is not paid for by the city. You don't see it in this budget, but he's been working for me for 2 years, and his contract ends in September. And he's really allowed us to keep functioning at the full level without that senior planner position being filled.
Okay. And as I see, you know, I'm just looking at your salary. Your salary is down about, you know, 40 grand. You went down. I see your overtime has been cut by about $4,000. So you feel comfortable, like I'm gonna quit it. Yes, this is the direction I want you to go. You feel comfortable with this budget, though? Is that what I'm hearing, or no, you do not?
Absolutely. I feel really confident in my team that we're going to give you all our energy, all our curiosity, and all of our attention to really continue to up our game in the planning department. What actually worries me more in some of our partner organizations, I worry long-term about underfunding stormwater management, I know that's not my department, and building inspections, also not my department.
We're gonna
Build-
talk to them, don't worry.
But building inspections is directly tied to planning. We have to build, and I don't see any way we can work together to build our way out of this if we don't get ahead of that. And with stormwater management, it's a little painful to watch. There's a lot of money out there to help us change course in terms of how we manage stormwater in the city. But that water is just going to flow through our fingers if we don't have enough professional staff to go out and get those grants and manage those grants. You can't take advantage of outside resources unless you have the professional staff who really are on their game to go ahead and utilize those resources.
Just so I'm hearing it, we kind of went to another department.
I
You are
did, sorry,
comfortable-
and you'll
you are
remember that.
comfortable- I just want to hear it. I am comfortable with this budget.
I am comfortable with this
overtime, and I'm
budget.
comfortable with this salary. That's what I want to know. And I haven't looked at your revenues yet, but it sounds like they're good because you got a lot of.
And I'm committed to working collaboratively with other departments
Thank
to
you.
make it all work, even if we've all taken a cut.
Thank you.
Director
No more
Strong.
questions.
Yes, when I look at the budget for next year, it looks like it's down approximately 64,000, almost 65,000. And currently, what that department is running right now is approximately 14% under budget, which would be about 70,000. So what she's running currently to what it's proposed for next year, looks like it's right on target.
Mr. Roden.
Director, I just want to clarify one thing. When you give your opening, you said that you potentially can raise $200,000, or did I?
No, I said that in March, the City Plan Commission increased the fees we charge developers and homeowners for building by 25%.
Okay. The reason I asked the question is obviously you're running under the budgeted number for the current year. And it has been reduced in the current budget, but I misunderstood
Oh, yeah, the
what you had said.
$200,000 I referred to is money that provides staffing. I sign the timesheets, people get paid, but you don't see it in this budget. And I also have $80,000 in a contract. Rhode Island Housing is paying Kittleson Group to do amazing work for us on our transit-oriented development zone, which is, I think, the biggest project we have underway that's going to allow us to have more flexibility and bring in more economic development and more housing to the city, you know, really moving away from this patchwork of this area is only industrial, this is only commercial, this is only residential, to allow more mixed use along some of our corridors that have a mix of use today, but our zoning regulations don't mirror the mix of use that we have today. Like the future of Elmwood Avenue is not mostly industrial. And we hold those properties back from being redeveloped through the regulations that we have in place. We need, we've done a rewrite of our subdivision ordinances and updated them. And I know the city council's enacted zoning ordinance updates, and you've also passed a number of specific development project zone changes that allow developers to build things that are going to pay more taxes in our city. And our work through work with Kittleson and TOD is going to help us move beyond just some of those spot individual, we rezone it for one property owner, but on a little more large scale, rewrite our development ordinances to be in line with our vision of the city. And there's also a lot of time spent on, it's very difficult to build infill housing in our older neighborhoods in the city of Cranston right now. And we're working collaboratively to try to smooth that process to allow neighborhood consistent infill development in our B1 and B2 zones. I think that would help bring in more dollars. I mean, that's the case where you're bringing in more taxpayers, but you're not extending roads or sewers or any of those other things that scale expenses for the city.
Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you for the hard work you do. I think myself and at the time, Councilman Renzulli could attest to the disruption that was in that office. And I was instrumental in trying to get that senior planner in because we were told that it was a necessary and be done. And you've done more with less. And I really appreciate that and what you're doing for the city. You're going above and beyond. And I just wanted to make that statement and thank you for all of that.
Thank you. And I have a really good team, professional team in the planning office.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
I'd like to second that. Thank you for doing it, and thank you for also pointing out that your team is working so hard also. We appreciate all you're doing. You did mention grants. Do you look for your own grants, or is the city grant writer look for them?
I mostly look for my own grants. We did get a small grant to do some historic research on the Garden City that the grant writer wrote for me. And that was something that sort of landed on my lap. The idea predated me, but yeah, I read the newsletters about what's coming out there. One of the limitations is I can only pursue grants that have no match requirement because I don't have any reserve fund to draw on to do match. So like, and this again leads into public works. There's a lot of money on the streets right now for safe streets improvements, but they all require match. So
Doesn't have any money for
no,
matching right now.
this is not the year. This is not the year.
I don't know if this is quick, if I'll get in trouble. You did mention that in getting building inspections makes your difficult job difficult if they're not done. Did I hear that correct?
Yeah, and they bring in $2.7 million that we charge developers, and we're not, that money is to fund a department that does a critical role. And we're basically pulling money out of there. And you can't get good customer service with a department that's that far understaffed. I have tremendous respect for the individuals in that department, but we need them to be better staffed so they can be more responsive and get a chance to breathe and explain things to people that they work with. Because if, customer service goes out the window if you have no time.
Thank you. And thank you for your outlook being so positive, because mine's not the same on that department.
Yeah, I'm gonna recommend them to go to Parks Department or something, but Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I agree with Councilman Capabiano and Vice President Haroyan. I think that the planning department has come a long way. I'm super appreciative of the work you've done. I've sat in on a few of the planning hearings, and I'm grateful for your team. I will say thank you for being proactive about grants. I think that every single department in the city of Cranston who hasn't told us that they've gotten a grant, and they have, we want to hear about it, because Beth is showing you guys up if you're not going out and getting grants, because that's what you should be doing. She's funding a whole staff person with that. That being said, can you get that grant again for that staff person?
Not that specific program, but I'll be on the lookout for the next opportunity.
Okay, and how significantly will it affect you once you lose that person September 1st?
We're going to make it work. I mean, one of the things that gets put down, we always have to do our plan review and the sort of customer service for people walking the door. That has to happen. And what sometimes gets delayed is planning, comp plan works, some of the more long-term stuff, but we will balance that. And this is a tough year for the city. And you have very hard decisions to make, and I appreciate that. And we will do our best with what we have. And we also now, there's no member of the planning department who's been here much more than 2 years, but we're now up to, we've really, it takes time. I've been in this role for just since April last year. It takes time to get up to speed, but I feel like we're up to speed, and we're gonna keep exceeding expectations.
Great, I appreciate that, and I thank you. I want to say that we need a zoning enforcement officer. We can't get by without one, and I would be an advocate of, probably not this year, but we need to fund it, even if it's part-time. I don't care if it's part-time, but that is something that we need to fund. I don't know, we'll talk about building department later. Stormwater, I am 100% agreement. Some of the issues are that planning department, just for the public, planning department grants subdivision site plans, and then there's no oversight by the city. And we potentially have subdivisions, if they're private, where their catch basins aren't managed, their stormwater infrastructure isn't managed, no one's checking it, no one's holding them accountable. And that's a huge problem when we are reporting to the EPA annually. And so we really need on like on the ground boots for construction. And that is something that the city needs desperately. We're allowing, private subdivisions to go unaccountable, new commercial development, new industrial development. So it's a huge issue, but thank you for keeping your budget under down.
Mayor Trafficante.
Director, you did a good job up until you said something, which kind of caught my attention. You say you don't have the staff to pursue resources. Would you elaborate on that a little more?
I specifically said that the city, not my department, in stormwater management doesn't have the resources to pursue grants. So I guess one of the things maybe I'm a very collaborative person. I'm working with other departments and we depend on each other. So maybe it is little out of line for me to highlight a need that's not in the planning department, but it does affect our ability to grow the tax base. And to do so in a way where the impacts of new development are less than the development you already have.
Have you brought this to the attention to any other departments?
This is not news. This is not news. And we are working collaboratively. We have a FEMA grant right now for buying out some flood prone properties. It's not that we're doing nothing, but there is so many things we can't even apply for the money because we can't, there's certain things you have to do and those things are on the front burner. And if you can't cover that, you can't take the time to pursue other opportunities like grants.
In your budget, it says here, payment for one college level course is mandated by union contract. Clarify that. What does that mean?
So that there's no money allocated in our budget for that right now, but it is anticipated that it's in the union contract, as you say, that someone could take a planning course. The positions in our planning department all require a master's degree in planning or a related field, except for the planner technician role. And traditionally, the person who takes the position of planner technician is a planner in training and will pursue graduate level courses to become a planner. Because that's the one stepping stone position that allows us to have future planners.
But if it's a union contract, how come it wasn't funded?
It's been a number of years since an employee has requested that. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I mean, that's something, is that clause in the Teamsters contract specific to the planning department? I'm not sure it is.
I'm just reading what's in the book here. It says
it's
mandated by union contract.
Yeah, so we may get a request from an employee to take a college course and we'll shuffle things around if we have to. And other than salary, the expenses in this department budget are what's shown here is very minimal. There's not much to move around.
I want you to know that I truly enjoy the collaboration with the college that you had that display. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
Very educational.
Councilman Ritz.
Couple things, I appreciate, all your hard work there, and I was on the planning commission before, so I appreciate someone coming in with going to yes instead of before it used to always be a no, and, responsible development, and, I appreciate everything you're doing there. I was wondering if there's any opportunity with internships to kind of help with your workload, if that makes any
So
sense?
I at the recommendation of Michael Favicchio, Director Favicchio, I applied for the state government internship program. And this semester we had a URI student doing an internship. We have another person coming in this summer. Again, they're getting paid. They're either getting credit or pay, and it's not coming from us. So this last semester we had two errands. So there's a co-op student who's an architecture student from Wentworth, and then a political science student from URI.
Councilman Bonanno.
Councilman Ritz stole my question. But I would like to commend your staff. As a former chair of the zoning board, I could tell you that personally, and I know the zoning board relies very much on what you produced for us to make informed decisions on the zoning board. And I know that that's continuing and probably improving. So the work that you do is very valuable. I think that one of the ways that we can begin to, and you mentioned this, one of the ways we can begin to improve the financial climate in our city is to develop and to develop responsibly. And your office is responsible for that. So, you know, keep up the good work. I hope that that will continue to occur and that we can build our tax base based on the work that you guys continue to do. Thank you.
Yeah, I look forward to working with you to keep building responsibly.
Director, I'm a huge fan of the planning department. I believe you guys are understaffed and you're doing an incredible job. But my question is, can your office handle administrative modifications if we were to cut the red tape and take that and maybe a couple other things away from the planning commission and move them to your office to basically do it administratively instead of waiting 4 months, 3 hearings, 3 continuances at the commission level to move it to your office? Can your office handle that?
You know, we're pretty dynamic. You know, there have been a lot of changes in state law and we've made adjustments in our processes to catch up with that. And we will continue to be open to things. When I see a developer, you know, if we're wasting $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 in their money just through our delays and processes, not in any way that changes the outcome or the decision, but just by being slow, that really hurts us because that's part of our reputation as a place to build and invest.
And the next question is, as you see our neighboring, the capital city, it's no secret, a lot of their investors, builders are going to start moving this way. What is your projection for this coming year and into next? What are you forecasting the volume coming this way? Because I believe, and I would say this because I'm pretty sure people have already gone to your office. That's why I'm asking this.
Yeah, we city permitted 158 new housing units in 2025. We're running ahead of last year in terms of people who come in and ask. But you know, a lot of people come in to ask if they can develop something on their lot, and we explain our rules, and the answer is often no. The number of applications that we receive is a fraction of the number of people who would like to build.
And I want to apologize because, you know, I like to cut red tape, but I guess we have some red tape here because I submitted a few ordinances that we're still waiting on about unmerging and reducing the size to build multifamily lots that we desperately need. So I want to apologize to you personally for not bringing that to the table now, but I really want to thank you for coming here and I really want you to keep up the good work. So.
And those ordinances would save staff time for the planning department, which we could use to, we could dedicate to looking at modifications and some other ideas for streamlining things.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. No further questions. Wait. The mayor wants to finish.
Chair, it says capital budget also, just planning and capital budget. Are we discussing that?
Yep, we're gonna go right into capital budget, I guess. Do we have anything for it?
I did look like I was gonna leave.
Is capital budget yours?
But yes, let's flip over to the capital budget. It's page 28 in the small version.
All right, does anybody have any questions? Mayor, the floor is yours. Director Renzulli, you have something to say?
Yes, we are going through the capital budget right now, the whole thing, yes?
No, just.
No? Just
for this
planning in
department,
the
just
capital
planning,
budget?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there is no planning in the capital budget.
All right, then what are
So-
we doing? All right, okay, we're all set, thank you.
No
Director.
capital request from
It was
planning.
on the agenda, okay. Next up, I don't know if they're here on inspections and standards? Building inspections? Going once? Going twice?
He
Director
sent a
Renzulli?
memo. Oh, is it Stan?
Oh, is he online? All right, yeah, sure. Director, are you online?
Let's give him a moment.
1111 inspections. Page 13 in the small book.
I don't know that that's Director Pikel. I think that's somebody.
No,
else.
it's not.
All right, so is anybody here from building inspections?
Can you repeat the page? I'm sorry.
1111.
Thank you. No, yeah, thank you.
So then Nicole, get back up. Was she gonna say something?
Director Renzulli, are you going to say anything about our missing director?
I think that you guys all received the same thing that I have in front of me. So I can't speak, I can't really answer questions for this department. What?
No, I know. Can I see that, what he sent, please?
Mr. Chair, do you think we should read that into the record?
Yes.
No, it's, to be honest with you, I don't want to read it into the record. It's something very old. He has a council committee membership that's
No,
outdated.
the letter from him was the only thing I was asking. If it's not appropriate, you're the chair. I'm just.
No, you know what? I don't even want to read it. I think it's disrespectful that this person didn't come in. I specifically told this person that we will make adjustments for him to come up early, and I believe this is a slap in the face. This department is, we understand it's very underfunded, but there's a lot of double dipping in this department. There's a lot of errors in this department, and this department is holding our city back. And we cannot move forward because of this department. So I am not gonna entertain anything read in the record. I just feel it's very disrespectful. I'll let any other council people say anything if they can. I will start with our president.
Thank
yours, Mr.
Thank
President.
Mr. Chairman. Listen, everybody knows this process can be inconvenient for all of us to come in. I understand that. I certainly do. But if you're a head of a department, I think one of your obligations as a leader in the city government, you have an obligation to come in. So I share the chair's concern and unhappiness that the director is not here, because we certainly do have questions that only he could answer. So I think we should still look at the numbers. It's up to the chair entirely, or we could look to, if none of the other people have questions. I certainly, listen, I'm gonna form my own opinions of what the outline items are as to do with expenses and cuts, certain. But I personally, I just think it's irresponsible not to come in, and it wasn't like, I can see the reasoning. It's unacceptable, flat out. Thank you.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
I think it's extremely disrespectful. We did receive the email. I can say myself, I'm very unsatisfied with this department. I have not seen good results out of it, nor with the customer service or the way anyone is treated. I think it's disrespectful to the department heads that came here today to take their time up while they sit and wait for their department to be heard for us to discuss somebody that no-showed. So I am totally against taking this budget up right now. I think we need to move on to the people that took time out of their Saturday.
Councilman Trafficani, Mayor Trafficani.
Yeah. As you all know, he works for the mayor of the city of Cranston. He doesn't work for the city council. So it's up to the mayor to do the disciplining. You're absolutely correct. He should have been here. It's his obligation to be here as a director of a department. I'd say let's move on. Let's go to the people that are here, let's not hold them up any further and let's discipline him when he comes before us in the future.
If he were to come up. Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you, Councilman Andujar. I will say that I'm disappointed that a department head couldn't show up to this meeting. I agree with the rest of the council members that there are multiple department heads sitting here all day to be heard. Especially when the chair said that they could take him first on the meeting. We meet pretty early in the morning. I can't imagine that you're completely busy during 9 to 4 or make other arrangements for our Thursday night meeting. I'm happy to take up the building inspections like the president noted, but I would ask that we be respectful to the other people waiting here and take it at the end of the meeting. If you do want to take it up, or we won't take it up, I'm happy to do whatever.
Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you. And I do not deserve credit for this, but I have 3 jobs. This is one of them. I have a full-time job and I have another part-time job. I was supposed to work from 9 to 4 today. And until late last night, I was supposed to teach and I was making arrangements to be here because this is important. So that's what we're supposed to do, especially when we're facing a $10 million shortfall. So that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be here. You know, we all sign up for these jobs and occasionally we have to work on a Saturday. I'm disappointed. I know Stanley Pike well, and I am disappointed. But I do want to say that there are shining stars in that department. So let us not condemn the entire department. For instance, I will mention a first name. Her name is Jana. She is a shining star in that department, and the whole department shouldn't be condemned here. With that being said, I think we should move on to people who have been waiting.
Yeah, I will move on right after I get a clarity because I just can't figure out what the director or sub-director, I know there's somebody or there's the position there that's the head and not the head. I just want that read into the record, what that differential is to see what we could possibly save.
I think Tracy just came up and sat down because she wants to go.
This chair is more comfortable than the bench. Good morning. How are you? I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for coming. Can you please clarify what's going on over here with these salaries?
Yes. The building official position is vacant. And so Mr. Peichel is filling in as acting building official. He gets a $25,000 differential annually for that position. And
On top of his current salary?
that's correct, $89,000.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Noted for the record. All right, moving on to City Clerk. Welcome, Director. How's everything? You have the option of giving us a statement or just going right into questions?
I don't really have a statement per se. There are just a couple things I wanted to.
Well,
point out
addressing the
that
committee, that's what I
noticed- I noticed in the budget. So if you can go to, I have the short packet. I didn't get the big one. So in the short packet, it's on page 5 and it's the detail revenues under group 1105. And it's line item 42121 Sunday sales license. In the short packet, page 5, under revenues, detail revenues. Halfway down the page, page 5. Let me know when everybody's got it so I can. You good? Okay. So I just want to point out that there was a change to Rhode Island General Law, Title 5, Chapter 23, to the Sunday sales, which is actually was changed long ago to a holiday sales. And we're no longer going to be issuing those licenses, so that $3,000 in revenue should be really zeroed out. It's not a lot, but I just wanted to point that out. The other things I wanted to point out is 42141 and 42142, which are advertising for licensing and probate. The revenue is budgeted at 5,000. The expense at 3,000 for the license advertising. The probate advertising, the revenue is budgeted at 15,000 and the expense is budgeted at 14,000. There's not much difference there, but these really should be balanced accounts because these are ads that the applicant or the petitioner pays for. The only time the city bears the expense is if for some reason the ad was run wrong or something like that, and we need to do it and we need to absorb the cost. So I just wanted to, by
Can I-
way of explanation.
So where should we change it on the revenue side or should we change it on the expense side, do you think?
I think if anything, the
understand that,
expense
but-
should be higher than the revenue because the revenue coming in is what we're getting from the applicant,
Okay.
which is the actual cost. The expense could be higher if we potentially had to rerun. it. So it would happen more with the license advertising where we ran an ad and, perhaps we had to,
No,
there was some
yeah,
type of
I
error in
understand.
it
I
and we
just-
had to rerun
When it's
it.
time
So
for amendments, I want to know which way you
Yeah,
think
I
it should
would-
be amended.
I think the expenses should be slightly higher than the revenue just to give us that little cushion in case we have to run an ad at our own cost.
Mr. Auditor.
So I just want to bring one point as a clarification. There is a pay increase for the director. But in last year's budget, we had given a pay increase to her position and it was a 6-month pay increase. So what seems to be a larger percentage pay increase is one of those that has an anomaly. It has an additional 6 months annually plus whatever percentage was put in. So it is not a pay increase of the percentage or the amount that you may see. It is actually a full year of last year's pay increase and whatever that was put in for directors.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor.
Let's begin with Mayor Trafficante.
Madam Director, you're losing, how many people are in the department for
3 full-time employees.
3 full-time?
Yes.
Have you received word from the administration or the mayor or the mayor's office that those positions will be filled?
I've not received any formal confirmation. No, I've had discussions with the personnel director where we've discussed, potential replacements and things like that. But I've not had a conversation with the administration at all about whether or not those positions will be filled and when and how.
In your opinion, are those positions needed?
Absolutely. I became city clerk March 1st, 2023, and since then, my office has pretty much been run short staff. Shortly after I started, the licensing clerk left to go over to the municipal court. We were short staffed then. We hired an employee who didn't work out. We hired another one to replace. That employee needed an extended leave of absence. And now, then I had 2 retirements and only one of them was replaced. I took a part-time employee that just recently went full-time. So to answer your question without all the detail, yes, each of those positions is necessary to run the city clerk's office.
Yeah, now, in the budget, Mayor, 6 positions are listed in the budget as funded. Even
Yes.
though they're not filled, but they are listed as funded positions.
I was just curious whether she received word that they will be filled, rather than remain vacant. That's
Yeah.
why I asked.
It's my understanding that those are going to be filled. They are budgeted. Last fiscal year, my budget represented 6 full-time positions and 2 part-time clerical. This year, it represents 6 full-time positions and it looks like just 1 clerical, which we can, I think I'll be doing some restructuring and we can live without that second part-time clerical person. I don't foresee that as being an issue. We can
Thank you.
absorb that.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at, there is an increase in the salary line. Geez, my eyes are getting worse as I sit here, by approximately $9,000. Are those mostly, now, is there or is there not a raise in your salary?
There is a 3% raise for my salary and then the rest are union contractual obligations.
So the sad truth is, and I'll say what I said just about to every director, I probably are gonna be looking to cut any director level salary increases. It has no reflection, how highly I think of the job that you do. The union is another story. Those are contractual.
Of course.
But which is 3% is not a large raise. I realize, I know the figure, but
No, and to be honest, Mr. President, I anticipated when I received the budget packet that, the directors weren't going to receive 3% increases. And as long as that's reflected across the board, and I completely understand.
As you listen to the proceedings, I was quite surprised they were in there too. I understand the sentiment behind it, but in this financial climate, it probably couldn't. But I am hearing that all those positions are going to be filled because, and I think it's very important, the clerk's office is a vital part of the city. It is one of the few offices that it brings in a great deal of revenue comparatively. So people come into your office every day, and they expect that service, and it is a necessary thing with licenses, death certificates, documents, et cetera, et cetera. You know so much more than I do on it. So it is going to be important. I know I've spoken to Director Favicchio, and I know you've had conversations as well.
Yes.
That they're definitely going to have to be filled, and there is no intention, not to belabor the point, to not fill those. I want to get that. Okay, that's all I have at this time.
Councilman Campobiano? You talk to me. Councilwoman Haroy.
Being safety check person, I deal with your office sometimes 5 days a week.
Yep.
And your licensing clerk is extremely valuable. I'm sad she's leaving us.
As am I.
My question was, I was actually going to reach out to you and sit with you this week. I would like to know our licensing fee, the amount of work she does to get some of these licenses, and the surrounding towns seem to have higher licensing fees than us. I'm looking to know if any of the licensing fees, according to the work she put in, especially liquor licenses, private detective licenses, Victorin licenses, if we are fair across the board to the city with our fees. So that's something I'm definitely looking into. I feel like the amount of work being done is unbelievable. I did notice some big is here too. The peddler one I had questions about. I need to put on my. There's some questions here, and the peddler license seems to. Let me see. I have a big notebook pad from when I met with you. That's changing. We expect no, wait a minute. Peddler is.
Peddler is 0.
Yeah, that's because we don't charge anymore, right?
The city has not been issuing those licenses.
And what's going on with this dog license? 12,600 down to 8,000? Was that projected this year wrong?
I did not provide any input on those projections. I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to answer that incorrectly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I see lots of dogs in my neighborhood. And the auto repair license, I know I'm a stickler on, but how is that going from 10 to 6.5 when I just spent months calling them between us? Are we having less auto repair businesses in Cranston? I'm really concerned with that one. This one is dropping 50,000, then certified vitals. I I need to really go deep into all this and see how we're doing it. And if we're on board to projected what we need to be.
So to answer both of those questions in two parts. First, many of the licenses are statutorily set by the General Assembly. But I'm happy to go through the licensing fees and see if there's anywhere that we can increase those fees that were, sometimes the state says this is what you can charge, and then sometimes the state says you can charge up to. So I'll see if maybe there's some ceilings there that we can go up to. As far as what is represented as revenue in this budget, I did not have any input on that. I honestly didn't have any input on this budget at all. So I don't know where those calculations are coming from. I'm assuming those calculations are coming from, the fiscal year 26 actuals, but that's a question really for the finance department.
Okay, if it was a General Assembly set rate, but other cities and towns, if you honestly feel that we are below in the amount of work going in, before the licensing clerk, because she does all kinds of research, please feel free to call me. And if we need to contact the legislator to put in legislation statewide, I don't want to be missing out on this. I also want to make sure everyone is properly licensed.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to also, check in with my peers in other cities and towns and see not only what they're charging, but if they feel that some of these fees needs to be increased, and we can make a collaborative effort through the Clerks Association to go to the General Assembly, and I'd certainly contact you. And, I have some ideas about some restructuring in the department for some efficiencies, or whatever, that I would love to have a conversation with you. Not obviously here, this isn't the forum, but
Exactly.
when you have some time.
Yeah, with the business owners, they often reach out to me. I don't think the problem is ever with your department. They have it's with another department to get where they need to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Strong.
Yeah, just to follow up, Councilwoman, on the revenues. Much of that was based on, time was a factor. We were trying to get this budget done on a timely basis. So most of it was generated from the activity from this year's activity for revenue. So revenues were running below maybe prior years. We would allocate it based on a 12-month period for the coming year.
Could I ask you a question? Do the directors have an input on their budget, or is it something you do?
Well, because I came late in the game, so to speak, I usually meet with every director and go over their budget. This year I did not. I only met with about 3 or 4 of the large departments.
Thank you.
Mr. Auditor.
Yes, Director, just explain to the council that one of the revenue categories also has a corresponding expense category. So it may see there that is revenue going up, but it's just a pass through. If I'm correct, it's with the state filings.
That is correct, but we do get an amount that's greater than what we file, obviously.
Mr. President.
Looking over the budget, your budget forecast, your budget projections and the revenue, I'm looking over it quickly. For the most part, it seems like you went very conservative at the revenues. Would that be correct in that department? It looks like those projections are on the conservative. You didn't overestimate what you thought had for the most part. As I compare them historically going down the line, for the most part, would that be accurate?
I think he's talking to you.
Good, Go ahead, Director.
Yeah. Let me say it again very clearly.
Director.
As I review the revenues in this group, it would appear to me that these projections are on the conservative side. You had a low projection for the revenues, meaning there should be a good chance we should be able to come across with those things. I believe, case in point, Councilwoman Haroyan said the dog licenses have gone down. We all know, I can't imagine that the dog population is going down. You follow me that we shouldn't have a problem making these figures is what I'm trying to say in a long drawn out way.
Well, based on the prior budgets, I always take more of a conservative approach
I remember
and
that.
speculating that what we might get, and if we do get more, it's advantageous to the city and will help offset a deficit or hopefully it'll be a surplus. But
yep.
overall, Councilman, the overall revenue has gone up $500,000.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one or two lines that are, are a little bit higher, I see. Yeah. So you feel confident that we'll make these revenue figures?
I'm confident we will, yes,
Very
especially
good.
based on this year's activity.
Thank you.
We'll end with Councilman Ritz.
Yes, I think a couple of mine were already asked. I had the same question as Council Vice President Hararian about not benchmarking, but seeing if the fees could be moved up. So that's a great exercise. And then the same thing as the Council President, marriage and dog license seemed to go down. So I felt they were conservative efforts there too. With some of these, it looks like they would be like, you'd have higher seasonal volume. Would a seasonal person help there to increase these revenues and process? Want to see like fishing licenses and those type of activities?
Well, we don't issue fishing licenses anymore. So when we talk about business licenses, it's secular. So business licenses are the majority, the bulk of our licenses renew around December 1st. That's when all the liquor and the victualling are due. Some of the entertainment, things like that are due right around that time frame. So an extra set of hands, but what happens is, we have a team of people and everybody just starts pitching in more to help out with that, taking calls, taking in paperwork, and then letting the licensing clerk do what she needs to do with those things. I think an important thing that I just want to add is, these revenues could be increased if we had some type more enforcement mechanism. Whether it be fines or someone going out and actually saying, you need to have this license. We don't really have that mechanism right now. The city clerk's office role isn't to go out door to door and be like, knock, 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 you need a license. So I do think there's a missed opportunity there to bring in some additional revenue if we had someone in that capacity.
Councilwoman Horan.
Have no worry, those ordinances are being done for enforcement. We just need to find out who does the enforcement.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mr. Auditor.
For perspective of the budget, right now that the clerk's office is running at 92%. And as I said, at 40 weeks, we're roughly at 77%. So it's about 15% over budget on revenue. And as far as, asking the question of Director Strom, I've done 6 budgets with Director Strom. I have all the confidence in his calculations and the numbers are attainable unless there's an anomaly that takes place.
Thank you. With that, we're moving on to probate court. I believe that's 1106, page 12. Do you have to say anything about?
The only comment
restatements?
I have on the probate is that line item 52004, departmental expenses 2,500. That is for the probate software. The actual cost of that is 4,000. That's what I had put in last year's budget. The amount was cut to 2,500. And if I don't fund that at 4,000, then that $1,500 difference is going to have to come from somewhere else. So I just want to point that out.
Is that a one-time
So it's-
software upgrade or is it ongoing, like a yearly
So
license?
it's to maintain the probate. So we basically, yes.
Mr. President, anything? Nope. Mayor Trafficante? Thank you so much for your time. You want to end with saying something?
If I may, could I, at the chairman's discretion and also the council president, just I want to red flag a couple things in the city council budget.
Proceed.
Because I do handle those bills. So the city council is group 1102.
All right, just give us 1 second to get there.
And it's going to be in the short version, it's going to be pages 11 and 12.
Snuck that one in, but we'll let you go. Proceed.
Okay, so under 52004 departmental expenses, which is currently budgeted in fiscal year 27 at 24,200. If you look back, the fiscal year 25 actual was 47,843. That was the year for a mayoral inauguration following the November 2024 election. The fiscal year 26 budget was 24,200. There was no inauguration that because there was no election in 2025. The fiscal year 27 budget is level funded at 24,200, and we will have a council inauguration that will need to come out of this budget. So it's just a suggestion that you might want to just look at that number. You know, obviously, it doesn't need to meet the amount when we have a mayoral inauguration, but there are going to be some expenses there that you might want to consider. And then the only other one I had is 52210 city code. It's budgeted at 5,000. I don't know if anybody has the fiscal year 26 actual. But this council has passed a lot of ordinances this year, and I think we might be over budget already this year for over the 5,000.
We budgeted 5,000, as you stated. And right now, we're there at 5,000. However, it's based on, hold on one second. We've physically spent 4,200 and we got $732 in encumbrance. So there's gonna be a bill or something coming down the pike between now and the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
So it will be absorbed at 5,000.
My concern with that $5,000 number is, if you recall, we're in the middle of a recodification project. And I got the notice from the vendor that's doing the recodification. There are over 500 questions about our code that need to be researched and answered, and that may result in a substantial amount of ordinance amendments. And this number represents codifying those ordinance amendments. So again, just something I want to put on your radar, just to flag that number, take a look at it. And maybe if there's some wiggle room somewhere else, you put some more money there, because I don't think $5,000 is going to be enough for this fiscal year with that recodification project coming down the road.
Can I ask a question, Council President?
Actually, he's still the chairman of this one, yeah.
Floor is yours.
I'm looking at prior years. Is this something new for this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Campobiano.
Thank you, Chair. Just something quickly, line 52213 stenographer, we're zeroing that out.
That I had no
Yeah,
input on that. The stenographer is the court stenographer. That would be like Ron Ronzio.
The council stenographer? Yeah. Director Renzulli?
I was not privy to any of conversations about this, but I'm being told that perhaps using the video stream to only use a stenographer if you need something to go to court. They could basically transcribe it off the video screen. You can get a transcription off of YouTube now. I know we had this discussion on doing something like this a while ago, but we never wanted to do this for legal reasons. So this is up to you guys.
Madam Director, Mr. Marcelo?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I did get a call from the mayor's office, and I spoke to Mr. Belay about this when they asked me about this. There is no legal requirement that city council meetings have stenographer and whatnot. I'm frankly, I'm not aware of any cities and towns that currently have a stenographer. Because everyone has gone to video, basically live stream, we rely upon that. It's very rare that you would actually need a transcript from a city council meeting related to any type of legislative act or anything like that. So it was something that they confirmed with me, that there is no legal requirement that your meetings be recorded by a stenographer.
Sounds like a move in the right direction then.
Let's see, Councilman Bonanno, anything? No? Councilwoman Graziano? Oh, Mr. President, I didn't see your hand, sorry.
All right, well, thank you. And listen, I probably will ask the city clerk to give me those figures in specific, because regarding the inauguration, there's absolutely going to be an inauguration. So that money's going to have to be in there, and where they're going to inaugurate councilmen, judges, that's going to be necessary. The figure regarding the codification, boy, that sounds like that's going to be kind of high, because something tells me, pardon me, there are lawyers involved in that. And those fees are always high. I didn't say that.
Well, this amount, this line item represents the cost to actually codify the ordinances.
Yeah.
It doesn't represent any legal fees. So how the process is going to work is they have sent me access to all 500 of those questions. And obviously, some of them I can answer and some of them I cannot. So I
Yeah.
will vet those out to other departments, and then if legal has to be involved, you know, and then legal review, but
Yeah.
that's not in my budget. That would be part of legal's budget.
That would be
Solicitors
part of
are on, a
solicitors'
sti- they're on a stipend, solicitors, they can read it.
All right, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure, because if that has to be done and that cost is going to come out of the city council budget as we're making amendments and we're looking at that. Listen, I wasn't included in this budget either, but I have to look at it. As interesting as that may seem, the first time I found out that stenographer wasn't going to be in there is when I got the budget and there was some rumor about it. I'm glad I heard the information that Attorney Marcella gave us. So there will be amendments to this budget because it's going to be necessary, at least with it very much. So I will get with you perhaps this week. We'll look at certain figures because this budget won't work. Okay. That's all I have. I don't think unless. that's all I
Councilwoman
have.
Haroyan, you're all set? All right, we'll finish with you, Mayor Trafficante.
Yes, I'm looking at the grant writer. I know she's in the city council's budget. I do not know who this person is, nor am I questioning the capability of that person, but I'd like to have a listing, if we could, of the grants that we have received through her or him for the last 2-3 years. Who would provide that? Hello?
Yeah, you, Councilman, you know what, I can probably see, and I'm the one who signs her check. I can ask her, you just, the last 5 years, is that what you want? Or during her tenure, I'm not sure how many years she's been with her. Just a list of all the grants and basic list, grant amount. I can do that.
All set, Mayor? Madam Clerk, thank you for
Thank
being
you,
here.
everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Department of Public Works. Going once, going twice. Oh, I didn't see you. All right, 1,300 in the big book. 17 in the small book, 1,300 in the big book. $1,300. Director, thank you for coming. Thank you for your service. We're all big fans of yours. I'd like to thank the men and women that work for your department. They do extraordinary jobs. Traffic engineer, though, sometimes, we have to ask questions about him, but seems like he's a good guy. You have the opportunity to give the committee a statement, or we could just go right into questions.
Yeah, I was tasked to reduce expenses while minimizing the impact to the health and safety and welfare of the citizens of Cranston. I did the best I could during my review of the expenditures in this department, as well as the reorganization that I was asked to look at. Just as a quick overview, I would just like to take a second to kind of go over the departments and the staffing that we have presently. In the Department of Public Works, we currently have 3 employees. 3. In the Division of Traffic Safety, we have 1. In the Division of Highway Maintenance, we have 35 funded positions. And all of these are as of today, these positions exist. In the Division of Engineering, we have 2 employees. In the Division of Building Maintenance, the reorganization resulted in 2 trade positions and 6 custodian positions. In the removal and disposal of waste, we'll have 0 employees. And in the Division of Fleet Management, we have 9 employees. So that's just a quick overview of the number of personnel that we currently have within the Public Works, or that we have, or what is proposed as a result of this latest budget. After that, I'm available to answer any questions.
I believe I will start with Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. Director, and are you telling us that you're understaffed?
I think that's an understatement.
Do you have, this is as of this budget,
This is as a result of the 27 proposed budget.
and that this will, no additional, this is all they've budgeted for. So what did you have last year? Do you know?
I don't have all of the numbers for those going forward, but most of them the same. The only thing that would be different would be on the waste. We had one employee.
For trash, you said trash. Yeah,
He
yeah,
had- he
sorry.
had Retired.
One, and that will not be backfilled.
That's correct.
You need that.
Not really.
Oh, you don't? Okay, okay. Is there anyone that you need that is not being funded?
That's a difficult question to answer.
Okay.
I mean, currently in the engineering department, we do not have a chief engineer.
Okay,
I currently take on that role.
Yep.
Acting as the public works director as well as the chief engineer. And the way things seem right now, the director or the head of the building maintenance department may not be returning, or he'll be here for a short time, and he will be retiring. And as a result of that, I will probably take on the responsibilities of taking on the couple of individuals that would be left within the building maintenance department.
all right, this is building maintenance. How many people, you're saying there's 3 people in building maintenance?
No, building maintenance will have 8 employees.
8 minus
No, 8 total.
8 total. What
as a
was it
result of the
before?
Proposed budget.
What was it before?
Before there were approximately, I believe, 15.
Okay, but, okay. Can you get by with that?
It'll be a challenge, but I'm willing to take that on.
Can you give me 1 second, Councilwoman, Director Renzulli, you have something?
Just within that department, I just want to note that that is one of the departments that was part of a restructuring that we were trying to do that Director Correa can also speak to as we've had meetings about it. We are having conversations about bringing the trades people back that you will see zeroed out there, electricians, a carpenter. That is something that, because they can't really bump anywhere else, we are in active conversations also with their union leadership. We have to figure out to work with you guys how we can do that. But I just want you to know that that is actively occurring currently. And I thought Mayor Trapp would want to know that as well.
Yeah, again, we did have ongoing conversations just in the past week with the union representatives explaining their concerns with that restructuring, and we are currently discussing that with them.
I will ask for the record if you believe this is sustainable,
What being sustainable?
having less days.
Having less employees, it's never sustainable. It just results in other people having to pick up the slack and work a little bit harder.
Okay, I just wanted to get it on the record. One of us is going to ask this question every time. I'm just first because this is my bailiwick. So there's an increase in salary. Is there any non-contractual increases? We're going to say the same thing over and over.
No, they're not.
No. All contractual.
All contractual.
Okay.
Mr. Auditor?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to put some things on the record. Let's see, Public Works Facility Maintenance, no, the one before, street lights, sorry. It looks like we've always budgeted around 700. Last year, for some reason, we misbudgeted, putting that lightly. Do we know where we are today on the lighting budget line item for percentages?
Yeah, I know. Right now, we're at, well over 100,000.
What are the final projections? Do you have an idea? I think the auditor is going to give me a number so we can hold and I can keep going.
If I could just quickly add to that, one of the things that the city has looked into is there's a way of somewhat negotiating prices for electrical costs per kilowatt hour. And at the time these other rates were done, we were at 12.5%, I believe. And the most recent renegotiation has brought it down to about 9.5%. So we've seen a significant savings and drop in our utility bill going forward. We anticipate that.
Is it possible to like, dark sky initiatives? Maybe we should be dimming some of our lights or shutting them off earlier. Is that something that we can start looking into, seeing that cost is so high? Or changing out with different?
I guess primarily these are for your street lights. This is street lights only right now. Yes, it's not building or anything of that nature. It's not stadium. It's none of the parks at Rex. This is
Okay, we'll
pure
make a
street
note
lights.
for all those things. That's what we want to do. And then just lastly, it looks like you significantly reduced public works facility maintenance. Is that just, I mean, that's a big drop.
Yeah, at the time we did the budget originally in 2026 budget, we had rent and space from Janikie's building on Sakanasa Crossroads for the building inspections. We have since relocated them out of that building and into the Pastori Youth Center.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great.
Savings.
Mayor Trafficante.
Frank, earlier we had the Recreation Department speak to the council. And in that conversation, they lost 13 men, but they get it back. They had to come from somewhere. I assume they came from Public Works. Now, you had, if I'm not mistaken, a total of 66 men in your department prior to the reorganization. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're down to, based on the numbers you gave me, you're down to approximately 8 or 9 men.
Yes.
So they came from your department to basically take care of recreation. And Mrs. Graziano made a good point. By losing the manpower in the highway and in public works, it's going to have an impact upon, of course, the services that you deliver, which are critical in many cases.
Just as a point of clarification, there are no losses in the highway maintenance division that I'm aware of. There are none.
They came from your department, Public Works.
Public Works is an umbrella, yes.
Where do they come from? Basically, where'd you lose?
It's the building maintenance reorganization that they were looking at, that although that was the original intention based on what I was asked to do. But right now we are continuing some discussions with the union to see what can be done to possibly refund some of those
In
positions.
building maintenance, I assume you're talking about electrician, you're talking about carpenter. Who
That
else?
is correct.
Just those two positions?
It was the electrician and it was a senior maintenance worker.
And you're in discussion about that with the union?
Yes, we are.
All right. So I want to ask the same question that Mrs. Graziano has. Based on your losses, can you still maintain the services of this particular department?
We can maintain it. Some of the things would take a longer time to get to, but things would continue to function. It would just take more time to get to certain things that have to happen.
What particular areas you talking about?
Well, for example, if you needed to replace something at a building for an electrical, if somebody's not there, it may take a little bit longer. You'd have to get somebody there instead of a day. You may have to go 3 or 4 days.
Please, let us speak.
I'm sorry, Frank.
Continue, Director.
Yeah, it just would take longer to get to the issues that need to be addressed.
So in the discussion about the building maintenance personnel, I assume they have certain certifications.
Yes.
Now, I realize the mayor has the ability to move manpower around where it's needed. I assume they're not going to lose those qualifications.
They would not lose those qualifications,
And I assume with
certifications.
those qualifications comes a particular salary, even though you may use them in different positions.
Yes, The licenses would not be taken away. That is correct.
All right, and what I'm trying to say, because they have a particular license, they receive a certain salary.
Yes,
Following?
based on that
More
classification
so
of
than a
position.
labor, let's say. If you utilize them in other areas, regardless where the area is, whether it be in highway, et cetera, they're not going to lose that certification with the related salary.
I couldn't answer that. I would have to see how that was developed with with personnel on what the rules are regarding that kind of a change in positions.
Yeah. And the reason why I'm asking, for example, if you use the carpenter to help in a snowstorm as a laborer, he doesn't lose his salary because he's been reduced to a laborer. To do labor work, I should say.
It's my understanding that that would be the case based on the current rules within the the employee rules. Yes. Whatever position you're in, that's the classification you are,
Classification,
and that's
right.
the pay that you receive.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Well, first of all, you are definitely one amongst the shining stars in our city. So thank you very much for what you do. You do a great job, and your staff does a wonderful job, and all your men and women do a great job. Just a couple of quick questions. I did the math when you says who you have on now. It's 58 people. What is an ideal number? Do you have an ideal number of?
I mean, the more staff we have, the less you have to outsource. I mean, some of the things we have issues with is, you're outsourcing some of the snow removal because we have to hire vendors because we do not have enough CDL drivers within the highway maintenance division. I mean, some of the work that has to go out as a result of that's being done with building maintenance. And again, this has nothing to do with the personnel that are in building maintenance. The work that they've done, from what I've seen in the past year, they all do an excellent job in what they do. The senior maintenance worker, I mean, we've done construction, they've done work in the buildings, their work is impeccable, but this is not what this is all about. Unfortunately, we have licenses, for example, for the electricians, and it's no fault of theirs. They're forced by state law to have a reduced license. They have limited work that they can perform within a municipality. So by having them on staff, we still have a number of opportunities where we have to go to outside resources to do the work because their license is restricting them from performing that work. And what happened is, when I looked at that, you not only have those resources there, they can come back and tell us what's wrong, but then they're not able to make that repair. So we're still having to outsource that work. So this is not really anything to do with the people, or the employees, or the staff themselves. It's just, we're forced with, based on the limitations they have, there's only certain things they could do. And when asked to try to cut costs, I mean, one of the things seems to be the common theme is you need to save money, and how do you do it? If you have people that are limited in what they can perform, that was possibly an opportunity we wanted to consider, which again is still back on the table because we are still renegotiating that with the unions.
Okay, and I got. When will we know that? The thing I have is I see part-time help, it goes up wildly, at high in 2025 of almost 80,000 to zero, and then back to 15,000 this year. What's the cause of that? What is that?
Are we under division engineering, public works?
51,200?
There is, there is a consultant, I believe, that's through the administration that is just getting billed to our department. We do not have any part-time.
Yeah, so that it's
I
right here.
believe so.
Yeah, so that's not part of you then? Okay.
Not directly that I'm aware of, no.
All right, so we should factor that out. All right. And the last thing I have, I've seen on social media, the apprenticeship program, helping them out with sidewalks and stuff like that. Is that working out? How does that work for you? Does that help?
It does, it is limited, but we also need to provide staffing to oversee the work that they do. It's a great training program for them, and it does reduce the cost a little bit, but we still have to have our resources there, so there's really no cost savings with, say, the sidewalk work. We did use them to help do some of the work in the Pastore building, because again, when you have a senior maintenance worker, there's only one individual. That's very difficult for one individual to do any kind of major carpentry work. He does the best he can when he's alone. We try to get him a helper when you can, but doing the walls and the framing that needed to be done, that was a little bit beyond what you could do with one individual. So we did seek help from the students, and the students did come in, do a portion of that work, but it finally got to the point where they were kind of extended beyond what they could because they had classes. So they had to leave, and the building department did come in, step in, and actually finish the work for them.
I totally, it's a double-edged sword. I deal with that. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yes.
It's just great to see the students working with their hands and building their way up so they can help us out in the future. So
Yes.
that is a great program, and I'm glad to see you working with them. Again, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Haroy, and then I'll go up to the president.
I don't have too many questions. I just want to say thank you for the job you're doing. I think I'm having trouble taking this all in right now with the moving of positions and all that. It's a little hard to concentrate, honestly. The 66 men, but so this part-time help is not part of your department, but you're being billed it. It's an administration job?
I believe, it's not a job, it's just it is a consultant, I believe, that is on call for some reason. I do not have all the details of that.
Does the
Through the chair
administration
to
have
the
the
finance
details?
director or to administration, could somebody?
I have no idea what that is, but I am also the communications person, so I know things just because I kind of float around, but
Right.
I can find out.
Yeah.
I'm happy to find out.
Chairperson, that, can we flag that? It's kind of like the grant writer coming under council.
You could just revise that. What's that line item?
51200.
All right, we have that flagged. Continue. You're all set,
I'm
Councilwoman?
all set.
Councilwoman Graziano, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, unless somebody else wants to go
No,
before me,
no,
because I already
go ahead.
went.
It's
Okay,
your-
I'm
it's your
going, I'm
committee.
going, I'm going. Sorry, I feel like you knew I was gonna ask this. Care of trees.
Yep.
I care about them.
We do as well. However, they do become a problem in areas where they've been placed in the sidewalks over the years. They lift the sidewalks and they've been creating some potential trip and fall hazards. So sometimes you need to try to trim the roots, but in trimming the roots, we find out that you may kill the tree. One of the things I would like to mention when it comes to the trees is we have an on-call consultant right now that has arborists and tree trimmers and everybody that's certified and licensed to do that work. So they are on an on-call basis, and as we get a request from the public based on a sidewalk that's heaving in front of their property, or if something else is causing a problem, we enlist them to go out there, take a look at it. They do an evaluation. If it's something that could be trimmed, if it's the canopy, we have it trimmed. If it's something that has to do with the tree, meaning the roots, we ask them if we can trim the roots prior to removing the tree. And then as a last resort, we will get to the point where we may have to remove that tree and grind the stone. So that is what they do, and that's what the tree services are all
Okay,
about.
so you actually can remove any of the root structure without killing the tree. So this is more like it says care of trees, but that's really like removing them,
Correct.
not taking care of them. So this is a benefit to me.
But it's a care as in some of the things when we do have to trim, we will trim, and we don't always remove.
Okay, okay. But then it says planting of trees, I lose there because I'm not getting trees.
Well, you are. We have a program set up with the West Bay Land Trust.
Okay.
And we provide them with $6,000 every 6 months.
Yep.
And they do what they call, they reach out to the public and they look at planting trees on private property, not on city property. They do supply the trees. They provide the volunteers to install those trees, and that's what they do with the $6,000. And twice a year, we receive an invoice from them of the trees they purchased and the locations they put them in.
Losing 50 in here.
What do you mean?
So it went, well,
It's
what- going
costing
for,
us- It is costing us 15,000.
no, you're going, last year we gave you 30,000. This year you're only getting 15 for planting of trees.
Oh, yes.
See what I mean?
Yes.
So the trees.
Well, you got the point.
Also, I'll say, I enacted a tree preservation bylaw and I raised over $100,000 every time a developer came in and cut down the trees within the zoning setbacks. I said that they had to write a check for all the lost trees. I wish Beth was here. They should do that.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, I echo the sentiments of all my colleagues. You guys are doing a great job, all right? I won't belabor that point. We all agree. I will ask this question. The traffic engineer. You
I
supervise him?
believe,
Yes.
Okay. I say this, is there some statute, some law, some
Mr. President, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think we're on Public Works right now. I think we're going to move on next to
Oh,
building
I thought that
maintenance,
was still part of
engineering,
your-
and then,
we're not gonna go
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that because it's part of your.
no, I mean, if you want, I'll let it all roll. If you want, we could ask all the questions.
No, let them finish and then I'll roll.
Okay, no, so go ahead. We'll just
Well,
go
what do you
through the
want me
whole
to do?
department right now.
Well, it's tough to follow along, Mr. Chair, because we gotta go back and forth.
no,
Okay.
go finish up. I
Okay.
thought we were on this.
Anybody else at Public Works? Councilman Bonanno?
Yes, thank you. Director Creo, you've heard it. You're very responsive to us. You do a fantastic job. And I think the city is a better place because you're hearing it. And I also want to commend the men and women that work under you because they also do a fantastic job. And I know that they're extremely frustrated with what's going on. This is not an easy time. My question is about city vehicles. And how many staff or leadership get the privilege of a motor vehicle that is essentially their motor vehicle to take home and drive around at will?
I believe the only one was myself, and I do not use it other than when I'm here.
So you leave it?
I leave it here overnight. I take my own vehicle, and where I have to, I use my own vehicle during the day if my vehicle is out. Because I do let anyone who's in who's in our office to utilize that vehicle.
That's refreshing. I think the vehicles, not necessarily the vehicles themselves, if you already have them, but the gas to go in the vehicles is a significant expense. And trying to cut that down, going to and from home, I think is where we can do it. I think people need to use the vehicles when they're here at work for work, but cruising isn't fun. All right, that was basically all the rest of the questions were asked and answered. And did we get a number on the amount, the projected amount we're going to spend and how much we're going to be off on last year's lighting of the streets? I thought I heard some numbers being thrown around, but I don't think we answered the question.
Council auditor, the mayor said 693. So I.
Okay,
think
so 700's good.
Yeah, I think that's a fair figure.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because I saw it up here at over $1 million. So that makes me nervous. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Trafficante.
Frank, there's something you said that I want you to clarify. You said that we have an electrician on board. He can tell you what's wrong with the problem, but he can't fix it. Is that because he doesn't have the certification to fix it?
No, he has the certifications. There are state laws that are in place that limit their license to I believe it's a class 3 as a master electrician or an electrician's assistant. They're just not allowed for some reason, whatever state law was established several years ago, and one of the individuals had explained that to us in our prior meetings with the unions relative to that restriction that's placed on them.
Have we ever thought about sending him back, I hate to say it, sending him back to school, so to speak, to get that higher classification?
It's not that they don't possess it, it's the fact that the state law says they're unable to perform that work. That was something that was established several years ago through a statute based on work that they were doing that I believe may have been taken away from other union members from the electrical union. And as a result, those lobbyists produced a law that restricts them to a certain license, even though they have the master electrician's license. It's just they're not able to perform certain tasks.
One other thing, they're talking about care of trees. Do we contract out regarding the removal of trees?
We do, yes. That is a contract. We do also our highway Maintenance division does go out and assist from time to time. If we have trees that have fallen, branches that are within the control that they can handle, yes, they will go do that as well. They supplement the tree service.
You talking about fleet maintenance? Also, do they contract out at all fleet maintenance? Who repairs all your trucks?
Yes, yes, yes. They do have to, some of the larger diesel work, but they do perform many of the repairs and the maintenance repairs of our city vehicles.
I hate to hop on this again, but during, let's say it's during snowstorms. Do you utilize any of the manpower for recreation?
From recreation, they have their own set of tasks that they need to perform. They have their own buildings that they need to do. Most of the people that we get would be our highway division, and we also get them from the, probably from building maintenance. Some of those people, those drivers, they are certified CDL drivers. We truly appreciate them, and they come over and they will work to drive some of the larger trucks during the winter.
We don't have any CDL licensed personnel in recreation?
I believe they do, and we may get one individual out of Parks and Recs, but I'm not sure exactly if there's any more than that.
Thank you, Frank. You're doing a great job. I'm not being critical. I just wanted to know all this moving around to make sure that Public Works is taken care of because it's a critical division.
And just to follow up on that, I do believe that a couple of the positions that they are looking at right now, I'm not sure if any of those individuals are CDL drivers. It's part of that reorganization as well.
All right, if I could ask Mr. Igo, if you could elaborate on line 51200. Just trying to, that part-time help, I guess it was 14,700 already spent. What is that?
Is that this year you're saying it was already spent? Is that Mr. DeMayo saying it? I
Yeah,
don't see-
part-time help this year, yeah.
I don't see
FY.
that number. The answer that I got from that is from approximately $25,000 to $30,000 in 2025 was to support the admin when there wasn't a public works director. So I don't know if that was someone else coming back in to do part-time help. I'm not sure who that was. Director Marty can answer all of this in detail when he's here, and in 2027, that $15,000 is there to allow us support to not fill the building maintenance supervisor that's leaving. And if you would want to cut that, then you'd have to put back in over $100,000 with benefits or restore a full-time position. And he said, Mr. Igo knows what he's talking about. 2024, I don't know. I mean, right now, currently, I don't know.
Madam Chair of the DPW Commission, are you satisfied with that answer?
I would love to give you more information.
But I mean, we have Mr. Igo here. Doesn't he have the system where he could tell us what it was, who it was, where it was, when it was?
Their
Yeah.
systems are kind of legacy and it doesn't work that way when I ask questions, but he might be able to, Mr. Igo.
I mean, we're instructed by Mr. Moretti that he takes over. So I mean, if whatever Mr. Moretti has, and you just said he could do it, he should be able to do it. Yes, you may. Yes, you may. Yes, you can fill in Chris while Mr. Igo looks for that.
Chris, I just want to follow up on something with you, because you had some concern with the street lighting going from 1 million down to 700. I believe we've started to generate some solar credits that are offsetting the cost of street lighting that's helping us to reduce our expenditures.
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate that Acting Director Igo and Mr. Renzulli, Director Renzulli are here. We got to have these questions answered. And the fact that the people who need to answer the questions aren't here is bothering me. I just wanted to say that. I know it's a Saturday and it's not raining and it's getting warmer, but that's irritating.
Mr. Igo.
Sorry for the delay. I had to look it up. It's a company called Brook Street Associates that the administration had hired to help transition the current director when there was no director of public works.
Thank you, Mr. Ego. Madam Chair, you're good?
So to be clear, it's not needed. But it was zero funded last year. When did you come on, Director Creo?
Full-time, I came on in April, I believe, of 25.
April 25, which would have been the end of the 24 budget. I mean, end of 25 budget. Sorry. Got it. And that had $80,000. So last year it had nothing, but then it's popping up again.
Could be a different position this time, though.
Fine, it's just not clear to me. So last year there was nothing. So end of 25, they had $80,000. I wasn't here then, so I don't know. But why do we need it again?
Well, I guess
He's here. He's transitioned.
Director Renzulli.
I'm being told that what you see in 2027 is part-time help. It's not for anyone in particular. That's because the buildings director is retiring. And I don't know that it's going to be that Blue Ridge. I don't know who it's going to be. It's just part-time help if they need someone for the buildings director. And I'm being told if you want to take that away, then we need the full capacity, I guess, to hire a buildings director. I don't know if whatever this is to bridge the gap and assist Mr. Correo, because he's going to be taking on he's taking on buildings now too. I'm not sure, but it's supposed to be to bridge the gap there.
So thank you. I appreciate that, but it sounds like the director doesn't even know about it and didn't even ask for it.
I understand. So I would definitely just talk to someone that's above both of us.
Because he can't even defend it because he didn't know about it. So.
Okay, point
Appreciate it.
taken.
Thank you.
Point taken. All right, let's move on to highway. All right, wait, Councilwoman Horoyan?
Could I just do the chairperson to the communications director?
Yes.
Could I please have the name of that company again, please?
Brook Street Associates.
Brook Street Associates.
Mr. President, you had a question?
Well, it's the traffic engineer.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just being,
Nothing to do with this.
let's move on to highway. Let's go to highway. Anybody with
I'm
questions
good
for
with everything
highway?
else. Thank you.
Councilman Ritz has a question on highway.
What, all right, so I'm sorry. We're on highway
Yes,
and that's 1302.
yes.
Thank you very much.
I was asked how we budget for a mild winter versus a severe winter. I have some thoughts of how we do it, but I didn't know if you could explain a little bit more, like how we plan out that budgeting from year to year with the different levels of winter.
Are you talking for this year or the previous?
This, kind of in general, how we would do that. I assume the money carries over, but I've been asked that. I didn't know the correct answer.
Yeah,
So I
in
wanted to-
general, the way they used to do it was pretty much a carryover from the year before based on what you knew that you had the previous year. There may have been slightly increases as a result of what they anticipate. But again, no one knows exactly what you're going to encounter. As you'll see, a lot of the numbers that you see from prior years were just because we've had mild winters. They knew what they had the year before. They brought material in. They may have material that they were able to carry over from the previous season. And then it's the personnel, et cetera, and the vendors that you need to bring on based on the intensity of a storm.
No, salt costs have increased rapidly. Is this a realistic number with that? I assume it's not going to go down, so.
If we do not have another blizzard, yes. If we have our conventional 6 to 8 inch storms, yes, we should have plenty of material to cover us through the season.
Mayor Trafficante.
Frank, on average, I know we contract out for snowstorms. On the average, how many heavy trucks do we contract out? How about the 6, 8 wheelers?
Many of the
10
vendors
wheelers.
that we have come in, they're usually a pickup or a small landscape truck. We don't have a lot of the larger trucks coming in because we can pretty much handle the larger trucks with our own. I believe we have enough 10-wheelers to be in each one of the districts that they have. There's 16 different snow removal districts. There's usually enough to have at least one of those larger machines that we have, trucks, and then we supplement it with the smaller pickup trucks and landscape trucks to do more of the side streets.
On the average, what does that cost you for contract out?
For vendors, we're up to approximately 225,000 a year.
Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you. How far over budget. It's been stated that we're, because of the large amount of snow we got, we had two, call them significant, I think is an understatement. We had two significant storms this year.
One historic.
Yeah, one probably, 50-year storm and one big one. And then the rest of the little smattering. So it's been noted by administration officials that contributed to our deficit, and I believe that. How much are we off from our projections from last year with the snow removal?
Yeah, I believe, Councilman, we budgeted last year 700,000, okay, and it's up over 1.4, so it's close to 1.5. So I would say round it off 800,000 over budget.
So basically double. So, that was my next question. As Councilman Graziano said, that there's an application for some FEMA help. Is that accurate?
As it relates to the storm itself, the historic one, yes. Our fire department, our EMA representative had gathered all of the receipts. We provided them with all of the personnel, all of the vehicles that we use, et cetera, that they are seeking reimbursement and any damage as a result of that storm.
I know what, sorry, go
Can
ahead.
I just know one thing too, that we've done this before in the past, some years ago, and we did get reimbursed by FEMA. And it does take sometimes a year to 2 years before you do actually receive it. But once you get approved, they will send it to you. But it may
Okay.
not be like the next fiscal year,
Okay.
maybe the following.
All right. When we're talking about snow, it's impossible, the crystal ball has to work when you're talking about snow. There's no other way to predict it. Even the weathermen don't know what the hell's gonna happen. So, my question is, how do we feel about getting any money back? Is that an application process and it's approved or denied, or if you have all your Ts crossed and Is dotted, we will get the money?
Are you referring to the FEMA money?
Yes.
That would only be for the
One storm, I
the one
understand.
storm.
Yes.
Yes, we are confident that we are in line with a number of other communities that would submitted the money request through the federal government to get reimbursed as a result of that storm.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilwoman Graziano.
If there is, which I know there's not currently, if there is, for some reason, we have a fun climate change winter and we have no snow, it goes the other way in climate change. That money goes directly back into what you guys call the rainy day fund. I call it free cash, but
Yes, if those are the terms you use, yes.
okay, hold on.
Mr.
Auditor
Auditor?
Tamayo.
The process acts as the end of the year, any surplus in any line items, there'll be fourth quarter adjustments to fulfill any overages and other line items. After those adjustments are made, if there is a surplus, then that will drop down to the rainy day fund.
Which is really our fund balance.
And then that goes,
I don't like the term rainy day fund.
I hate it. I use free cash, but whatever.
There ain't no such thing.
Oh, but then
move
that
on.
can go into investing in the city. All right, last question. So when I apologize for not asking this when I asked if anyone was getting a raise, that I meant all of these departments.
Correct. No.
Okay.
That I'm aware of.
All right, I think let's move on to building maintenance, which is in the big book is 1304. Mr. President, do you want to start with this?
Sure. I just have one quick question. I think you already said everybody's a union employee except for you in this.
That's
this
correct.
group, right? Are they all in the same, they're all in the same collective bargaining unit?
It depends where they are.
Okay,
The people within this building, I believe they're Teamsters.
right.
Everyone outside would be laborers,
Okay, so building maintenance would be a Teamsters contract,
laborers.
a labor's contract. What percentage increase did they get this year?
I believe it's a 3%.
3%? Okay. I do notice a significant decrease in the salary, right? $600,000. Sounds like this is a place where we lost a lot of positions, it sounds like.
That is correct.
All right. So I'll ask anybody who can answer it. how many positions did you lose in this department?
It was approximately 7 positions.
7 positions, but they weren't laid off.
Correct. They are
They
not.
retired, or they were offered the buyout, and they decided to take it. And then we zeroed out those positions. So this would be the area when we talked about very early on, we found out where the positions are gone. Now, I would imagine, and I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, that this is gonna make the job that these men have to do, or men and ladies, very difficult, because you had a significant reduction. Would that be correct, or please?
Well, I mean, if everything went forward based on the proposal that was presented, there would not be any additional efforts for the electricians because there would not be any.
Mhm.
The continued people that would be there would be the plumber, which normally could not do any electrical work anyway, so the plumber does the plumbing work. There's an HVAC mechanical gentleman who is also, I believe, helps the plumber. He is also there, and that was not part of anything that would be done with the electricians. And the senior maintenance worker, again, was not a licensed electrician, so that wouldn't affect them, and he's not a licensed plumber, so he's not able to assist them as well. And that the remaining individuals were the ones from the custodian group, and the custodians are custodians, and that's their positions. They could move in different locations without any type of license requirements, again, based on the proposal that was presented.
Okay. I look at the overtime, I assume, and I'll ask, the auditor, how are we tracking on overtime in this group? I see that overtime was at 30,000. We boosted it up this year. And you can give me that number in a second. I'll ask the director this. That 40,000, and I'll ask you, one of the things that got us into a little bit of trouble with some of our units is we under budgeted our overtime. Given your situation, is that figure gonna be enough?
It's building maintenance based on what was there before, that is a reasonable number.
That's a reasonable number for
Yes.
overtime. That's basically what I want. If you want, do you have that number now? Marcel?
Yeah, currently building maintenance overtime is tracking at 111%.
So we're about, was it about 40K now?
33,000.
33,000, so going in, we should be, I think we'll be close to 40K. I'm just making an estimation in my head. So, yeah, okay. Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mayor Trafficante.
Frank, I hate to hop on this again, but based on what the council president said, what's left in building maintenance right now, you said is a plumber?
Yes.
Is it 2 electricians?
What's left or what's current?
What, I should say what's left. What personnel do you have now in building maintenance?
In building maintenance, we have an electrician, I think an electrician's assistant. We have a plumber. We have a mechanical individual, HVAC.
Mr. Director, Director Renzulli.
Mayor Traff, are you saying what, with how it's cut here, or are you saying currently hasn't left yet? You want to know with the vacant positions, who he has left
I
in the
asked him,
department?
What does he have currently?
Okay.
After the changes have taken place with the movement of personnel? What's left in that division?
Oh, what's left? Okay.
After the
Yeah.
move.
What's left would be the plumber's assistant / HVAC individual. You'd still have and then 6 custodian positions.
No electrician
That's correct.
and no carpenter.
Well, a carpenter is part of the senior maintenance. It's not really
right.
classified as a
All right.
carpenter, but that's his task.
All right, now let's go back what you had previously. You had how many electricians? Prior to all this movement?
2,
You had 2. They're no longer there
as proposed, yes.
as proposed. Have they gone to recreation?
None of that has happened yet, so there has been no discussion on where, if they were to leave, where they would go.
All right. Since they're classified as electricians, regardless where they move to, my concern is that because they have that classification whether you use them as a laborer, as a custodian, what, regardless, do they still maintain the salary of that classification?
I believe the answer to that is no.
Why not?
That would be something you would have to take up with the union, because I would assume it's by contract, if you're working in a laborer's position, you're required to get a laborer's pay.
Yeah. Even though they're certified and classified as an electrician or a carpenter or a plumber.
I mean, I think that would be more directed towards the unions on what they would allow. I mean, because I don't classify the individuals.
Mayor,
Yeah,
Mayor Traff,
yes.
this, we can get that answer, but that is probably a contractual question that will be answered by looking at the contract. So I don't want to get too far as to, so I don't want to make any misrepresentations of what could or could not happen, but those issues should all be answered by the plain words of the contract.
Director Rizzuto, you have
I
anything?
understand.
I just want to reiterate that the idea is not to move the electricians into a position where they can't use their license. That's what we are trying to work with the union on currently, but I don't want to misrepresent what is happening. And I'm not the director of administration, so I'm not really authorized to say too much more than that, but that's what we had mentioned before, that we had a meeting as part of a reorganization with both the union and Director Correa.
Mayor, you all set?
Not really. I'll say one last statement. But my only concern is that if they're hired in previous administrations or this administration, if you're hired as an electrician, right, and you utilize them in other areas, like I say, during a snowstorm, you want to utilize them like as a laborer, they should still maintain that classification and that salary. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, if they temporarily move over because they help us with snow, they get their salary as their salary. We don't, that's not,
Yeah, that was my question.
yes,
Councilman Ritz.
right. Not permanent, but he's
I
talking
just had one
temporary.
question. I was just looking at this, the budget's really broken down. At the bottom, that last category, city supplies, that number kind of jumps around a little bit. Do you know what's in that grouping? Everything else is kind of broken out, hardware, tools, lumber, and that one just seemed a little odd.
I mean, city supplies is pretty much what they need to kind of take care of the buildings. Sometimes it has to do with toilet paper, it has to do with paper towels, it has to do with air fresheners that go in the bathrooms, et cetera. So it's those types of supplies.
Councilman Bernard.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a few questions that might be rhetorical, but I do want to reiterate an idea that was floated back on, I believe it was Thursday night, that we should go into executive session at some point, schedule one of those meetings to talk about some of the contractual things and get information on that without compromising the position of the city in doing it in a public forum. So I just want to communicate that through the chair to the president. I think we're all in agreement on that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. We'll have to put that on a separate agenda going.
Absolutely. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. I have issues with this department and the budget presented here for this department for a number of reasons. I think what my colleague, I'll call him my colleague, but he's really, really high above me on everything. But I think what I think Mr. Trafficani is saying makes me feel better to call him that, is if somebody is going to bump, if they were an electrician and they are forced to bump down to a different position, they're not going to maintain the salary that they have. And that's a question that we need answered before we can approve. Because as someone who has a family, as someone who has 2 children, and as somebody who relies on going to work, and somebody who works hard, as every person in this city that works for the city does, that's not, it's not a good feeling to not know when you get up to go to work every day what's going to happen tomorrow, whether or not your pay is going to be cut. There are 2 sides to this: taxpayers and the people that run our city, and we need to balance that. And in order to make those decisions prudently, we got to know the answer to those questions, which is why I think it's very important that we have that executive session. And I see people here, and I've heard them commenting on some stuff. You know, this is not easy for anybody, us either. And we have to try to do the best thing for the city as a whole, and that includes the employees and the people that live here. With that being said, and I'm a union member and I have been my entire working life. And, you know, there's balance. There's balance. You can't be too stingy, and, you know, nobody can on either side. When you take a budget from 2.8 million to 1.9 million, it begs a lot of questions. I have two really important ones. To me, there's no feasible way that the city can maintain with the building maintenance department with this budget. So do you honestly think that it can be done on this budget? Or are we just sitting here and this is where most of the cuts came from? Shouldn't say most, a lot.
If you have to do all of that with the existing resources that would be as a result of the proposed changes, no, because we would have to outsource some of that work.
And that's my second question. There's got to be a plan here for privatization of some of these services, and how's that gonna affect us?
It's not so much a privatization of the work, it's just as the work comes available. And again, as far as electrical work goes, it's not something that happens every day. So it's would be an on-call type contract if there was to be something, or it's as it's needed. We would have to seek pricing and we would get the best value could by outsourcing that work. in
I
order
mean,
to fill that gap. If that was to go forward as presented.
So I'm nervous because if I'm reading between the lines here, hey, great, we took a department and we cut it by 900, almost $1 million. Great, wonderful. But is that actually going to realize a cost savings for the city if the work isn't getting done? And if we need work to get done, where are we going to get it done? And is it going to be more expensive to get it done than it would have been had we left this budget the same?
That's a very difficult question to answer because you don't know what the work is. Like I said, they have a very limited license of what the work they can perform. So even with them on board, and if we were able to keep them, unfortunately, there are many times where we still have to go outside and bring in a vendor in order to complete that work.
Okay. It's this I don't think so. Not by fault of the people working, and that includes from the director to a first day hire whose job is to empty the garbage cans. I don't think it's the fault of any people that work for the city that in many cases the residents are not satisfied with the level of service. All right, there are some garbage cans that need to be emptied more frequently. There are some streets that when I was a kid, they got swept twice a year, and now it's only once. And going along that vein, I don't think we're going to be able to sustain even the level of service we have, which to me now is minimal at this level. And that's a grave concern of mine. And I know this is not your fault. And I have I have a great deal of respect for you, and you do a fantastic job. And I know that, you could be given $1 million and you're going to try your best to get it done at that point. And so are the men and women that work for you. But if you're going to shovel poop, you need a shovel. We can't give you a spoon and expect you to get the job done. And that's what I feel like we're doing here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, order. See no other questions, let's move on to engineering.
Yes. Yeah, they're just kind of bouncing.
Engineering is 1303 in the big book.
I think
We'll
it
start
looks
with
like,
Councilman Ritz.
Everything stays the same, but it looks like we lost the position that we had there.
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. President?
So was it 3 positions before and now you got 2? Is that what I'm seeing? What was it? without me
Well,
looking?
I mean, the one funded position that hasn't been filled for the past couple of years was the chief engineer.
Okay. And that's not going to be filled?
That is correct.
All right, given, I'll just ask that, obviously, financially, it's trending in the right direction as we're looking to make cuts. Can you do the job with what you have?
Yes.
Overtime will be enough?
I'm sorry?
The overtime will be enough? I see 10,000.
Yeah, most of the overtime is not during a normal workday. It's got to do when we do the paving because the workday starts at 8:30. The pavers are there at 7 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes they'll work till 6 o'clock at night. So in order to provide the oversight, we need to have somebody there. So as we do our paving program, that's what the overtime is. There's usually no extra overtime for your average daily operation.
All right, I'm satisfied with your answer, and we've kept you on the hot seat in a long time.
Mr. Auditor,
Yeah, that department is running at 75%, and at this point, we should be 77, so it's running right on point.
Councilman Campobiano, good. Council Bernardo? Good. All right, let's move on to fleet maintenance.
What'd you say, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry. Fleet maintenance?
That's what it says here, fleet
Okay, thank you.
maintenance.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a different list that they work.
Again, I guess.
Councilman
this is-
Ritz?
This is another area, kind of similar questions that the council president asked. We lost some positions, but this is manageable with the
Yeah,
staffing
there was
level.
only one position that was a retirement. I believe that will not be filled, and with the current employees there, everything else is pretty much status quo.
Councilman Campobiano.
Just a general question. The condition of our fleet is, are we, I see the look on his face. Is that an issue this year? Is it an issue a year coming up?
It's a matter of how far down the road you want to kick the can. We do have vehicles that are getting into the 10, 12-year-old. It's continuing maintenance. We're trying to replace them as we can, as money becomes available, but obviously this year was not one of the years we felt it would be appropriate to try to upgrade or up to replace any city vehicles at this time. So they do the best they can with whatever what they have. They do what they can to maintain and to keep the vehicles that we have going without having a cost of a repair that exceeds the value of the vehicle.
Thank you.
Mayor Trafficante.
Are we mandated to have a chief engineer?
What's that? I'm sorry?
Are we mandated to have a chief engineer?
I don't know what the city ordinance is as far as a mandate. I mean, obviously, in the position that I'm in, I possess the license to be able to be considered the chief engineer or public works director. So as me acting as a chief engineer, I don't think that's a stretch or beyond or a violation of any ordinance.
But we're not mandated to have a chief engineer in that particular department.
Not to my knowledge in the
Okay.
ordinance.
I'm good.
Okay, Mr. President, you good?
Sorry, just one
Councilman
question.
Bernardo.
As always, I just get nervous about the gasoline and oil going down. Are we on track this year on the gasoline and oil? Relatively small item, but. Went from 4,000 to 3,000, relatively small, but.
We're currently extremely over budget.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So, how much are we over budget?
22,000.
So this year's gasoline and oil was 22,000. We budgeted 4. Next year, we're budgeting 3. Am I reading that right? I don't know, whoever wants to answer.
Well, just to say, I mean, we did have a snowstorm that everybody was up for 72
I
hours.
understand, but I mean, 4,000, 22,000, that's not 4,000, 6,000, you know what I mean?
While they're looking for that, anybody else? Councilman Graziano.
Just I'll say this in,
Councilwoman.
like, if we're reducing, can we get it that for every budget line item? I mean, shouldn't we be knowing if we're on point for every single budget line item for gas?
Mr. Auditor?
So obviously, your monthly report says every category when you receive them, so it'll give you a perspective of where they stand to budget. I mean, to get it, I'd have to ask the administration or the finance department to get something, just that category.
Yeah, I guess like when we're looking at it, I don't know, maybe Director Strom, but like, are we looking at and taking that all into account?
Yes.
Yeah.
When we did the budget, we took everything into account, but I can look on a weekly or every 2 weeks basis to see how each department's tracking for gas.
That goes back to what we talked about before about reducing gas, taking cars home. So like, just revisiting that again, like, it's gonna go.
And it all depends when we also get the bills in from the various gas stations or whatever you want to call it. Sometimes they're a month behind, so we catch up. So sometimes it's not always an accurate number on a weekly basis. You have to wait till the end of the month or so.
Yeah, it just feels like we keep asking, like, I guess my point is, we just keep asking like it's over budget, if we should be budgeting for wherever we're headed for. It's for every department. That's what I'm saying.
And hopefully the gas prices will start dropping again.
All set? Okay, let's move on to Bureau of Traffic Safety.
That one.
1301.
Yeah.
Mr. President, is that,
1301. It's 17 in the big book, yes.
would
I
you like to start? You got
I
any
certainly
questions?
would. And I don't have a lot to say because we were just checking the charter and the traffic engineer is included in the charter. And I say this, I initially asked when I thought I was on this grouping, you supervise a traffic engineer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Sometimes, I'm going to say this as polite as possible, figuring this is the body that writes ordinances regarding, traffic. We have a difficult time getting traffic reports. And how could, and seeing it is in the charter, so I couldn't just zero it out, and say, let the police department do it. How can we make these traffic reports come more quickly? Should we CC you on this? You think, well, you've done a good job, but you know what? So I've had a number, I've only had a short time where it didn't come so quickly. So I appreciate the efforts you have, been doing. But I also want, we shouldn't have to have that. Traffic engineer.
I'm just a little puzzled because I'm not exactly sure if there were any specifics it might help. But normally what would happen in the request would come in through the ordinances. The gentleman would take his time, he would review that, and usually by the next ordinance committee, there's a response.
Yeah, not that, and if that was the case, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'll be honest with you. So that's not what's happening. That maybe will happen. I know Director Enzulli has done a good job being the intermediary, but maybe CCU as well. I'll be honest with you, it is frustrating. To the point where I say, God, could I zero this out? Because it's not very helpful. And that's not me.
I apologize for them if they are taking that amount of time because
You shouldn't, yeah. It's not you to apologize, but going forward, perhaps as well as CC and, Director Enzulli, we'll CC you. You're the supervisor on this matter.
Yes.
Because that's my gripe on this. Traffic engineer should help us write traffic ordinances. And we shouldn't be waiting. And the truth is, you shouldn't even have to tell them. It's on the agenda. Be honest with you, a person who makes that salary, a pretty high salary in the city of Cranston, one of his responsibilities should be check the agenda. He doesn't have to check them all. It's just that one ordinance, it's only traffic ordinances.
Yeah.
So sometimes we make a lot of excuses for people when they should take some responsibility. So that's my point, because I see he's one person in that group that's $150,000+. And I probably, if I had the ability, I would have advocated to remove it. I have nothing further.
Councilman Banano.
Yes, thank you. I want to piggyback on that. And again, I feel bad for Director Correo because my story is I emailed a traffic engineer and got no response. But once Director Correo was involved through the mayor's office, all of a sudden the responses started coming rapidly. So if somebody has a job, they should not wait for their supervisor to tell them to do their job, so that's a compliment to you. Thank you for your help in those situations because you do that all the time. So you're the wrong person to vent my frustration towards. I know that there have been many traffic things on our agendas in the past that have needed attention, and we are not getting the information we need. So is it budgetarily wise to continue to spend money for no return? My second question is, does the traffic engineer and the police department have any communication?
Yes, they do.
Okay, because there have been a couple of situations where I have taken the advice of the traffic engineer, and then the police department says, oh, that's a bad idea. So, how do we justify that and make that work?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, if you say that you're emailing him directly, that may be the first problem. I think everything should go through, I believe, the administration first, and then it should come down to us. But I definitely should be aware through the administration that there is that's something, but usually it's always done through an ordinance, because most of the traffic items that you're talking about, you're talking stop signs, traffic control devices, crosswalks and things of that.
These are all
nature.
ordinances, yes.
They're all ordinances, and they definitely should go through the ordinance committee. Again, I'm a little puzzled as to why they're saying that he's not responding, because he gets the agenda. They send them out to us every month. We do have them, and why he's missing that, I don't know, but it's good to know that you're not, because it's the only way I can correct it is if I know there's a problem. And we will make sure that we do a better job of getting those responses. Again, realizing sometimes it may take a little bit more than a 2-minute review of something and say, this is the answer. You may have to do a study. You may have to go out and do traffic counts. You may have other things you need to do. And again, that's not his only task. So it may be, it takes a little time, but more than a 2 meeting is not acceptable, and that should not happen.
I just also want to say, and then I'm finished. I don't expect as a council person to get the okay from the traffic engineer and then be told months later by the police department that it wasn't a good idea, or the traffic is all goofed up because of what we did. So that's not good. I just want to say that's a waste of money in that case, which is why we're talking about money here. So thank you.
Councilwoman Graziano.
If we could get an email on the timeline from whoever about like, hey, it's been received and we are working on it, that would be helpful.
Councilman Campomiano.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it's a Department of One traffic engineer. I've been doing this a while now, and I see different projects and require traffic engineers. What are his duties? I mean, is he sit out there on the side of the street and count the cars going by? I mean, he can't obviously do this by himself.
I mean, there are times where he would look at traffic. I don't know per se taking actual traffic counts, but a lot of what he does is he does all of the right-of-way permits. He does traffic items. He does the sewer rolls. He does more than just the traffic part. That's just one of his tasks in the position that he is in. Over the years, he's absorbed the responsibilities of some of the other department daily activities that take place within the department. He works on all of the lighting that takes place for all the new lighting that gets installed, all the replacement and the maintenance of the lighting fixtures that we have an ongoing contract with the consultant that they take care of. They do the maintenance of it, they do the servicing of it, and they do the replacement as necessary for street lights. So it's just more than one task, and it's not purely as a traffic safety individual where he's just doing traffic studies and that's it. It's well beyond that.
That makes more sense. I mean, if you put it like Top Golf came in, I would assume you would have to go out to a larger company to do that type of a traffic study to see what was going on, or does that fall upon his duties?
No, he would not be doing that traffic study. Usually the vendors or a developer is bringing in the report to us. We may have to just review it through the planning process and the zoning process. Plus, because of a facility like that, if you're adjacent to a state highway, the Department of Transportation would also be doing that review and be doing it through a physical alteration permit to review that traffic study.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Horoy.
I have nothing to say. I'd get in way too much trouble.
Mr. President. We'll finish up with Mr. Ritz.
So in here with the salary, so we're giving him a salary increase, is that something?
No, he's contractual, so
Contractual,
whatever
so
the
it's in there.
contract is requiring, that's what he's
Okay.
getting. That's the increase you're seeing.
My other question was on the bottom, the traffic sign materials in 2025, it was 80,000, then it was zero, plan for zero. I'm assuming maybe that was around a project at that time?
No, if you noticed, under the highway department, there is another line item. It got moved over, yes, and that's why it's zeroed out on the.
All right, let's move on to trash. Mr. Auditor.
Director, just a question. I know that Waste Management has been our provider for many, many, many years. And previously, to try to be more competitive, this is years ago, is there any thought to looking into splitting the city into two areas so we have more bidders for this contract? It's probably one of the largest expenditures we have, and we've reviewed it time in and time again. And there's usually only one bidder, and it's usually Waste Management.
I mean, that is definitely an option. I believe unfortunately, though, the last year was the renewal of that contract when it went out to bid, and it's a 5-year contract.
I thought that contract was 2-year contract with multiple renewals.
I believe it was a 1-year contract with 5-year renewals. 5 1-year renewals.
So the renewals are not guaranteed if you want to go out to market just to see what other companies would bid.
That is correct. From what I understand, that is what that option.
Again, it's just a suggestion because it seems that each year we're at the mercy of the tipping fees at the landfill, which we're required to go to. And there isn't another provider trying to be competitive to knock down that service portion of it. So maybe while we have a contract in place, it's worth to revisit it.
Yes, it is. And again, the last contract that we did have 2 bidders, and they ultimately came back, and it was more than we anticipated, and we went back to renegotiate with both potential vendors, and Waste Management did come in as the lower of the 2.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
You just answered my question.
Okay.
I wanted to know if there were other bidders and you just answered. Thank you.
Roy.
I have a question. When I drive through my neighborhood, there's always broken trash cans, no covers. Usually one gets thrown in the middle of the street and hit at least every week from Waste Management. Is it their responsibility ever to go out and like drive around and see? Or is it not every homeowner knows to reach out to me so I can request a new cover, a new can. And it's an embarrassment. There's not one street that has nice cans in my ward.
Again, it is the responsibility of the neighbors to be able to call. That there is a number for Waste Management. We do supply them with the bins, and we also supply them with the repair parts. So if there are wheels that are broken, they normally will call. We will direct it. If we have the wheels here, we will give it to them. If we don't, we direct them to Waste Management. Waste Management will send someone out there and they will do it. Sometimes they will bring the wheels to us. The gentleman who is retiring, at times he would go do that if it was a simple changing out a wheel for elderly, because we have a lot of the elderly. He's not going to be there. So
He cannot retire. That's not acceptable.
well, but because he does an excellent job with the customer service component of that. People love him. He's very responsive. It is going to be a difficult set of shoes to fill, but we're going to do the best we can. But it is the responsibility of that property owner to bring it to the attention of Waste Management, and Waste Management will normally go out within a few days to bring them a new bin if it has to be a new bin, or cover if it's a cover, or the wheels if it's a wheel, they'll replace the wheels.
And that is free of charge to the home or
And that
to the
is- that is-
resident.
Yes, that is free of charge.
Great. I'll be doing a drop-off flyer during trash day throughout my whole ward. Call Waste Management.
Yes. And if you call us, we will give you the phone number.
Councilman Ritz.
Under removal other, I didn't know what fell into that category, because I know the Parks Director talked about picking up mattresses and stuff like that. I didn't know, if that's us disposing of things that they're picking up, I don't know if there was a way we could move that to someone else, if that's.
What's the line item number?
It is 54603.
Yep. Yeah.
Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you, Chair. I know recycling is an issue and I got an event coming up. Do you know the number it costs the city for rejection of recycled materials?
I do not have that number offhand. I would be able to get it. It is available. I believe, and just to give you ballpark, it's probably in the $300,000 to $600,000 range every year for rejected loads.
So it's pretty significant.
It is very significant. It's somewhat subjective up at the Resource Recovery Department. It's also incumbent upon the residents to understand exactly what can and cannot go in the recycling. I mean, we do have a program where we have a sticker. And hopefully the gentleman that's here before he goes, we know where the troubled neighborhoods are because we can tell by the days that the trash gets picked up on how many of the loads get rejected. And what we were going to do was take a quick ride by and take a look at the recycling to see what people are putting in there. And then you put a little sticker on it and it allows you to tell them what's in there that shouldn't be. And hopefully that would help part of the education process because a lot of it has to do with education of the people. One of the things we've seen in the past is many individuals use the bins inside their home and they put a plastic bag in it. And sometimes what they do is they put their recycling in that. And instead of just emptying that, they take the plastic bag out and they throw it in. As soon as Resource Recovery sees that load as they open it up and they see plastic bags in it, they're going to reject that load because they're not going to pick through it because they're not able to use that as recycled material. They'd have to go through it. So it's not cost effective. So that's when you hit the rejected loads. There are other times where there are just products that go in there, or if it's rain and if it's very wet and if the cardboard gets saturated, it's no longer valuable as a recycled product or paper gets soaking wet. And as a result of that, sometimes people overfill their bins. They leave the bins open. You get a rainstorm before they pick it up, it fills it up. And when you do that through a neighborhood through 6 to 8 hours of pickup, that load is saturated, plus the trucks themselves are not covered. All of a sudden, you've got a load that goes in there soaking wet and it gets rejected. So it's the focus right now is to try to educate the residents onto what they can and cannot put in there. And hopefully that will help reduce that going forward. But it is a significant amount of money we pay for rejected loads.
Well, and how do we budget that to the finance director? I mean, are we able to,
We try to look at what history has told us to know how to predict the future. So we would look at the history of what we have and try to use that number as close as we can to say that's going to be the projected or the anticipated rejection of loads.
Thank you.
Councilman Banano.
Thank you. So one of my questions that you kind of answered was wet cardboard not being recyclable. So how do we as a city stop the rain from hitting the cardboard?
If the bins are kept closed the way they should.
Well, you just said the trucks are open. My question is rhetorical,
Yeah, I know.
okay? So what I'm saying is this recycle rejection is a scam at the highest level of refuse removal. And again, it's not your fault, but the city needs to look at, the contract. However we can get competitive bidding in that contract is key. Because I can't tell you how angry I am that, well, number one, I can't tell you how angry I am that I can't go on Councilman Campiano's trip to the dump because I'll be at work. I would love to do that. But is it on a Sunday? Oh, it's Saturday. Oh, I might be able to do that. Anyway, because I'll tell these people directly. It's a scam of the first nature. And I just want to see, they're getting scammed because somebody there who's paid by a company that gets paid from dumping garbage is making the determination as to whether or not they're going to get paid for this load or it's going to be free recycling. If there was an independent person there or a city representative there or something like that, I would be more comfortable with it. But the more I learn about how they determine what's recyclable and what's not, the more I think about the city's getting scammed. It's not your fault. Again, I'm yelling at you when I shouldn't be, and I owe you a drink later maybe, but it's words I can't say on the record. Things like, and I learned this, my colleague Councilwoman Graziano the other night. I was joking about, because she loves the environment. And I said, can you recycle that styrofoam container? She said, no. I said, well, then why is there the 3-arrow triangle on the back of it? That tells me it's recyclable. Well, you got to look at the number. Nobody knows this stuff. So I would like to see, perhaps not this year's budget, but in a future budget, to save money, some education costs built into the refuse removal and disposal. I think if, let's say we were to spend $100,000 putting out some sort of city mailer, that goes with a calendar or something that somebody will keep on their refrigerator. This is recyclable. This isn't. I don't know if that'll save $100,000, but it might. It's an idea worth thinking about.
Yeah, just a
And
quick.
I would just like to say that anything, I haven't voted on a garbage contract because my frustration would have been taken out then. So whatever the contract was, it hasn't been in this council. Hasn't been on this council because I would have flipped out then. But anything we can do to get more competitive bidding in our city is needed. The second thing I want to say is we, and I'm sure my colleagues can attest to this, get many, many complaints about the barrels being broken. And if we're paying for Waste Management to respond to the barrels and the wheels and the covers, and we're not getting that service, we should see a reduction in our fees. We have to contact the gentleman who I think is retiring, who's phenomenal at his job. And then all of a sudden it gets done. And the constituents contacting Waste Management isn't working. My last point is, and we dealt with this recently because of the storm, we had to skip a garbage collection in our city. Do we get a credit for that?
Yes and no. The resources were not used, but the amount of trash that got picked up in a 2-week period versus one did not change anything as far as the tipping fees, because obviously it was just extra material that went in on 2 week instead of 1 week.
But they didn't expend any expense driving their trucks around to pick it up. So it cost them, they didn't have to pay the week's pay, but we have to pay the same amount for the trash being picked up.
We did have that discussion, and they sort of said that they had their crews out longer at the time in order to do that and make up the time that they had for the extra trash that had to get picked up. So we did explore that, and that was the response we got. And just to quickly follow up with you, we are in discussions with Resource Recovery. Just a couple of weeks ago, I did have that discussion. I did ask them if we could get up there during the days we have these problems to go see the loads, to see what's being rejected. They did inform me that the people who does, or the individual that does it, he sometimes will only do a partial cancellation of a load or rejection, because if he sees there's some good cardboard and it rained later on in the day and that's what actually got wet, if they're able to cull some of that out, they will, and they don't always put 100% of that load as a rejected load. But they say that they believe that they're doing the best job they can to be able to do it, and they believe they're reasonable. I know the League of Cities and Towns has had some concerns with that. The mayor has discussed that with them, and there have been discussions relative to the amount of rejected loads. And it's not only in Cranston, it's throughout the state for individuals that dump out at the Resource Recovery.
I just want to underscore quickly that I don't think this is your fault or anybody in the department's fault. I underscore that I think you do a fantastic job, and it's not fair for me to complain to you, but I'm going to anyway. Thank you for your time. I just,
And just one other thing to follow up, the education materials, I'm not so sure we need to have it. They have free, Resource Recovery has videos, they have materials, they have flyers that they can provide us that can be given. They have programs and grants that they receive to help with what you mentioned, that it's not really a responsibility that we would have to take on to provide that. They do have that information.
I would love to see, because I haven't, and I would love to see something like that happen. When I was a student in school, elementary school, the garbage mascot came in and told us about recycling. So I think the point was, so we would go home and torture our parents about recycling. So I don't know that happens anymore. But anything that can provide education. And I know that people who come from places that might not recycle as much. I know when I had tenants, I was constantly on them to, not put their trash in the recycle bin. I understand that that's a problem too. And certain neighborhoods are going to have more of an education when it comes to that. But if people don't know, they don't know. We got to get them the information. Thank you.
Mr. Auditor.
Director, one question with the toters. I believe that the city has to supply the toters and the pots and then Waste Management fix them. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, we purchased them through Cascade. We put them, we give them to them, they hold on to them, and then they replace them as necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 1305, care of trees, 1305. Councilman Ritz.
Just had one comment. I hear wonderful things about the tree warden. He's great. He gets out there. I just didn't see his salary in here. Does that fall under a different
The
grouping?
tree falls under the engineering. That's one of the two individuals there. We have a senior civil engineer in there and the arborist. It's under that category.
That's it. That's all I was wondering.
Mr. President.
He's also a union employee, so
That's
that's
correct.
contractual. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Councilman Campopiano, good. Councilwoman Haroyan, good. Councilman Bonanno, you're all set? Yep, good. Director, thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time.
All right, let's move on to CCAP. $7,000. Page 22. 22 in the show book. How are you? Welcome. You have the opportunity to address the committee, or you can, we could just go right into questions.
Have some remarks. Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gina Eubank. I am the Chief Operating Officer at CCAP here in Cranston. If you don't know who we are an anti-poverty health and human services agency that serves primarily the town of Cranston. We have about 50,000 lives that we touch. Not all are Cranston residents, but the majority of them are. We found out through the news that the contributive support money was being cut from the budget this year. So we would just wanted to come and let you know what that's going to affect. I know I am working in the opposite direction of what you are all trying to do today, but we just wanted you to be aware of what this will impact. First of all, I want to give the regrets from my CEO. He would have liked to have been here, Chris Mansfield, but he had a prior commitment, so he was unable to do so. So I guess I should probably start with the fact that we are already owed $202,000 from the city of Cranston. It has not been paid to us since January of 2025.
Can you repeat that?
We're in arrears of $202,000 owed as of March 2026.
Can you elaborate from what that's from?
So that is, largest part of that is daycare and Head Start monies. So the city gives us contributive support that pays for Head Start and daycare slots that then are not charged to the client.
$212,000, was that the number? I heard?
202.
If I could just pause you, Director Renzulli.
I was just told by finance that no invoices came to us to request the money, so they were not paid. I was not here when any of that happened, so I don't know if you can speak to that. Did you send in a request for the money?
I do
We'll
not have
get
that
there.
information. My
Yeah,
CFO
yeah.
is here. She could potentially elaborate on that.
If you could just come up here and just state your name and then, look at that.
Hi, Justine Sands on the CFO for CCAP. And yes, we do send in quarterly invoices to the Department of Finance. They would have gone to the former director, and he has received them all, and we had prior conversations with him about it. So I'm not sure where they went, but he was aware of the money that was owed to us.
Okay, so I apologize on behalf of the city. We will move on to the next topic. So I'm pretty sure the admin will work on that. So if you could move on to the next topic, please.
Sure. Given that, I mean, I know you all are aware of the federal administration has been trying to do everything they can to cut Head Start and daycare. We have been level funded for the last 3 years, so we've not received any additional funds for the last 3 years from the federal government, which, puts us kind of in a bad spot because we still have to we are mandated in Head Start to give raises without the money coming from the feds to do that. Our largest concern in losing this funding going forward is that we will have to close classes for Head Start, which means that we will have to deny students daycare, which then has a cascading effect. You will have residents who will have to probably quit their jobs because they will not be able to find daycare. Some of those clients aren't currently paying for daycare because of their current income status. So this will only make that worse, requiring them probably to seek additional assistance if they are unable to keep their jobs and work. I just would like to pitch for CCAP. We have been in Cranston for over 60 years, working with the city of Cranston and, with the city government to help the constituents here, your constituents. So this does impact people who you represent.
Do you have any, Director Rinzulli, you have anything?
I am being told that this matter is much more complex than just non-funding this year. So if we want to go into an executive session at some point.
Okay. Do we have any questions from Councilwoman Heroy?
No, I just want to say thank you for being here. You were here bright and early this morning. Thank you for taking the time. I'm a huge supporter of CCAP. Every one of their programs, their food bank has helped out so many people this winter, whether it's a neighbor, a constituent, or at my full-time job referring them. I've called, asked for bags to be made up. The services that you do are invaluable. Like, you can't even thank you enough for it. So thank you for doing it, and thank you for being here on your own time to try to advocate for your place.
Councilman Ritz.
I'll just say I agree with doing the executive session so we can understand this a little more. I have other questions, but I think it would pull too far away from the budget. So definitely if we can get that planned.
Councilman Trafficante. Mayor. Nope. Mr. President Wall.
The only thing I'd say, I would tend to agree with the idea of going into executive session to get to the bottom of this, I guess, complex issue. We already have a number of things, so perhaps we'll have to schedule another meeting. It'll be a rather lengthy executive session, but at that time we'll get some answers and figure this out.
Councilman Campabiano.
I just want to thank you for what you do for the community. Thank you.
And I also want to thank you. Serve a lot of our residents in Ward 3. So we're going to feel the impact. So wait to see what the outcome of executive session, but I am full support of CCAP. So you're good.
Thank you.
Okay. And I think that's it. So let's move on to finance. Where's Trump? And we'll move on to finance. Let's get finance out of the way. Eleven twelve finance. Director, thank you for coming back. Welcome back to Cranston. Like I tell everybody else, you have the opportunity to address the committee, or we could just go right into questions.
I just want to just say, finance, well, I'm familiar with quite a few of the people in that department. They always do a great job. They don't have as many people as probably they should have. We've done some consolidation this year, eliminating 2 accounts payable positions to just 1. The internal auditor, we've eliminated that position. We're absorbing that. And we're looking at other ways of reducing expenses. And I think the people that participate, we have a good staff, and I feel confident that we can continue the good work. The only one area that I may have a concern is Treasury collections. And at the peak of collection period, we're going to be down one person. So I'm only concerned because with vacations, sick time, that could be reduced again for a short period of time. And if it's during the quarterly collection period, that can generate a problem.
Councilman Ritz.
Just two questions. I know you're getting back into the role. With unemployment compensation, when I look at the past few years, it's like a wave, 75, 30, 50, 37. I just didn't understand why it jumped around so much. It's 51403. And then bank charges too are kind of similar wave there, 5290, 2300, 0 to 2300, 800. I just wasn't sure why those two jumped so much.
Yeah, well, let me address the first thing. Let me get to the right area. Unemployment compensation is, we're self-funded, okay? So as people leave, that are, for whatever reason, they file for unemployment, we have to pay for it. So that number can change depending on what that group of people are. So it's not something we can really, yeah. Well, the patent, let me just, right now.
So it's going up, so it's 20.
It's at 111%. It is 2,600 over budgeted for 24. Yep.
Some years it could be under. It's a very volatile type of number depending on who's unemployed and who's collecting and how long they collect for. Some people will go on to another job sooner than others. Yeah, bank charges, that's, a lot of that has to do with bonds and fees that we're charged, okay? So depending on when we do that, it's part of that fee.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends again on what if we go off of bonding and what some of the fees are from the different underwriters and stuff like that. Yeah, so we try to keep it low as much as possible. And when we go out for bonding, it probably won't be till either the end of this year or the beginning of next. So it may not have an impact yet.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking at, you have, Director Strom, you just have 2 employees in your department, correct? In the finance department specifically, that would be 1112. You're in the small book, page 13 on the bottom.
That is correct. It's myself and the chief financial clerk.
And the clerk, which actually, one of the few departments I ever have an opportunity to go in.
Yeah.
Does the clerk work out of your office? Because I've never seen this person.
This person is down where accounts payable is, right outside Mike Igo's office.
Okay, so it's down in Mr. Igo's office.
but he's
All right.
still
So when I
part
go
of-
into finance, that's not the person I see. I usually,
Yeah.
either you or the previous director.
Right, but
And
we're all
then-
part of finance, so
Okay. All right,
he is
so-
in that area.
And that individual is in the collective bargaining unit?
Yes,
So my question is just an increase. That increase, your salary stayed the same as the previous director. the increase that's in the salary line is because of a contractual obligation.
That is correct.
I have no further questions.
Mayor Trafficante. Okay. Everybody's good? Okay, let's move on to controller. I believe it is 1113. Page 14 in the small binder.
That department has the city controller. The city internal order has been eliminated for this next budget. We have the payroll clerk and benefits clerk. She does two jobs.
Mhm.
And we have accounts payable person that does what we call direct pays and also pensions. And also purchasing payables too. So she's a combination of almost, well, not three jobs, but definitely two jobs that we used to have two people for.
Mr. President.
Okay, so you say there's four in there. Now, when I looked up online, I only saw, did I miss something? I thought I only saw three. And as you're looking those up,
Well, there's just three, but this person, we haven't decided who yet, but this person will be doing two jobs, so it'll make it the three, but it was four before.
okay, so it's still gonna be, it's gonna be three like it's listed in the budget, and that person is gonna be shared with another department? That last, I assume the clerk one,
No, it's still all part of finance.
all part of finance,
Yeah.
okay. And all three of the employees in that line, they're all under contract. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so those raises that are shown are contractual. There's nothing we can do about those. Those are,
Correct. It's
those are
part of the te-
contractual, they're
They're
part
all
of
part
their,
of the Teamsters contract.
got it. All right, thank you.
Mayor Trafficante. Okay, moving on, let's go to the assessment. I believe this is the assessor's office, correct? Which is 1114. Big book.
Yeah, the assessor's office has a city assessor who is administrator. And then there's there's a deputy tax collector, a field appraiser, and a principal clerk, and a senior clerk. So the assessor has four people that are classified in the Teamster Union along with him.
Any questions? Councilman Bonanno.
I'm just, okay, I assume that the increase, which is kind of dramatic, is because we're due for an assessment this year? Yeah. All right, and that accounts for the, that's 240,000, that's pretty much okay, thank you.
I would ask, for the software the average resident would use to go online, is that contract coming up? I just see a lot of towns fluctuating between Vision Quest and the other one. It's like Northeast. Okay, no, it's just a question.
Right, definitely, it's in his plan to look at other companies, but usually it ends up with Vision.
Any other questions? Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you. The person handling the more than one job, is there a differential in that?
Right now, there is, yes, because that person's filling in right now for someone that's not in.
Do you know what it is?
The differential? Off the top of my head, I don't know.
58.
Mike, do you know what that is, the different?
Yes, last year or the year before, there was a retirement. And instead of hiring a new person, they paid differential to the remaining employee, the remaining clerical position in that department.
Amount was.
I think it's in there. 5883? Is
Hold on.
that what I'm seeing?
Well, there was nothing budgeted in 26.
Must be
So,
looking at the wrong.
differential.
That's what I see.
Thank you.
5883, it's Department 1114.
Differential right now is 2040.
But we budgeted 5883.
For 27.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President?
So yeah, I just wanted to be, because you had been, the previous year, 25, you budgeted $5,000, last year 5883, this year 5883. And right now you're trending at what?
2940.
About 3/4 of the way in? So that's, I assume, more than enough.
No,
But
it's,
there was a
yeah,
contractual increase, I'm sure, with both of those jobs, no?
yes.
So maybe it is good to keep it that
Yeah,
way.
we're like 77% into the fiscal year.
That department's running 72%.
I believe all of finance is running equal, if not a little under, where they should be at this point in time in the fiscal year.
That's correct.
Councilman Ritz.
I just have one question with the overtime. In the notes, it says $9,000 extra hours of work for employee per contract. It just seems a little odd that it was overtime in the contract of $9,000.
Say the line item, please.
51101. And then it's 51101 overtime. It says $9,000 extra hours of work for employee per contract.
That's a union contract that they receive overtime for meetings, specifically BOCAP and things of that nature.
I understand. I didn't know if there was a way we could schedule different, but if it's in the contract.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing none, let's move on to contract and purchase, which is 1115.
Purchasing department has two people. We have a purchasing agent and a purchasing / claims clerk, that this person does two jobs, basically. But it's only one person that handles as a clerk and also handles the claims and goes to the various claims meetings as well. And that's getting back to your question, Councilman. Claims probably generate some overtime too, as well as BOCAP. Okay. So that's the work that she does. There's two people and they're both classified in the union.
Yeah, I mean, with that salary, with her doing two jobs, it makes sense. I have no problem with that, so. Thank you.
Mr. President.
No, I was just gonna say the same thing. I know, looking it over, that's the clerk that takes care of our claims as well. Obviously, that takes overtime. Makes sense.
Okay, moving on to Treasury and Collection, 1117. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for being here today and for waiting.
Still awake.
Treasury and collection, we have a senior tax revenue agent who's also an acting treasurer. We have a senior cashier. We have two other cashiers. So there's a total of 4 people in this budget, but last year there was 5. So that's why the salary line item is less than it was last year.
The only question I have for this department is, what is our actual cutoff date to get the bills out in time so we could collect the taxes and not borrow money because we were late collecting taxes? If somebody could give me that answer.
Thank you, Chair.
It's included in the chart.
As far as the tax bills going out, it's normally probably around May 17th, 18th that I'll start working with the assessor. And at that point in time, it takes about 3 or 4 weeks. And then we'll get everything over to the printer, the lockbox. So probably around May 16th, 17th, we would start to need to work on those bills.
So hypothetically speaking, let's say we get to you June 1st. What happens?
And then it's kind of up to the administration whether or not they would want to go out with the bills at a later date, or, put instead of July 15th, put July 30th, something to that effect.
So I've asked a few people, and what happens if the bills don't get out? And I think we have to borrow some money. It starts with an H or something. We have to
I believe we would borrow money. It's called TAN,
that's what sorry.
but we're not anticipating that. Hopefully, we don't usually ever do that. Have we done that?
No.
David and I have been together for a number of years. I don't recall ever doing a TAN.
Okay.
We have to do a TAN, I should say.
And I've also know that we're losing a cashier or clerk in that office. Are you gonna be able to handle the amount of traffic with one less person?
Like Bob had stated, obviously, it is a concern, especially because of the sick time and vacation time, especially during the quarters. It's a heavy traffic area, and we take a lot of pride in making sure the phones are answered and the constituents get what they need. And I am a little worried that will happen if we do stay to 3 cashiers.
One thing I want to follow up on that, we did put some money in on the clerical assistants. And so we could bring in someone that has some experience, that's maybe worked here before on the 75-day rule, or someone else that could help in Treasury if during the peak times of the collection. So we did put money in for that.
Mayor Trafficante.
Clarify what professional services is all about.
Professional service.
$50,000. Professional services.
Yeah, that would be we pay the attorneys to handle the tax sale. So, and actually, I'm very proud of that number still being where it is, because I think if we had to go out to bid, it would be at least double that right now.
Mr. President?
Trying to tangentially, I'm kind of with you. I assume because of maybe some of those concerns, we've increased the overtime a little bit. That's why, because you may need coverage during the vacation.
Correct.
That's the thinking behind that one. Listen, you're under budget. You're going the direction that obviously the city's going to need you to go, and I know it's going to be difficult for you. I get it. Going back to the finance chairman's question about the tax bills, I mean, it's not a given. I mean, just this morning, we got notification that legislation was going to be introduced to increase the cap beyond that 3%. We, as a council, have to act on the budget by May 15th, giving you plenty of time. Depending on what the action is, that's, I think, the gray area, because I think, is it June the 1st? And I don't have my charter in front of me. By June 1, I think we have to have those, the city has to have those numbers to you, if I'm not mistaken. That only gives, for all those things that have to happen, that only gives 2 weeks. So, I mean, Then, if this council doesn't act upon this budget for whatever reason, we don't pass it, don't pass the mayor's budget. That's something that I see will greatly impact not only the city, but specifically you two gentlemen as finance and the, in the tax office. Just
It's more of
question,
a
what do you do?
statement.
That's, we would have to look into it. It
Mm.
may, it's not, it's
Yeah.
not a definite fact. It may have to refer back to last year's budget and tax roll, to get those taxes out, and then we may have to do an addition
Right.
once we know
All right.
the results.
And I ask you that question, not to put you on the spot this moment, as this is a potential option going forward, just to kind of spitball it, not that you have to have the definitive answer now.
Director, question. Roughly, how many delinquent tax accounts do we have? The reason why it's a two-part question. Do you feel we could generate extra income if we have a 72-hour amnesty period where we waive all penalties and interest and just collect that money?
I don't feel like that would be the case. I don't know off the top of my head how many delinquent accounts we have. But I think our tax collection rate is one of the highest in the state, around 99.5%. So I don't know how much we would benefit from that.
And I applaud you for that, but I think I could ask, is there any possible way you could get that info back to me?
Sure.
Okay, Councilman Bonanno.
I just had a question. I don't know if it's the appropriate time to ask this, but so if it's not, let me know and I'll ask it somewhere else. But I remember when the last time Cranston faced significant budget issues, it was an issue with the collection, the overall collection rate being a little bit too high. I know that's really not the case now, but I remember from those days, a 98 to 98.5% collection rate was what was recommended. We're at 99.6, I believe, with the anticipated collection rate. Do you think that that could create an issue? Should we lower it, the anticipated collection rate? Or does that not matter?
Well, it definitely matters, Councilman, but 99.5, 99.6 is where we've been trending for the last few years. And keep in mind, with tax sale and also with the motor vehicle excise tax that we get from the state, we get that at 100%, where before it was like maybe 85 to 90%. Oh, so we, I feel confident that we can maintain that. And if you look in the back of the audit, it'll show every year at 99.5 to 99.8%. So 99.6 is, I think, a reasonable figure.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask it.
Yeah.
And I think that, when, not necessarily Cranston, but when municipalities have too high of a collection rate, it can get them in trouble, and we don't have the wiggle room anymore, so, I just want to make sure that you're confident, and I have trust in your ability, both of you gentlemen's ability. So, thank you.
All right, so let's move on to revenues. Page 5 in the small book.
Department 000. Zero.
It's on here. We have to talk about it.
It's page 5 in the small version. And that lists all our tax revenue, pilot, housing, public service corp. Many of these are from the state of Rhode Island. School housing aid. That number I got from RIDE. So there's a lot of revenues like hotel tax, restaurant tax. Now, restaurant tax is something that I believe we use from the governor, but that number could be higher depending on the activity of the city. Third-party rescue, there's a number of things that are here that can fluctuate depending on activity and also maybe time of year. So you can't really go by what's actual right now because we haven't received our fourth quarter motor vehicle phase out money, public corporation money, pilot money. All these things are based on the governor's budget, and if they come in, which they should, we should be fine for this year. And then going forward, we were fairly conservative, except for the tax revenue that we did increase it by that 7.4%.
Thank you. Seeing none, thank you, Director. Oh, wait, Councilman
Sorry.
Bonanno.
I had a question about the restaurant tax. That's, the 1% tax on,
Correct.
okay. Who controls that tax?
State of Rhode Island.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
There's many of the revenues that are controlled by the state of Rhode Island, and between us, specifically pilot, I don't think we get enough that we should get, but that's a different part. We need some legislation or somebody at the state level to help us out on that.
Thank you, Director. I guess you're dismissed. Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm doing good.
Director, welcome. Thank you for waiting. You have the opportunity to address the committee, or we could just go right into questions.
Just short. Well, good afternoon, Council. I want to take a moment to put the role of economic development clear in perspective. The city invests approximately $128,000, approximately $128,000 in this function. Yes. For that investment, we have helped bring in support of over 200 business. So the economic development is the mechanism that bring new business into Cranston, help existing business grow and expand, and move project forward faster and more efficient. And ultimately, it grows our tax base.
Councilman Ritz.
Thank you, Director, for sitting there. I think you've been sitting there since 8:30. My question is the marketing budget. So back in 2020, we had 6,600, then 2,900, and now it's zero. With economic development, I have to think there's got to be some money that's in that account to help market the city and bring in businesses.
Yes, last year they cut the budget again on marketing. And I'm working in trying to do a user guide. And I have developed this user guide, and just to print this out, it's like $2,000 to do it. So I will be asking for either marketing money on it. It's zero now, so I would like to get a budget increase on that.
Mr. Director. In 2025, under the actual, it had on the program activities, $200,000. What was that about?
What was that?
Under the actual for 2025, in your department, program activities, $200,000.
Oh, yes, that was an allocation from the ARPA fund. That was $200,000, and that was for the mitigation impact grant that we have in the city. So we are working on that, and we have dispersed $160,000 of that, and we have $40,000 left on it. And that was assigned through the finance department, I guess, for accounting purpose.
But we still have $40,000 left in the opera account?
No, I have $40,000. Oh, I thought you said 20.
Then why isn't it showing then for your 2027? What, aren't you gonna carry that over? To your new budget, aren't you gonna carry the money you haven't spent over to your new budget?
Oh, it might have, no. No.
Well, Mayor Traff? The mayor wants that finished before July. He should be getting that money out before then, so it shouldn't carry over.
He wants it finished by the end of this year?
Fiscal year.
Yes.
You know, in the audit report, they had you overspending your account by 200,000. But why did they indicate that in the audit report?
That I was overspending it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mr. Ego.
Mayor, the reason why it shows that it was all spent last year is because if he hadn't spent it all in that fiscal year, the balance would have dropped to the bottom line. So if he had only spent 50,000 of it, the remaining 150 would have gone to fund balance. Instead, it was put into a liability account so that he would have access to it this year and next year if he's not done with this project.
Mayor, if you could just give me 1 second, the auditor is going to explain something.
Also, when Russ Mike said, that was opera funds that was put in place. So it had to be committed by 12/31/24, and it has to be expended fully by 12/31/26. If not, we're supposed to pay that back. So if it would have went into the reserve fund, we would have been liable to pay the full 200,000 back, not just what we didn't use.
What was that account called again?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's an liability account?
It was
Deferred
called
expenses.
deferred expenses, deferred liability, 27,130. It's on the balance sheet. It's not a profit and loss account. You're welcome.
Director, do you have an assistant?
I don't. I have someone that's temporarily as a project manager who is assisting me with the immigration, the migration grant.
I'm gonna ask our finance director, what department is that person getting paid out of, or?
Mhm. Mhm.
Is that correct, Mike, from the senior center he's getting paid out of?
Yes, that is correct.
So you have someone on loan from the senior center over in your department helping you out?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President?
Yeah. First, listen, I see that you're in for a raise this year.
I believe so.
Yeah, listen, you seem like you're a good guy. You're always very polite and nice guy, and I see what you're doing. You know, I'm probably not gonna be in favor of giving any raises this year. I also see the additional personnel in there. Part-time personnel, at least when we get our monthly report listed under your department, it would appear that you've got someone who's a part-time employee there. And I remember last year, and it's not, I can remember, I give you credit, because when you came before us, you had kind of a, how can I say? It was a long meeting. There was some concerns expressed at that time, if you recall, not to revisit bad times. But I give you the credit. You asked for more money at that point, and the council didn't give it to you. You did. And in this time, you've asked for more money. I'm sure you have a legitimate reason for it. And I know you want the best for the economic development in the city, but you also got to understand now that we're in a pretty serious situation. So we're probably not going to give, extra money. But I also have a problem with the council directly said in our budget that we weren't going to give additional money to that department. And now we find out that someone is coming from another department, the senior center, in there. I assume we allotted money for the senior center to take care of things that concern to the seniors. So I'm not finding fault with you because somehow you figured a way to get that extra work that helped that you needed. But it's not what the council wished at that time, because I recall those meetings very well. So I'm not finding fault with you, but I kind of feel like the people who were here, we made it pretty clear. Not that we don't think you're doing a job or you're a good person, but we made a decision financially. And we budgeted someone for the senior center, and I find out now that they're working for special projects for you. Somehow I don't think that's right. So I don't know where to direct my disappointment to, but I'm gonna just direct it out here, so I'm on the record.
Director Anzuli?
I was just going to tell President Wall and all of you where that is in the budget if you wanted to find the other person. So
Please.
it's under Senior Services SS, so 1603, third page, fourth person down, Projects Manager. And they were sent there, I guess, on assignment to help get this grant out so that that could be finished. And then when it's done, they're supposed to go back.
Councilman Campabiano?
Thank you, Chair. We keep hearing this grant over and over and over again. There's $40,000 left in this grant.
Yes, correct.
What are the criterias to receive this grant?
Well, because of the infrastructure work that has been done in the 5 years, there has been a lot of construction, especially on Park Avenue, all the business on the Carreta, Kansas Street, Knightsville, Rolf Square. We have expanded to also to Pawtuxet Village, and also the construction that's on Route 37, and we have extended to Oakland Ave and Atwood Avenue.
And it's, from what it's $1,000 each
Yes, it's
business?
$1,000 per business that are on the impacted area for the construction.
Well, this is going on now for, you're saying 5 years? Didn't-
No, not 5 years, a year and a half.
Year and a
believe.
half?
Yes. That's what.
That was COVID funding, so this is probably 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
So we just, again, back to the COVID regulations, whatever he has less than the balance has to be expended by 12/31 of 2026.
And you're telling me the whole 200,000 has to go back?
That becomes an issue, yes.
This is very concerning to me. If you couldn't get rid of it, I mean, you're trying to give money away and there must be a reason they're not taking it. Is there some stipulations? I mean, we got to get this money dispersed or else we're going to be in trouble.
Yes, the money will be dispersed. Since I have the project manager, I've been going out, and in the last month, we must have done 75. We're gonna have more aggressive marketing out there, and we're gonna have open house if we have to. And I believe that in a month or so, the money will be gone, the 40,000.
You're saying $1,000 each. I mean, some people may have been affected more than other people, so it has to stay at 1,000?
It was the criteria that was set forth in the grants. They did expand the geographical area. And as far as the application, and I believe the requirement was that your business at some level was affected either by lack of business, lack of access, or something to that effect. So the criteria is great enough that you can expose. I think what it is just getting the information to the actual businesses that are there.
This information should have went out a long time ago. Now you expanded it to 37, Route 37 now. I mean, is that out of the realm? I mean, we're talking about something that happened with sidewalks a year and a half ago. Now we're all of a sudden to 37. Are we going to get in trouble with that?
We're not 37, we're talking that area, Oakland Ave. They have some construction in that side. So we extended the criteria of just being Reservoir Avenue and Park Avenue. We have extended it. So now there's gonna be more business involved in it. So as we have more business and we have gone out farther into the city, they're gonna come in for the grant.
What's the deadline again?
Huh?
What? December 31st? I'm gonna ask the finance chair, can we have this on the agenda so we can follow this? So that we know what's going on, because it could cost us a lot.
Yes, I'm pretty sure our wonderful clerk can note it for us that we need this on the next agenda. Mr. President?
All right, so I probably share some of your frustration. I'm gonna use frustration. Because I'm looking at the salary, so we needed an individual to borrow it from the senior center who's making about $48,000 to hand out for 2 years of $40,000. Am I right?
No.
Oh, all right. So I'm like, but still, I'm thinking, we're
they
going the
weren't
wrong,
there.
and we can't find the people who want the money after 2 years? Is that true? We
What
can't
was that?
find those people who are applying for the money?
Oh, yes.
Did
they're
they send
there.
something in already?
They there.
Let's just send them a check.
Some.
I bet a stamp will cost less than this guy.
There's some individuals that have some issue and we don't, after COVID, they used to come out for the grant, but afterward, they're not into the grant. Some are operating and they have to go through a checklist that we have in order to get clearance. And a lot of the business, they might have issue with the tangible tax that they owe. So we have to go through the Department of Collection and we have to go through like 5 or 6 departments before they could get clearance and they could get that reimbursement.
So they're not eligible because whatever violations it sounds like, we're gonna wait forever. We're gonna have to hire another person to do this another year? Or
No,
take
he-
him from another department?
Yeah, he's just temporarily until we finish that grant program. And I think at the rate that we are going now, it should be in a month, we should be done with that program, with the $40,000 that's left.
That's government efficiency. I just, I think you're pointing out the issue.
Mr. Auditor,
Director Paulino, would it be a simple email could go to the council with the list of businesses that have already received the grant, and then maybe through their network, they'll be able to reach out to people so we can build a little bit bigger of a network to get this done a little bit faster?
Director Rizuli?
Well, the council has, I think in the last month, received an email about this with a request from Director Paulino for assistance. And then there was a request for a flyer. I think it was Councilman Ritz asked for a flyer, so then he made a flyer. I sent you guys a flyer. And so you guys are informed to put on your social media or contact those you know. But this has to be done soon. The mayor doesn't want this done in December. He wants it done like 2 months ago. So that's what the push is. And I believe this happened before I got here, but that person hasn't been here. The assistant to push out this grant has not been with the office for very long.
Councilman Bonanno.
Just, I'm confident that we'll be able to get it out on time, especially since it's 6 months from now. My question is if, I know. Let's say there's money left over, we only have to repay that money, or we have to repay the whole 200,000?
So the process for
That's not what I heard
opera,
before.
Councilman Bonanno.
the process for opera is you've been funded X amount of dollars through the city, 40, 50 million. If you are one of the cities and towns after 12/31/2026 that gets audited, you have to prove that what you instituted and what you put aside for whatever project you use it for was expended by that time. So that's the issue you're up against. Will we be audited? I can't answer that question. But is there exposure to the city if we don't follow the path that we picked and that, follow the requirements? There is exposure. So I'm just stating fact. I'm not sure we'll be audited, but that's the exposure that will be there.
My question is, how much exposure? So in other words, Councilman Campiano said we'll be on the hook for the whole 200,000 if there's $3
No.
left, essentially. And then previously you said, whatever we don't use, we would be forced to pay back.
I said
So-
that you're exposed to the full amount of the appropriation.
Okay.
You're
so
not
then I
just
misunderstood
exposed to
you.
the balance, because if it's $3, nobody's gonna do it. So from what
Right,
I
I
understand in the seminars that I took for this, is that it's the full appropriation. Not everything we received, just that was appropriated for that one project.
Okay, well then, you're right, and that's a problem. So I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Director Renzulli.
I just wanted to also clarify, I don't know if Mr. Director Paulino explained it fully, that a lot of the businesses they have gone to, they also have licensing problems. If they haven't paid taxes to the city, it goes to the treasurer. The treasurer says they haven't paid taxes, they can't receive the money. So there have been a good amount of businesses that have originally applied and weren't able to take the money. Then I will also tell you that if this is not done by July 1st, I'll do it myself. The money will be gone. The city is not going to be exposed. I will promise you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So economic development is a very vital part of city development. Do you feel in your capacity you need help? Can you do this? I mean, why do I say it? Is because we need to attract more business. We need to attract big business. We need to attract developers. And as I told our planning director, Providence is going through what they're going through, and all that money's coming this way. And we need to grab it before it keeps on going south to Situate or west or east or whatever it is. So at your capacity, do you need help? Are you comfortable with this budget? That's my question.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with this budget that I have in my department. Last year I did receive an intern that came in. He helped me in the start of the grant. And for this grant that I have, I will be more aggressive in terms of marketing and reaching out to more of the small business owner, and it'll be done. All I have to do is just make them aware that the grant exists and it's $1,000.
Director, but I'm not talking about the grant anymore.
Oh,
I'm just
talking about the grant.
And I'm not talking about small business either. We need big businesses. So that's what I'm asking. In your capacity, are you ready to, with this budget right here, are you comfortable to say, you know what? I can attract big business. I can attract big developments because you're the lifeline of this city. So I just want to know that when we break and we're all doing our math and we're cutting and slashing and doing whatever, I want to be able to sleep at night knowing that you're fine with this budget and you can produce and you can perform for this city. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. I've been working with planning development with Beth.
He's been working with planning development, Mayor.
Yes, I mean, into working with them. The governor has for the city of Cranston, they want to build 1,367 houses for the year 2030. So far, in the year 2025, we built 158. In Ward, so that means we are, the remaining is like 1,209 houses that needs to be done by 2030. There's a lot of empty lot that especially in Ward 1, 2, and 3. When you calculate 1,209 houses to be built, for $7,000, that's almost $2 million. So we need to build new houses. The process of building a new house in the city of Cranston is very tough. Going through the planning department and the planning commission. Before even they get to that point, they spend a lot of money in order to build the house in this city. So I'm prepared to assist and help those individuals navigate to that process to see if we could build more houses, new houses in those lots that are 4,000 square feet.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, we definitely need that. So let's go with Councilwoman Haroyan, Bonanno, and then we'll take a break. Councilwoman Haroyan.
Okay, I know it was said earlier, the frustration with this, no one can be even halfway to as frustrated. I will not be supporting a raise of any means. Do you understand what it takes for a new business to open in Cranston? Are you reaching out to companies to see if they'd like to come to Cranston? I'm not talking about a builder that wants to build a plat. What are you doing for this city?
Well, first of all, it's very difficult for business to open in Cranston, when they come in, they have no idea. We are preparing a user guide to walk them so they can open the business because, oh. mm,
Director, if you could just put that, yeah, there you go.
It is very difficult to open a business in Cranston. We are trying to help those individuals come in and through the whole process. So that's, we are ready to.
How long have you been in?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
And in 5 years, you have not found a way to make this program easier so we can attract businesses that are coming to Rhode Island? Have you contacted one single business this year to see if they'd be interested in opening in the city of Cranston? Have you helped any business at all move to the city of Cranston?
Yes, many businesses have come to my office and I have sat down with them and I told them the process and what they need to do. And I also have helped them find location in the city of Cranston. And we do a lot of the ribbon cutting that we do. I keep in touch with them and they also want to expand and have other business.
I'm very disappointed that I think I've been on council maybe since 2.5 years now, and we've been discussing the same grant. I understand businesses have to have, a good title. They can't be late on taxes. They can't have liens on them. But if there's a problem finding 40 businesses in the city of Cranston that have been opened, maybe we just need to do a walk one day.
Yeah,
and
we
knock
could-
on business doors.
Yeah,
Maybe it's the small little seamstress that didn't know she could apply. It doesn't have to be where you go for lunch and you hang out at night.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Councilwoman. Let's move on to Councilman Bonanno.
Trying real hard not to lose it. I think that's because I'm hungry.
All right, well,
But I have some things I want to say. Number one, houses, especially single-family homes, are actually a burden on our city's expenses because the services that they require, like public schools, police, and fire, have to be increased at such a rate that the tax revenue from that particular single-family home doesn't cover it. So I am extremely disheartened to hear the economic development director say that we need to build more homes to expand our tax base. We may need to build more homes because we need more homes,
Mhm.
and that's a different conversation. But if we're talking about the economics of expanding our tax base, that's not the right school of thought. That's going to cost us money and not bring money in, and on a net level. I'm shaking. I'm so upset. I just heard that. I asked you last year at these budget hearings to simply develop a spreadsheet as to some of the steps that certain businesses need, like a restaurant, a barber shop, something like that. So is that what is in that pamphlet?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that that is something that is being done because when I ran on a platform of being more business friendly and cutting the red tape to get people to open a business. And it's been extremely frustrating, many of the conversations, that this isn't happening more quickly, especially with the situation we're in. I have 2 more questions.
Proceed.
Have you utilized the services of the city grant writer? I'm going to steal a line from Councilwoman Horoyan.
No, I have not.
Okay, there are probably, and I'm not a economic development professional, but I bet you there's a lot of grants out there for economic development. And that should be utilized. Grants should be utilized, whether or not you're utilizing the city grant writer. I just want to say that I think the Economic Development Office is an investment in our city, and it's not necessarily an expense. The concept of an investment is you spend some money to make more. And this office, number one, needs to be extremely efficient. And number 2, needs the resources to make the city more in its tax revenue, whether it's property tax, restaurant tax, hotel tax, tangible, whatever. And it is not functioning at the level it should be for a city our size. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonanno. Thank you, everybody on the committee. Thank you, Director Paulino. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll go right into the senior center. 5-minute break. Clerk, you all set? You ready? You don't need a break? You're good? All right. Chris, you ready? Everybody ready? All right, Director. We are on page, what page? Are we?
$1,600 starts with.
All right, 1,600 in the big book. What's the little book? 1,600 in the big book. Page 20 in the little book. Director, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. You have the opportunity to address the committee, or we could just go right into questions.
Just a quick statement. Senior Center this year has been doing extremely well. We're seeing increases in the number of attendees for our lunch program, our different activities, our health program, our exercise program, our art programs. They're all doing extremely well. So we're having a very good year. We do have some challenges though as we go into 2026, 27. So I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Thank you. So I've been getting 16 emails every minute. What happened with some vacant position?
Determination was made that we were going to eliminate 2 positions in the admin side, the assistant director and the clerk.
Is that because you felt you didn't need it?
Not that we didn't need it, it was just that the decision was made, we needed to save the funds. I would like to have but we can survive without them if we have to.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Trafficante, I think the place is named after you too, so.
The only question, it's not even a question, it's kind of a comment. When the mayor presented his budget, he said that any individual, and correct me if I'm wrong, any individual who wanted to stay would certainly be able to stay, and those who wanted to retire, they would take the early retirement package. We were told they would, I think he made it clear that there was going to be no.
The positions were eliminated, the individuals were not. Both individuals are going to other positions within the city, which were basically lateral transfers for both of them.
So the assistant director you mentioned.
Yes.
He's going to another department?
Yes,
And what's the other position?
the clerk. She's also going to another department. They both have positions within the city, essentially lateral moves, so there's no
Do you know what
impact on.
departments they're going to?
Pardon?
Do you know what departments they're going to?
One is going to workforce development. The other one, I still has to be determined. I don't think it's been determined which position they're going to go to yet. There's a couple retirements and a couple other things that are in the works, but they have not been resolved as of yet. You're welcome.
Director Renzulli?
Mayor Traff, I'm not sure where they're going, but a possibility from my view is they could go to the clerk's office if they wanted to. That would be a place where we need some good people, and I know that they are.
Okay, opening this up, Councilman Ritz. Mayor Trafficante, the floor is yours.
This is the same thing that happened with Public Works. If a person's in a certain classification, all right, and like you said, he's being transferred to another department, does he maintain that classification?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so there's no loss.
There's no loss of income. There's no loss of
what I wanted to
anything.
know.
They continue with their seniority. It's exactly just transfer over to a new position.
Very good.
They're protected
All
in
right.
basically everything except the job
That's clear.
changes,
Thank
unfortunately.
you for clearing that up.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
No questions. Mine were around the person that was moved, like Councilman Andujar. I've gotten many phone calls and emails about him.
Councilman Campabiano. Councilman Banano.
I just want to hear, because I got several phone calls as well, I think we all did, about a particular individual. We can't name the person. But many constituents are concerned about the functioning of the senior center and how it will be potentially negatively impacted with the departure of this human being. So I want to hear from you as to whether or not you think the same quality of service is going to be able to be maintained without those 2 people, whether or not the remaining staff can pick up and fill the void left by these 2 people, and whether or not anything specific that they may have been an expert in will be able to be picked up and have a seamless transition and maintain without those two people there.
There will be a short-term disruption just because people are leaving. The individual has been there for a number of years, has a lot of institutional knowledge. So that has to be transferred over. So we're working on a timeline to make sure that we don't miss a beat with that. I do have confidence in the rest of the staff that we will be able to pick up all the different things that they do. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It will be a challenge for everybody, but the senior center should continue to function as it has for the last 30 years.
Just one more question. And again, I'm not at the age where the senior center is a place where I frequent, thank goodness. But I've heard from constituents that a couple of these individuals were instrumental in making sure that grants were secured for the senior center. And I know that grants for a senior center are an integral part of the operation. So what is the plan to maintain some of these grants, like for instance, for the RSVP program? If the person who's been doing it for, a number of
program
years.
is handled by a different individual. That one's not handled by the person that is leaving.
Okay,
The other two grants that they primarily worked on, the 3D grant and the designated grant will continue. I'll take over the role of finishing those and making sure that we continue to bring those home. So
All
that
right.
will not change.
okay, and you have confidence that you'll be able to
Oh, absolutely.
do that and still run the day-to-day
Oh,
operation? Okay.
Director, if
Thank you.
those positions were to be refunded, would those individuals stay there or would you replace? I don't know. I think I could ask that question.
If you refunded the position, I would definitely put the same person back in the role.
You would put a person.
That person.
Oh, that person. Okay. Councilwoman Haroyan.
I just want to echo, I've also received phone calls and emails, and I've tried to talk to every single person that called me. And the main concern was one of the jobs that's being transferred out is a very compassionate person. The seniors feel very comfortable with him. And the concern was, like, he's not the person that should be taken away from them. They feel that, this is people looking outside, but they're very comfortable with him and they feel he's doing his job. And sometimes they don't feel that way about others. And I know everyone's opinion matter, but this is senior citizens and they deserve to have somebody they can talk to that's friendly with them, that's not sitting in an office with the door shut. So it's just concerning. The programs there are absolutely fabulous. I've called for my full-time job, so someone to help fill out an application for housing, for Medicaid, and she's absolutely amazing. This is a department that brings a lot to our city, and we are known for the doll making, the men playing pool. Like, this is something really good, and I think this really needs to be addressed, that somebody that's a huge asset could be being transferred out of there.
I agree. He is definitely an asset. It's just right now the funding isn't there to hold that position. I wish it was, but it was determined that those positions we could cover for those positions.
Right. Did you have a say in that at all? Or was it by administration? Or were you active in that role of saying what you could run without?
Active in some of it, not all of it. I mean, I made my recommendations. I actually told them what I thought was the best thing to do. But the decision was made and I had my marching orders, so we'll just carry it out. But the senior center will be fine, and we will have people that can handle this and folks that can handle it. We have multiple people.
Okay, because I'm just making note that all of us today have learned of an employee that was temporarily placed outside to help another department that wasn't able to do their work. So if you could work without that position and maybe somebody else, that might help. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Campabiano. Director, how many seniors outside of Cranston do you serve on a daily basis? Because I've been there a few times and I've bumped into people from Johnston, Situate, Providence, and it seems like they just.
We have a draw from larger than just Cranston because of our extensive programs. We do a lot of trips. We do a lot of big programs. So we go to like PPAC and things like that for different types of activities. We also have probably the best lunch in all of the state for senior centers because we have our own kitchens. So we make our lunch fresh every day. So we probably get quite a few. I don't know what the exact percentage would be, but we do get quite a few from outside the city of Cranston.
And now, so if I'm a senior resident in Johnston and I wanted to go see Hamlet at P-PAC,
Well, we don't quite go that high.
well, Cranston will pick up the tab to take that person from Johnston to P-PAC.
No, you have to come to the senior center. Our buses will not run outside the city of Cranston. So if
No,
we
but
do a
that's what I'm
program-
saying, but we're gonna treat that person from Johnston
Oh,
to Hamlet.
absolutely. Yes. If they come and they sign up for a program and they're going to go on a trip, like we went to the aquarium last year, they'll get on the bus just like everybody else. We don't discriminate.
Just to guess, how much money do you think you spend on a yearly basis on outside Cranston seniors?
I wouldn't say it's a lot because most of our trips are self-funded. We charge for the price of the bus to take the bus down to wherever we're going. If there's an admission, we don't pay for that. That comes out of the seniors' pocket, so they pay for those types of things. So most of our trips are either neutral or slightly cash flow positive. So we're not spending any money on anybody outside the city. It costs us the same for a Johnston resident as a Cranston resident. The only difference is for meals, which is a federal meal site, so it doesn't matter where they come from. It costs the same for us.
And do you also work in hand with CCAP or any other agencies in case like a senior can't pay their gas bill? Can't
Yeah,
pay
we
their
have a whole
electric bill?
Department of Social Services that actually handles all of those issues. They work through different organizations through the city. They work through CCAP. They work for legal aid and all the other different, so they direct them where they need the help.
And the
So
reason why I say that is because in case this does go through, you are gonna see an increase on senior-owned homes that have to pick between their gas bill and paying their mortgage.
Yeah, we have two people that are excellent at helping the seniors in any problem that they have. So they'll be prepared.
Mr. President?
All groups, all, there's, what was it
Yeah,
about
I have a lot of departments, yeah.
seven groups within the senior center?
Yes.
How many, I mean, I'm looking at 7 groups and we're talking about certain employees. How many people do you employ at the senior center?
Let me see. I think it's
All the
probably,
groups. And if it's, yeah,
probably 14 or 15 part-time and then. 19 funded full-time positions plus the part-time positions. Plus we have a ton of volunteers.
okay. So I'm thinking, I'm sorry, mostly a salary. Any of these union positions?
All except 3.
All except 3, okay. Now, the union positions, they have negotiated, obviously, like
Correct,
every
they
other
have,
other group, they have negotiated, raises, that we're obligated. Are there any raises in your departments, any of your departments? Is there any raises in them?
No, I mean, my salary according to last year versus this year went up a slight amount, but I suspected that was just going to get taken away.
Yeah, well, not because I don't think you're doing
Oh,
a
I
great job,
understand that.
because I've
It's
said
the
it to everybody
situation
else.
that
and
we're in.
This is it's a bad time to be
Yes,
screwed, yeah.
understand that, but no.
I'll let you know, but I commend the efforts you do. I know every year you come in, you tell us, and they're fabulous programs. People tell us all about it, and I do appreciate that. I appreciate the effort you made to help out the city, because if I'm not mistaken, my quick look out of all your groups, it looks like you shaved off about $143,000.
Nothing
So
tough.
you're
Yep.
going in that direction. It's not a perfect sum. I just quickly did it. So I thank you, and I have no further commentary. Thank you.
Director Strong.
Real quick, I just wanted the committee to know that except for the social service.
I believe that's 1603. $1606.
You're pretty confident that this budget is solid. It sounded to me like you, in your initial statement, that you've got the staff to do what you need to do.
Yeah, it'll be a challenge for going into this year, absolutely, but we've actually delivered on the budget every year since I've been here. So right now we're at 70 versus 75 through April, so we should be okay. It's just, it'll take some effort, but we'll get there.
Well, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, Councilman Campopiano.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. you probably can't answer this question, but these two individuals that are not there no more, were they target, why were they targeted? 14 employees there. Why, any reason why they were the ones let go? It seems like they were doing a good job.
I think one of them, I don't know 100% sure, and the mayor made those decisions, but I think they were just positions that were hopefully could be allocated out to other individuals. They weren't specific to, we have social workers that do social stuff. We had drivers that drive buses. We had cooks that cook meals. So there were people that were very specific. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Sorry, Trev. So there were positions that were very specific. These positions were more of generalists. So I think the understanding was that they could absorb some of their things across multiple people. Like he did, the assistant director did a lot of the grant information. So we'll take some of that. Part of the committees that they were involved in the state will do some of that. So it'll all be just allocated out to different individuals.
Yeah, I mean, because.
Sorry about that, Trav.
Yeah, 'cause,
Okay.
I had
I
the,
apologize.
Councilman, are you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Thank you. No, because I get the same calls that I think everyone else on this, on the.
Yeah,
all the
it's
councils
not
got.
surprising.
And a lot of them were attendees to the senior center. It's for, how many buses and trans vans do you have on the road?
I have 4 full-time drivers and 1 kind of what they call a dispatcher, but she's also a driver. So I have 5 drivers. So I have 5 buses that I can utilize for picking up people around, taking them to doctors, and then for trips and other such things.
Are they city-owned?
Yes,
And is it CDL?
CDL
license
passenger
required?
with passenger endorsement. They're all ex-school bus drivers. They're all ex-school bus drivers. They have a CDL with passenger endorsement, so they can drive something that has passengers, as opposed to a CDL, you just drive a dump truck.
I mean, are you at capacity with the 4 or? Can you
Uh,
just list-
No, we're not at capacity with the 4. We still have some opportunity in different places. There's some things that are very busy, but we have a 5th driver. Our dispatcher is also a driver, so she fills in where necessary. So if we have a trip that requires 2 buses, then she'll cover the 2nd bus, and our other buses will continue to do their normal, taking people to lunch, taking people to doctors, taking people home.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Bonanno.
Since I didn't realize we were doing everything in the senior center, so I mentioned this last year, and I'll mention it again. One of the ways that we can help ease the tax burden on the citizens is to lower the costs. The other ways is to derive revenue. And I remember, right after college, I worked in the kitchen at the senior center for the nutrition program that used to deliver to many other senior centers throughout the state. And I can't imagine that was a money loser. So
It was definitely a money loser.
So how,
We actually looked at it multiple ways a couple of years ago, based on the cost of the meals that we were paying for the food and all the other things. 5 full-time employees that were there, all the kitchen staff, the buses to drive them all, the insurance and the risk and all those other things was all there. When you added it all up and what they were paying us for those meals, we were losing money to deliver meals to other communities. And that's why the decision was made just to focus on Cranston alone.
so that was not actually a revenue stream.
It was not a revenue
This is a
stream.
revenue
It
draw.
was actually generated revenue, but it was at a negative. It was a loss against what the cost of the program was.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is anyone else?
Director,
Mayor Travagandi.
I respectfully disagree with you because during my term of office, we generated revenue from that kitchen. It wasn't at a loss. So I don't know what happened after I left, but I can assure you it was a moneymaker.
I think what happened was COVID happened. And I think all the senators started losing people. They weren't having as many meals. They weren't ordering as many meals, but our fixed expenses stayed the same. We did the analysis a number of different ways, and it all came up that we were losing money delivering outside the city.
Right, but COVID's over.
It is over, but we're still, it doesn't add up financially to bring all those full-time people back, get all the buses back, all the other things. It'll generate revenue, yes, but it will not generate positive revenue.
Can I ask for some of the documentation on that that you've derived, even if it's years old?
Sure, I can dig it out of my computer, sure.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is anyone else? Councilman Ritz.
We're in a tough time here. Is there any programs that are underutilized that we could pull back on? Sorry if you don't have the answer right now.
I can't think off the top of my head right now. I mean, the buses are always constantly busy with folks. We're up, we're getting probably up 10% from where we were last year for our lunch crowd, which is critical because some people, that's the only meal they get a day. That's one. Our ADS has its ups and downs, but it's a very critical program for those families that actually utilize us. So there really isn't a whole lot of, RSVP is all getting people to help us around the community and help us in our center. So there really isn't an area that we actually have an opportunity to cut back on right at this point.
What are the hours at the senior centers?
8:30 to 4:30.
And lunch is the biggest time too. I'm only thinking, is there an ability to pull back the hours and close sooner to save some money that way if lunch is the driver?
Theoretically, I don't know what it would save if I don't know what the union contracts, how they stipulate. But the late afternoon hour would be the only hour that I would think so. But we do have certain programs. Our ballroom dancing goes right up until 4:30. There's a couple other programs that do the afternoons.
If any of those could be moved to maybe the library and use that, close the senior center sooner, move those programs to somewhere else. I'm just thinking out loud, but we're in a tough situation.
I
here.
understand.
My-
We can look. I just don't know how many actually.
I don't
make
know
a
if
lot
it's enough
sense.
of a savings to move people around like that. And then with the federal funding, do you feel like we're maximizing everything we're getting from that?
I think we're getting it right now as much as we are able to get. We're always looking for other opportunities. But I haven't seen any grants that seem like it's something we could jump on. And back to this, some of these grants are more about building things and adding things to the center. And we're trying not to add the expenses or costs.
With the bus routes, because I know it's a big cost in here too. Can we do anything with modifying the routes or reducing them? When I was on the school committee, we did different, but we reduced some of that and it had a significant savings.
We use a program right now that does to some degree do route efficiencies. We can look into potentially maybe something that the Cranston bus system has. We can reach out to them. A lot of my drivers are ex-Cranston bus drivers, so we can find out if there's another program that might be able to help us. The problem is that it's not a daily route. Every day it's a slightly different route. So it's some days we're going here, and then if we have a passenger that's part of our program that wants to go here, but everybody else is over here, it's kind of we can't really deny them that if it's a doctor's appointment or something
Sure.
critical.
No,
So
I understand.
it's a little
different-
challenging to
different
do it
entity.
that way.
I think that's it. Thank you.
I hate to keep harping on
Councilman
the
Bonanno.
nutrition thing, but I'm looking at the numbers here after you answer my question. 2021 is the farthest back that we go in this book, the books that we have. So that's after COVID or during COVID, I guess, right? During the tail end of COVID. The revenue for nutrition was 814,000 and the expenses in the nutrition were $1,000,001, which is a difference of about 300,000. Now, the nutrition revenue with it not being the program sort of ending is 115,000 and the expenses in that are 505,000, which is a $400,000 difference. So my point being is during COVID, as opposed to now, we were making $100,000 more with that program. Now, that's not insignificant. That could fund the assistant director's position, maybe. $100,000 is a good chunk when we're starting to look through this budget, when we're nickel and diamond pencils and paper clips. So I really want to see how that determination was. And it's not criticism on you, but I mean, I really want to see how the determination was made that was losing money. Because I was a little kid. My father worked for Mayor Trafficani when he was the mayor, and we used to go to the senior center all the time, and that kitchen was packed of people, and they were, I can't imagine that we would continue to do something that lost money. I think that, yeah, we're expending less, but the net difference leaves $100,000 at least, give or take, gap.
I'll send you the information.
Going around seeing none. Director, thank you. I just want to end by saying our number one priority on this council has always been the seniors. And we've done a lot of things to try to help them as far as trying to get the tax exemption to go up. But I'm just really worried that if we were to go to this cap, people on fixed incomes, especially Social Security, which is, I think is only like $1,700, for your mortgage payment to go up $800, you're gonna have a big traffic jam over there with people needing assistance. So just keep that in mind. Always reach out to any of us. We're pro senior. So with that, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
And with that, since at 9:05 a.m., there was no objection to taking the agenda out of order, I will open this up for public comment at this time. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak on docketed items only?
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind everybody that does speak that they have to hold the button down. Are you going to give them the other one? Okay.
So
All
they
right.
get the good.
Never
one.
mind.
Just to reiterate, public speaking is now open. Please come up to the podium, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Check. I thought I'd be saying good morning to you, but I'm saying good afternoon, almost night. I'm going to be very brief.
If you could just state your name and address, so that way it's for the record.
I'm going to be very brief with you. I know, look, we're facing difficult times. I wanted, so people that
Just
don't
state your
know me-
name and address.
We're facing difficult times, and the only way to resolve them is, my name and address, Arthur Jordan, 35 Lincoln Park Avenue.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay. We're facing some enormous challenges, there's no question. And my members are ready to face those challenges, do more with less. And we, you know why? Because we're good at it. It was only 4 or 5 years ago, we had 82 employees. You're now at 60. And going down because there's really nowhere, it's, but we have ways to save money. And we're willing to cooperate. Why? Because a lot of them live here. I've lived here my whole life. I own a house here. My grown children have houses. I understand tax increases. But we got to have services or we won't be a community that people want to move to. And the only way to get services is to work as hard as you can every day together. And that's what I'm hoping I'm speaking as a taxpayer. I'm hoping the council, whether you're Republican or Democrat, are willing to work to solve these problems for the taxpayers of Cranston. And we can put these sad days behind us. My members are ready to work as hard as they got to work. They're willing to move to whatever department they got to go to. We got to get them trained too at the same time. Okay? We faced a lot. I've been around long enough to face a lot of challenges in the city. I can see your commitment. I know your commitment. I want to let you know that the employees and my members, we're ready to face the challenges as best we can too. I'm open 24 hours a day to answer any questions that this council has about what jobs are required, what the employees are doing, and help you any way when you have questions in that budget. And I know you guys are ready to work. So I want to thank you for your commitment as elected officials, and you can take it from the laborers union. We will be a good partner.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on docketed items only? Please keep in mind that we cannot interact with you. We only could listen. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Maria Rondo. I live at 262 Norwood Avenue in the Edgewood section of Cranston. I've been a resident of the city of Cranston longer than some of you have been born. And I've worked part-time at the Cranston Department of Senior Services since 1987. And today I'm here to speak regarding the proposed elimination of the position of the Assistant Director, who is David Quiroa. He has worked in that department for 22 years. I'm repeating some of the things that I've already written to all of you, but I really feel as though this has to be on record. His is not just another administrative role. David is the day-to-day operational backbone of our department. He is not only an administrator, but he also serves as a crisis manager, a financial overseer and protector, a facility manager, an emergency planner, a troubleshooter, data and financial grant reporter, and I could go on and on. Simply put, this man is the glue that keeps our department running. He is the face of the Department of Senior Services. In addition, I would be remiss if I did not point out that since the beginning of this administration, the department has had only a part-time director, not a full-time director. Now they also want to eliminate the assistant director. I ask you, does this make sense? The Cranston senior population is growing, not shrinking. At a time when demand is increasing, eliminating this key leadership position sends the wrong message and will have real detrimental consequences, not only on our seniors, many of their families, because as you know, we not only deal with the seniors, but oftentimes we have to deal with their families. It'll be detrimental. The consequences on, again, the seniors and their families, our staff, and the entire community. I urge you, the City Council, as well as Mayor Hopkins and Mr. Moretti, to take a closer look at the operational impact of this decision. And I ask you to please, please put aside your partisan differences. And the mayor and Mr. Moretti know that is exactly what this is all about. And please do what is right and what is best for this city. And no, the Cranston Department of Senior Services cannot function with, I'll go and say, both the roles that they have eliminated, but especially David Quiroa. Thank you, and I appreciate your listening to me.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak on docketed items only? Anyone else in the public? Please say your name and address, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Justin McCarthy. I live at 63 Chestnut Ave right here in the city. I wanted to thank all of you for the 7 hours you spent here today on a Saturday, along with the rest of the directors. That was very encouraging as a resident to see you all working hard on this Saturday. I was not encouraged by by our inspections and standards director blowing off this meeting today. You all spent 7 hours here. Some of the directors spent 7 hours here, as did the residents. And for him to just blow that off was mind-boggling to me. In my professional capacity, I work for the General Assembly, and part of what I do is I will take notes for the Senate Finance Committee. Done that for 4 years. I have never seen a director not show up to their agency's budget committee day. That was beyond the pale. So if I'm not sure what the powers are of this council is to compel his attendance at a future date, but I think that's something that should be pursued so that the residents can have the benefit of your questions being answered of that director. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on docketed items only? Anyone else in the audience? Seeing none. Clerk, is there anyone online that would like to speak on docketed items only?
There is no public comment online.
At this time, I'd like to close public comment, and we are moving on to community development. $1,900 in the big book.
$22 in the small binder.
22 in the small binder and 1,900 in the big book. Director, thank you for coming. Thank you for waiting. I apologize. You have the option to address the committee, or we could just go right into questions.
Sure, I have a few statements to say.
If you could just state your name and then you gotta hold the microphone. Just state your name and position and hold the microphone.
This one's on. Okay. A little closer. Okay. Thank you, Chair Andor, Council President Wall, members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity. I would be remiss if I didn't start my statement without thanking my staff. They've done a wonderful job over the last year. And I think if you've heard from any of the constituents that we have helped, you'd hear the same thing. As a brief overview, community development is responsible for administering the city's entitlement grant from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Our grant for fiscal year 27, which we've been just notified about, will be in the amount of $1,091,152. It's a slight increase of about $5,000 over last year's grant. I would also like to explain that community development program is 100% federally funded and serves the low to moderate income residents of Cranston at no expense to the city of Cranston or their taxpayers. According to HUD's rules and regulations, basically we are a net zero effect on the city's finances. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mayor?
Director, what percentage of your grant is personnel related?
By the rules and regulations, we are allowed 20% of our grant goes to basically running the program. That would be wages, benefits, whatever supplies we might need, because we do purchase our own and pay for our own supplies.
Oh, are they all grant personnel or is there any consultants?
No consultants.
No consultants. Break down your program for me. I mean, once you take the 20% out, how much remains approximately?
Sure, I got those figures here.
Approximately. I don't need exact figures.
All right, well, approximately as you can see from the budget that's been proposed, we would have a total of $1,792,152 available for this coming year. That's made up of 20% of our grant the grant would be the $1,091,000.
Right.
We do have program income, which we estimated $160,000 per year. That's what it's been as the average for the last 10 years. So that's what we proposed for this year also. We also have prior year funds that will be carried forward, $543,000. That'll give us the total of the $1,792,000. Breaking that down, $250,000 will go towards program administration. That's wages, benefits, supplies. Public services, we will allocate $167,000 to public services.
What are those public services?
Senior center is one of them. We give a grant to them, to CCAP, to Starbirth, to Blessed Mother, Mary's Food Pantry. I have a whole list if you want them all.
How do you determine which public entities get that money? How do you determine that?
We have an application that's open to anybody that would like to apply. They obviously have to be a nonprofit. We hold 2 hearings. We have an advisory committee, and the presentation is made to the advisory committee, and the advisory committee comes up with the estimated budget for them.
What's the rest of the breakdown?
Sure. We have $500,000 allocated to housing rehabs. Okay.
Yeah.
First-time home buyers, we have allocated $24,000. Acquisition of ownership, $300,000. In the past, we were able to buy foreclosed properties, renovate them, and then sell them to a low to moderate income family. Unfortunately, with the price of houses, we can't do it as
Yeah,
often.
Right.
There were years where they were selling 2 or 3 houses like that. Right now, we're lucky if we can find one less than $350,000. We have 250,000 allocated to public facilities, meaning, for example, Pastori Center. If they need a new air conditioner in the gym area.
Is it all city-related facilities?
Oh, no, no, well, if they're public, yes. Yeah, now we do also have other grants that we can give to, for example, we're doing a remodel of a kitchen that the state felt was not up to standards for 2 group homes within the city. Okay, that would fall under that also. We also allocate about 230,000 for street repaving in low to moderate areas. And then we have 60,000 allocated for economic development.
What does he do with that money, the $60,000?
Well, hold on. Okay. I know we discussed this program last year.
I
and-
remember it very clearly.
Right. It's been a little bit of a challenge to get it up and running in according to all of HUD's standards, but it's basically set up where we would offer loans to Cranston businesses at very low interest rates for the maintaining of the business, for growing the business, for keeping personnel, et cetera.
Much money, wait, how much money, last year, what'd you allocate for that?
50,000.
50,000. So has any of the 50,000 been spent?
Not as of right now because we haven't had the program completely finished yet. It is being loaded online through our software company that we work with.
So now we got $110,000.
No, it goes back into, that's part of the carryover.
Oh, it's carry.
Part of the carryover.
All right. You
But
think-
we are expecting to be up and running very shortly.
All right.
So we may be making a few loans before that.
Please do so before I retire.
Okay. You're not retiring
So
soon, are you?
light a fire on them, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for the work you're doing. I heard you say that you have money available for renovation houses and people. How is that marketed? How does the word get out that it is available to them?
Well, believe it or not, we have waiting lists of about 45 people. The word gets out there. We run ads in the Cranston Herald. Sometimes we do mailings. But most of it comes from word of mouth. You know, an elderly person might need a new roof. They can't afford it. We obviously work out a program for them, repair their roof. They tell their next door neighbor. And it just keeps multiplying.
Well, I'm happy and sad to hear that news. I'm happy that it's getting out there and it's getting done, but I'm also sad you said there's a waiting list. So there's
know.
not enough funds to get all these programs done.
Well, it's not that there's not enough funds. A lot of it has to do with the time that it takes to pull it all together. Right now, we're on pace to about 24 housing remodel projects this fiscal year, which is obviously 2 a month. So if we had more, we can't have more personnel because we're limited by how much we can spend on it because of the federal regulations. But if you had more personnel, yes, we could do more, more homes.
Thank you again.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Once again, I'll reiterate what my colleagues have said. Thank you. You always come with it's a breath of fresh air. And it seems like you're having no problem giving your grant money away. Some other departments have more difficulty. What can I tell you? So you said we are a cost zero department.
Correct.
So you're never going to cost us any money.
Correct.
All right. So I'm pleased with all the things that you tell me. Your grants are great. Your programs are great. But this year I'm mostly worried about how much is it going to cost us? You say cost zero. I guess I can close my book on that one, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Haroy.
I'll keep it short, Councilman. Thank you for all you're doing. I understand your department's federally funded,
Correct.
every bit of it.
Every
Does
bit.
that mean you're still a city employee, but you're federally paid?
Correct.
So if the city did need help in an area, you can do that also, right?
What do you mean by help in an area?
Like economic and community, there's no federal guideline saying you can't do other stuff while you're here in the city of Cranston, right?
If you're saying, can I work on other projects outside of community development?
Yeah,
I cannot.
that's federally
That's
restricted because the money
exactly,
pays you
because
for
the money
that.
that I'm being paid by is a community development block grant.
Okay,
Okay, now, if you want to pay me extra,
yeah.
obviously,
I know my mother-in-law used to be in Providence as a community director, but they also had actually, I believe she had an office with economic development and they worked together very, very closely. Where is your office located?
in the Pastore building.
In Pastore. All right, I'm just thinking out of the box. It seems like you're very good at running a department and maybe we could benefit by having you a little closer with another department.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this, Councilwoman.
I echo what Councilwoman Horan said. I've known Mr. Tomasiello since I was 8, 9, something like that.
Yeah.
Poor guy. And, yeah, thanks. And, I agree with my colleagues that, you're doing a great job. And, I wish, maybe we can find some way to let you help out another department.
Director Strom, anything? Good?
Where he's located, there's other departments there with him as well. Not that he does any services for them, but they're physically in that.
Parks and Recreation obviously is in that building. And inspections just moved in also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let's move on to municipal court. No, I'm sorry. It's personnel, come on. Well, you should have said something earlier. I would have snuck them in. All right, where are we? Personnel is what? 1104 and on the small book? Page 11. Director, thank you for coming. Thank you for waiting all this time. As you know, we took the meeting out of order because some politicians wanted to move things around. I won't say anything from that side, but you have the opportunity to address us, or we could just go right into questions.
Yeah, I'll just let you know quickly, we have 2 full-time people, myself included in that number, and 3 part-timers that equal maybe a third, would equal about a third full-time person. We're probably the smallest personnel department amongst the top 15, 20 cities in Rhode Island. So we have probably the smallest budget, and we have to make do with that. We're short on software. We're not digitized. We just don't have the staff to download everything to digital files. We do the best we can. Right now, we're pretty busy. So we're hoping that with all the retirements and all of the bumping and the moving, and that we're able to survive and at least go forward. But we're about half the size of the Warwick contingent, and with the same population, probably the same amount of personnel. We have 600 full-time people and about up to 100 part-time at any given time. And we handle all of the issues that come up with that, including disciplinary, Department of Labor and Training issues and hearings, workman's comp cases, terminations, you name it, hiring, testing, police, fire, teamsters, laborers, and admin. So we, there's quite a bit of work there. And we're, obviously short-staffed and low on pay, but we still have a pretty good group for the group we are, so.
Thank you. Councilman Bonanno. Councilwoman Haroyan. Councilman. Mr. President. Councilman Ritz.
Hold on.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, hold on. So I'm just looking, Mike, you know what's coming.
You're getting a raise.
We're probably gonna, but I'm probably gonna be in favor of pulling back any raises at this time, just so you know. Not because I don't think you're doing a great job and you know how highly I think of you, my former councilman. But that's what I'll say. Other than that, I know you have a small staff. It's not an easy thing. I've been in your office. I've worked with you. You're doing a lot of work right now. I know, and you've got a busy cycle.
As you helped us with one of the issues, we worked our hardest. We spent 45 minutes on the phone trying to help someone stay, and it didn't matter. Other issues, sometimes you can't convince people.
The effort was a worthy effort, even though the outcome wasn't what we wanted at the time. But I thank you, but that's all I say. It's not the job you do, just in this budget cycle. Unless we have to pay them through contractual obligation, I'm probably gonna opt against it. So I'm sorry.
One of the things I will say, just to correct some of the things that were said before, if someone drops down a position because there's no place to go, they do not carry their higher salary. That's, now, if they were to do the same, fill in and do the same work 10 hours a week, they would get a differential for that amount of money.
So as you bump, I'm using the term, as you bump from position to position, you could even be in the same collective bargaining unit, but if the job is at a different pay rate, you don't get your higher pay rate, you get the pay rate of the job that you're in. That's what you're saying?
Well, yeah, if you move laterally, you're going to be at the
Same,
same rate.
yeah.
If you decide to bump down because you want to save a position with the city, then you would not be guaranteed that higher pay. And that's per the CBAs.
Yeah.
So
So that's all in the contractual, I get you.
that's all contractual. And by the same token, if you have seniority, that can control, and that becomes a problem when you have somebody with specific licensing or skills that we're trying to resolve.
Yeah,
But we're making an effort to try to place people. The senior center there, those people are pretty much in good shape.
Right.
It forced another retirement, which we don't have to replace. So it worked out pretty well in that respect. The laborers we're working on, I deal with the union leaders
And
2-3 times a day.
Certainly heard Mr. Jordan saying he's definitely willing to work with you. I'm sure you're availing yourself of,
My first phone call in the morning is usually one of them, beat by about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
well, that's a good thing to do. Well, thank you. I have no further.
Councilman Ritz.
That's because you mentioned some challenges with technology. Is there any investments we could put in now in technology that would help us going forward?
It's just so difficult. I mean, we don't have an HR module that interacts with the payroll system, the admin's company, and I've talked to them trying to find something that could help us, because we have to manually go in and retrieve from their system a multitude of data just to do wage verifications, which are needed for mortgages, unemployment comp, workman's comp, DLT, TDI, everything. And they all want different breakdowns of the wages. It's not just, sorry, give us 13 weeks. They don't know. They want specific breakdowns and they're all different. And we don't, that should be something that a software program would just extract for us.
There'd be something out there, even, even if there's a cost for a consultant that could help you patch this going forward, it might, you know, save us a lot of money.
The problem is that admin's company is the proprietary software. I mean, trying to use, we use Microsoft. I'm trying to use Copilot to see if there's any way the AI on Copilot could help us. But that runs into problems with other proprietary software because it won't violate their patent, you know, so whereas I think they could probably do a better job. But they won't, the software is designed not to interfere with someone else's contract. So, but we do need, we definitely need something to
Even
make
like,
it easier.
see what other towns are using and, you know, maybe they have some
Yeah,
advice.
they probably, I'm sure it costs some money, which.
Could,
I don't know if
it
we
would,
have
but in
it.
the long run, it could save money and save a position.
So
or
we would
two.
just have to make sure it's compatible to our hardware, which is admins. You know, so they read each other correctly and provides us with the right material.
Yeah, so, you know, but it's hard to, we can't even put everything on digital format, even though we set up a system. But someone has to scan and put every document in, and we can't even keep up with the ones that come in on a daily basis. So you got medical reports for people that are out for whatever reason, FMLA, you know, there's 15, 20 a day that come in, so.
Contract out any of that work?
I
or-
think it would be expensive. I think it would be more expensive than what we're doing. We're, you know, we're lucky we have enough money for the part-timer who's helped us out. And we, you know, pay for testing. We have tests that we order for to do the various tests for different positions. But we should be able to, you know, resolve the clerk's office pretty quickly. So we're trying. We've got a list. We're going to do some interviews next week. I talked to Tracy earlier, and I think we've got people at least that we can put in place. Did all the transfer notices. They all have a right to transfer before you can go to an outside list. But no one wanted to transfer in there. Just knowledge.
All right, Director.
One senior clerk expressed an interest to go into the clerk's office. So, but luckily, I think we've got a few people we can get in there. and
Okay.
Get something going.
Thanks, Director. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Director Strom.
Yeah, just real quick, you noticed the budget this year, we had part-time 33,000 and it is over budget. So I believe it was budgeted last year, so we upped it to 53. And if you look at prior years, that seems to be more in line with what the part-time group is.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for staying here. And we apologize again for keeping you this long, but thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, we're moving on to boards and commissions, 1901. In the little book, it's page 22. Mr. Auditor?
Director Straub, currently, there's only one that has been spent down. Is it because you give it at the end of the year or because everything was fully funded? Like the only one that the Historical Society took their money. Everything else is unused for the grants and community grants.
I don't have an answer for you. I think it's as requested. That's when they get it. Not something that's, when they submit an invoice or something of that nature, so we can process it. But it's not something we just hand out unless they request it.
Thanks.
Councilman Ritz?
Look at these. Do all these boards actively meet, like the Diversity Commission and? No, yeah, they don't. Most of them don't meet. All right. Do they even meet, like Diversity Commission? I didn't even know we had that.
I'll give you some history on that.
Directly.
So the Diversity Commission was formed, I want to say 4 years ago. And I might be a little off on the numbers, but we funded like 20,000. And then the second year they didn't use it, so we cut it back a little bit. And then the third year they didn't use it, we cut it back more. So they were up as high as between 10 and 20. And then last year we reduced it to 5 to keep $500 to keep the line item. But they haven't met, or the money hasn't been used at all since inception.
So, I mean, it's a small amount, we could probably eliminate that commission, I would
I mean,
think. and look
obviously
at
we
some of the other
can.
ones.
I'll say respectfully, it was just something they had a lot of intent to use, but they never got pulled together.
I feel like some other ones, maybe, you know, the Conservation Commission and Historic things would be combined or eliminate. Do they? Yeah, maybe they could join some of these together. I don't know. Not that they're huge expenses,
Yeah.
but if we're looking at
Tuxedo
every
River,
dollar.
we always fund that every year.
Anyone else? Seeing none? Thank you, Director. Let's move on to Information Technology, 1116,
Page 14.
14 in the small book. That's not you.
IT is part of finance. And basically, any increases there is due to licenses and things similar to that. The staff, let me just get to that. It's a small department. We have a GIS program manager, we have a programmer, and we have communications technician. So there's three full-time people, and they're all classified. They're all in the union, yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
So
President.
I don't have a lot to say on this, but so that increase is contractual increase and everything else is licenses. The price sometimes goes up.
Yes.
Got it. Thanks.
I periodically meet with the acting director on her account because there's some sizable POs that she puts through, and we discuss it, and then we make a decision if we're gonna go either forward or cut back a bit or whatever hopefully the smart decision is, and it seems to be working pretty well.
Could I just ask, what's the difference between the line item, it's 52932 system upgrades and 52933 technology upgrades?
I think one is licenses and one is equipment. Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I'm gonna jump in and ask a question. I remember talking about this last year. Line item 52931, computer and maintenance fees. It's almost tripled since 2021. And how are we doing based on, so last year we budgeted 577, where are we on that?
Chris, just to add to that, some of that are maintenance agreements via contract.
Okay.
So it's a set cost because but as the systems have been getting older, cost goes up.
Okay. Are we within budget last year? Or are we over? It's 52931. Computer maintenance and fees, yes, 52931. So we're, okay. Okay. All right. I only have one other question, and I brought this up last year, and I don't think your successor slash predecessor ever got an answer. I was told, and I don't know how true it is, that email addresses cost to have that at cranstonri.gov or .org or whatever it is that's after it. Yeah, that costs X amount of dollars per email address per month. And I was concerned about that. I don't expect you to have that answer now, but I was wondering if you could check on that. And I was also told that we don't have email addresses as a council, but the school committee does. And that, I was wondering if that would be a cost, what it would be, because at least I think most of us try to bifurcate our personal email address from a different one for reasons in case people ask us questions. So I would just like to know what the cost of that would be.
The auditor has an answer to that. Director.
Bob, didn't that question come up before and there was a concern about having their emails housed in here? So is that to the legal? I think that had come up, Chris, why you didn't have one, but it was a concern that they'd have to come through City Hall versus going to you directly.
I remember asking about it last year, and I don't think I ever got a concrete answer. And I know in personal conversations with others, I would rather have, we all probably have a separate email that just deals with this stuff for any requests legally. I think it might, I don't know. I'll defer.
So here's my concern about this, because I agree with the councilman. I think that every council member should have an official City of Cranston email address, because official business of the city should be done on official business emails. To the extent that you're using your personal emails, even if you were to get APRD or whatever, I'd still have to produce those emails. So I know there has been a concern in other communities about quote unquote the city's IT department having access to those emails, but there's a way to audit that, whether or not someone is actually going in and checking your emails, or they could be. So that is something that I don't know how much of the cost is, Director, but that is something that would make our job a lot easier when we answer APRA requests and emails and whatnot, to have official email addresses, because just because you're using a Gmail account as City of Cranston doesn't mean that email account is not subject to an APRA request. So to make sure that everything is in one place and that people are using your emails for official business, I think it's a much better, it's the best practice basically that we should be following. I'm not aware of any other city council that uses their own personal email addresses. They may do so on their side, but the City of East Providence, which I also represent, they all have official email addresses. And I think there is a way to audit to make sure that the mayor's office is not, looking at your emails. So.
Yeah, obviously you have enough work going on where this is not a huge priority. My chief question is, for each employee, is there a fee per month to have that Cranston, and why it's there is the crux of my question. Because I was told that that's a sizable amount of money. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to insurance claims and risk management.
It's number 750. I don't know.
750 in the back of the book.
It's in the little book.
Sorry, 750. Is it page? Yeah, find it. Oh, Claims Committee. That's on page 24. This is something that's done by the same person that handles BOCAP, and it's the claims department. And the city contributes to the general fund or to the claims $1 million a year. And that covers praises, city claims, outside claims, insurance premiums, and workman's comp. So it's it's basically dollar for dollar, whatever the revenue and the claims are, they balance out to zero.
Any questions? Mr. President?
Just the actual right now, I see, this figure, some years it looks like we didn't use it all, but we're gonna have a lot of claims. How are we doing now?
David, I didn't know.
You have that in there, Dave, or? And granted, we had a difficult winter with the potholes, and it's evident of the next few claims meetings.
Well, when you see the next BOCAP meeting, you're gonna see, it's gotta be 20 or 30 claims.
So at that point, I fear that we're gonna go over that $1 million for last year. It seemed to be pretty good in the years that passed.
Yeah.
So we take it out
I
of,
don't know what the figure will be, but I know they're restricted to 300, I think, for potholes.
yeah, oh, I don't mean that. I mean, when we run out of money, where's it coming from?
Yeah,
Claims are still gonna come in.
yeah.
I'm thinking we're getting close to that now.
I would have to check
Okay.
Monday. I don't know.
And if you don't know, that's all right. But this is just speculating. Listen, hopefully next
Yeah.
year will be a better year.
But usually it's pretty close dollar for
Yeah.
dollar. Yeah.
I see that. So I have no further questions. If that answer comes up.
Okay. Any
I'll
other
check
questions?
that, Councilman, for Monday. I'll check that on Monday to verify it with the claims clerk, I guess.
All right, seeing no one, let's
Bob, I got it here as of February.
auditor.
As of February, it's running at about 84%.
Don't forget, excuse me, as Council President mentioned, a lot of the claims are probably not going to be reflected till after February.
Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the sewer enterprise fund, which is 8,000. The sewer. On sewer. What number is sewer?
So the sewer is an enterprise fund, so whatever money is there is directly expenditure, so it balances to zero. And I believe it's been, probably as long as Bob's been here, our sewer assessment's $459.63. And there hasn't been an increase, and the fund has actually been growing expeditiously.
How much
Mr.
money is
President?
in that fund? Is there enough where we could not send out a sewer
The
bill?
sewer, I know, has a strong balance.
So if we look at a tax increase, there's gonna be some sort of tax
Yeah.
increase. To soften the burden on most of the residents, could we not send out a sewer bill this year, and could that fund survive paying for the sewers this year and we don't charge the residents?
That's something that I'd have to check with the director of sewer, just to make sure, because he does have sometimes through DEM, he has some capital projects that he has to do to make sure he's got enough cash to do
Even
it.
if there's enough to reduce that, so
Yeah.
if taxes go up
Right.
and it becomes the average is 200 per
Yeah.
person, but most people don't get a sewer bill and it's a wash, that could be a big win.
Well, it certainly would be advantageous as far as perception too. Yeah.
Anyone else? Councilman Capabiano.
How much, how much is in that fund?
$30 million.
He's saying 30 million. I'd have to check it to verify, but they
It's a
do
good
have
number.
strong cash position.
30 million.
The enterprise fund, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, when you have an assessment that is for that, if it's run efficiently, the cash is going to build up because you can't use it for anything else. It's specifically used for that. So if we either reduce or continue, it's all based on, availability. So it's part of the charter. That's the bill and that's what we do. So you'd have to change it to do something different.
Director, you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, it's a great idea to try to give a credit, but unfortunately, not every citizen is tied into the sewer, so therefore, right, so it's not equal, and I'm not sure if that would be fair to some people if you were to try to give some sort of a discount on that. And the best I know, we're probably we're above $30 million right now. And like I said, there are some major capital projects that are being done. Our pump stations have to be upgraded, and that money's there to help do that. But those pump stations are anywhere from $2 to $4 million in reconstruction costs.
Can that money be used for like, Ward 4 majority is on septic, not on sewers? Can that money be used towards putting sewers in those areas?
I'm not sure it can be put in, but the bigger thing is whether or not the facility has the capacity to take that on, and it's not always gravity fed from there, so you'd have to be looking at pump stations and be able to discharge. I mean, some of Western Cranston has been able to get tied in because they have that RISE line, which is the Rhode Island State Energy Group that has the power plant up at the landfill. So there's a pressurized line that goes from the plant down there in Petaquamsket all the way up Wilbur Avenue, across Comstock Parkway, and it does. So people are able to tie in the western part if they're adjacent to that, if the capacity is there, but it's not something that you could uniformly apply throughout the entire western part of Cranston, unfortunately.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council?
We can't borrow against that 30 million, can we?
Director? The question was if we could borrow against that money. Okay, anyone
But
else?
I do believe that the administration may be thinking about trying to have an ordinance change, because right now I think the ordinances are restricting the use of that. And we also have what they call the separate storm sewer system, that we have the drainage systems that could be considered part of the sewer, because it's waste sewer and it's storm sewer. There may be there may be a bill or an ordinance that they may present to you to see if we can get that ordinance changed such that we could use some of that money to do some of the drainage work that has to be done, such as catch basin cleaning. As Bridget would say, we have a requirement through the EPA and DEM to investigate all of our catch basins every year. We came up with a system where we get certain ones cleaned every year, every 3 years, and every 5-year cycle. That work is something that goes out to bid, and that's approximately a $400,000 bill that we have every year to do that cleaning.
Oh, and well, that fund must be generating some type of interest, I'm
Huge.
hoping. Well, that's a good thing. We can't even peel off that interest. I'm just trying.
Mr. President.
It's the fund. I don't know if the interest is
That's a good
considered part of the
point.
fund.
Well, with some discussions with, this is getting down the road, with some discussions with the auditor, they said that it could be possibly we could benefit from the interest generated at the sewer fund.
I guess it wasn't that dumb a question.
No.
No,
yeah.
at 30 million, it's 1.2 million a year.
So Richard, we're looking into that.
Mr. President.
Just, and maybe I got lost on the discussion a little bit. So any enterprise fund, whatever revenues you generate has to stay within the fund. That's the idea of the enterprise, self-sustaining, much like you said.
Yeah,
So-
that's what that's, yes.
Yeah, this, the ice rink, I know there was a comment earlier on that there's revenue generated by the ice rink, but the revenue generated by the ice rink stays within that fund. We can't use it for other things.
The ice rink has always been self-sustaining.
Right.
They never had any general fund proceeds go into the ice rink. It's always managed on its own.
But there was I think some misinformation pointed out that the ice rink generates, I don't know, $700,000. What that $700,000 or $600,000, it is to sustain the ice rink. And
First, yeah,
we could use more, I know.
First of all, I think that was overinflated, that figure. It's not 600s. I think it's about 300 or 400. And it may be, well, I've been away for a little bit from it, but I think the bulk of it is from the sale of the bubble that was next to the ice rink, that we have that money available for future improvements to the ice rink.
And that figure is not included. I'd like to have that figure. That figure is not included in the budget, just the,
No, because
you
it's
know,
a cash balance,
yeah.
so, yeah.
We just have the 726 expense, 726 revenue.
Right.
I'm all set.
Okay, seeing none, let's move on to,
I just have one.
Mr. Bernard,
Just one
Councilman
question.
Bernardo, go ahead.
And I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but can't find it. How much is the 23,448,000? Then my sheet cuts off at that point. Is that how much the sewer bills generate for the city every year? I'm looking at the,
Yeah, well, the sewer assessment is 18,262,000, but there are other revenue sources that bring it up to the 23 million.
all right, so 18 million is what the sewer assessment.
Say close to 18 to 19 million, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing none, let's move on to indebtedness. Is that the same as long-term obligations? Are they the same? Okay. What page is that? 21.
It's on page 21, group 1700. And what that is interest on city bonds and notes and principal payments. And for some reason, I can't, it was not budgeted properly last year. So there's a difference if I can. This year, it's based on the actuarial reports. Excuse me, I take that back. That's another thing. It's based on the principal and interest schedule that I have from my fiscal advisor, which was last year, 26. It should have been 8,341,000 in principal, 5,536,223 in interest, for a total of 13,800 combined. And this year, for 27, it should be 6,935,000 for principal, 5,556,386 for interest. So the interest is correct, but the actually both the interest and principal for 27 is correct. For 26, it was wrong. So
Because
if
that
you
jumped out to me that the payments are going down, but the interest is going up, but that's because it was incorrect in 26.
Actually, the principal is going down. The interest could be due to timing. You know, sometimes we only generate an interest payment for 6 months of the fiscal year, and then we carry it over into the next year, just to help with the debt service payment.
Bob, are bonds coming off too and new ones coming on? Are old ones coming off and new ones coming on, which switches it?
Well, that can affect it, but I'm not sure if in this schedule shows or reflects anything coming off. And then going on, that's going to be an addition to this. But by the way, I mean, if we went to bond, we would schedule it so it wouldn't affect this next current fiscal year.
Any questions? Okay, moving on. Long-term obligations is the same. We did that.
No,
Oh.
long-term obligation, that's, I mentioned that incorrectly. That is the pension in OPEB.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's based on the actuarial reports that we received from our actuary.
Page 16.
60.
And we fund that dollar for dollar, 100%.
Any questions? Seeing none, let's move on to municipal court.
Oh, can I speak to that? You can look it over. Unfortunately, Judge Coyer couldn't be here today. He had plans long before this. He usually goes early. He did say if we needed him to come back, he was willing to come back another time. Unfortunately, couldn't do it. He did tell me that he is fine with what's in the budget. So if we want to look it over, Judge Correa is fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, we have the director here and we have the auditor here.
And I'll ask Director Strom. The income number for that last year was grossly overstated. Without looking quick, Director, that's been reduced, right?
I'm gonna check right now. Possible for- I believe we reflected it to what we feel it should be, because as you stated, it was over. Yeah,
Currently-
we reduced it to 620,000 from 675.
Okay.
Right now, we're trending, you have that number, David?
Yeah, we're actually trending now at collected 493.
Yeah,
So annualized,
around 600, so 640, so we conservatively, I must have put in 620 to be on the conservative. But it, yep.
I just want to know for the record, line item 42-151, that would be the housing court, correct, Director?
42-151?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the.
And you
building
have,
code violation.
and what did we bring in last year?
Practically nothing.
$78, that's 25, 26, 100.
How much?
And Director, what did we bring in the last 2 years?
According to the sheet here, it's $78, $39. Fucking
Not a lot.
peanuts.
Yeah, and this year the mayor budgeted revenue, $100. All right,
$100?
makes our point, so, yeah.
Yep.
All right, Director?
just to go back to one thing, Baba, and it just jumped in my head. When we were talking about debt service, does the interest payments and some of that debt service include what we're getting as a reduction from the Rhode Island Higher Education or Rhode Island Education for the bond money that they're paying back, the 74%?
That goes with the housing. That money goes to housing. There's a line item for housing. Yeah. We get that. 74% or 54%. Yep. It doesn't do.
Any other questions? Seeing none, there is someone online. I wanted to give that person the opportunity to make public comment. Tom, do you want to open it up for public comment? Wait, may I entertain a motion to open up public comment? Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Any nays? Tom, can you open up, see if that person wants to speak?
Just a reminder, if you would like to speak, please use the raise hand button. I see no public comment.
At this time, I would like to close public comment. Tom, I think we were getting Director Lima on the online again. We had a couple questions for him. No? Seeing none.
Council,
Oh, Mr. President, in
we
closing,
haven't done revenues though.
Yeah,
Well,
we did revenue on the finance.
That was when you did
Yes.
finance? And we really didn't touch on the capital budget.
It's not listed on the, is it listed?
Well, it's listed, it's weirdly listed. It's listed with planning. Remember we talked about that? We were in, so we really
Okay.
didn't do it. Director Renzulli would be willing to speak to it. a
yes,
little.
let's go. Capital budget. What number is it?
I just have one thing, the $2 million.
Let's find the,
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, what,
I don't
page
know.
28.
28 in the little book, yeah.
Director?
The track proposed for Cranston High School East in this year. Would like to, there's a couple of things in there that are like asterisk. We do not want to bond for that. We want the opportunity to look for grants for it. If you would keep it in this year, but notate that it is not to go to bond. Otherwise, we'd like, if that is not okay, we'd like to move it to next year. Is that possible? But if you leave it in this year and I find a grant in 3 months, then it's been approved through planning and we could begin the process in the spring. If you move it to next year, then we can't do that. If you find grant money and you don't have something in the capital budget, you can't use it.
Can we keep it as a $0 line item to keep it
If
on
you
the
zero
budget?
it, then it's only $0.
Director?
Keep it
Uh,
low.
Mr.
Director
Auditor?
Anzuli,
John?
just clarification on one thing, because we had this issue in previous. Has everything in the capital budget gone through planning and
Yes.
approved? So
Yes,
we have
everything
nothing
that's there is
okay.
approved for this year. I would just like to
Thank you.
offer from the mayor and the administration we do not want to give the impression that we want to go to bond for that. It's not, you'd have to go to bond anyway. It's not, the money's not there, but
Also, just to keep in mind, even though it's approved, and say the committee and council approves it as well, doesn't mean we have to act on it.
yes, but I do not want to give the impression to the public that we're going to spend $2 million in the fiscal climate that we're in. But we would like, it is already approved and we'd like the opportunity to look for outside monies to build that, as Cranston East does not have a track and Cranston West does. Okay, so I just want to put that forward. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to close special finance committee meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. We are adjourned at, I already did that, 4:44 PM. Thank you very much. Council people, keep in mind, we probably will be meeting again the week of the 27th.